Oh, I'm turning on the stream.
Ansem off
But
of
the full moon
BNB.
thing is crazy.
You don't
The
want
full
people
moon
to
thing
know
is
that.
just wild.
Bro, I don't care, bro.
Okay, bro.
Ansem off of BNB is funny as fuck. I would launch that shit.
It is hilarious. Why don't you?
Just launch it, bro.
Yeah.
Just change the bridge into a new wallet and bing blah bop, make it work.
I'm with it.
Yeah, hit it on 4 min, bro.
Clean and easy.
I hope nobody heard that.
Heard what?
Nothing.
Yeah,
None.
that's what I'm saying.
Nothing.
I didn't hear
All I
a
hear is
damn thing.
Steph stealing my motherfucking ideas and not paying me no goddamn China money.
I actually said that,
Bro,
Da Vinci's gonna want to hear this idea.
I will, yeah.
Because-
Well, because it's my, I mean.
yeah. I didn't.
Are you
I didn't
claiming
come up
that
with
someone
the
stole
idea.
your idea, Da Vinci?
Yes.
Yeah, bro,
Who
I'm
stole your
good.
idea?
I mean, the bean coin idea was mine. I should have launched that 2 weeks ago.
Which one?
And some off the bean.
I said Da Vinci was trying to get people to launch Ansem off of Bean for
Oh,
like
you
2
were,
weeks,
weren't
and then
you?
somebody did. Yeah.
But what wasn't there a coin already out though? That's the question.
No.
No.
He caught it before.
Oh really?
There's a coin out actually. So yeah, Da Vinci is actually locked into like memes and trends.
Oh, that's a study.
Yeah, because I got notice on for certain accounts, so I see when people are.
Yo,
using
let's launch
certain
Ansem off of
memes.
BNB.
Yeah, Da Vinci Bridge.
That shit's mad funny. That shit's
Da
mad
Vinci-
funny. Finna bridge.
Yeah, Da
finna
Vinci
bridge.
Bridge.
I have
You
a
gotta
MetaMask,
finna
I
bridge.
just need money in it.
I'm finna bridge.
Yeah, use change now, bruh. Use Houdini
Nah,
swap, bruh.
I gave you my wallet, G.
Let's get in the.
Let's
I
get
know.
in the lab,
I got
boys.
your wallet. I know.
Huh. All right,
I've given
Turn
you
it
so
up.
much money for you just to lose all of it, Da Vinci.
guys, share my
in, uh,
share my
20
share my screen.
$20
Retoast my is my stream live on X?
Let me take a look here.
I'm preparing the battle station of Cook.
Not yet. Well, oh, it is, but I didn't get the notification for it. Max, before you do your next stream, you gotta like change the layout here. Get the shit that you got from Dayarts, because he's got some good stuff to make your stream look more aesthetically pleasing. Get like a background, not just a black void behind you. Da Vinci, you bridging?
Sendnow.com, baby.
ChangeNow.com. Don't go to Send Now. I don't know what that is. but
Send
you'll
Now.
lose all your money.
Study now.
Me waiting for you to send it.com, G.
Oh, who's sending you money? That's so nice of him.
What happened with Study Coin? How did that go? I quit keeping up with it.
StudyCoin was sold off because the fucking tool that I was using fucking had a bug. So I am talking to the founder.
Goddamn buggy tools, man.
No, literally, it had a bug.
That's how it always is.
Well, the thing was, it wouldn't even let me touch the positions, and then it was super fucking annoying. So I was like, okay, well, fuck this. This is.
Oh,
this-
yeah.
Well, it was basically a fucked operation waiting to happen, but basically, I gotta talk to Ryan now because it's a long story. But basically, Ryan's company is getting bought by BNB. So study, dude. My network
That's
is
super stuff.
my network is so good, bro. It's so insane. They're also gonna have a trading competition that's gonna have like 100K. By the way, Da Vinci, if you're trading perps, you should be trading on Kodiak. My buddy's like thing on.
Let him lose money on our bits so I get the trading fees, bro.
No. There's a 100K trading competition with little competition. We should divide and conquer here. Nobody cares about your little stupid little Arabit ref link, bro.
Okay. All right,
This is
Max.
true.
This is true. This is true.
Wow. But the first thing that happened when I said, I might be using Trade Genius, Max was like, oh no, fuck you, dude. Use my link. And then 3 hours later, he sends his link.
What?
That's not a study.
Use my link, bro.
That's what That's what
I
I'd
had already signed up and gotten a 2x by the time you put your link in there, bro, because it was like 4 hours later.
Okay, well, use my link on a new account. I'll have it souped up, bro. I'll have it like maximum studied, bro. Trust.
Okay, bro. I'm
It's
trusting.
advantageous to use my ref like that. I promise you.
All right, well, to study.
Always be studying.
Nah, bro. People in crypto will always be showing their ref link, but they will not be wanting to use yours.
I'll use yours. I just don't want to use our bit. So there's literally
All
no.
right.
There's like that's why it's like a hilarious referencing show. It's like, bro, nobody's trying to use our bit.
There be people, bro.
Who was using our bit?
I've been making money over there. I don't know. One of my perps groups that I'm in is pretty big in using Arbit, and they're really good at it. With the Solstice is using Arbit actually.
Our bit might be good. They're doing a good job of listing meme coins.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. So as soon as you found out that one of my friends is way bigger.
No, I was thinking about it on a longer time frame. Like I think it's like a good. It's like cool, but like you know.
Yeah. Okay, Max.
Look, at the same time, at the same time, there's certain times to study, and now is one of them.
Right. Now studying on some other stuff. We're studying differently.
I mean, it pays to study.
I think the study is Sora and content, and that.
Sora sucks. I hate it. I hate
I mean,
Sora.
it doesn't though.
I find Sora.
Sora was so much better the other day, before they got rid of all the third-party content and all the content
Well, I mean, they
violations.
actually had to.
Bro,
That
Grok
can,
is
like,
a
how
master
could that
chef.
Yeah, Grok actually does some pretty good shit.
Elon like decided to launch the best Grok update right as Sora started hitting the fucking study. He's a monster.
Yeah, I hadn't used Grok for quite a while, and then that Sora thing made me go back to it, and I was like, oh wow, this fucks.
Dude, it was bro.
Hey,
He's playing.
He's Elon.
He's playing chess, not checkers. Did you see the whip video I made with that fucking dog walking?
oh yeah, dude.
Was that not the best?
Oh, yeah, dude,
Was
I
that
don't
not the
think
best
so.
piece
I
of
don't think
content you've
Grok-
ever
I do
seen
not
ever?
think- I don't think Rock video's better than Sora. You guys are wilding.
Bro, look at this, bro. Look at this video chat.
I think it definitely depends on how you prompt. That's for sure.
You just gotta be a boss like me, bro. Yo, first of all, actually, it's not even prompts, bro. I literally just fed it images, bro. You guys, like forget the prompt. Yo,
Yeah,
the
you don't
best
use the custom prompts?
the best videos I made through Grok Imagine had no words whatsoever, and I found sick ass pictures. Straight up,
Insanity.
straight
Oh
up.
shit, dude.
Bro,
Gappy's
bro,
pumping
yeah,
down.
that's I completely disagree with that take. I didn't use any no prompts got me anything close to what good finding dope pictures on Pinterest, Instagram, and accounts that I like, and memes from our meme page, literally, and putting them in Grok Imagine. Like legitimately nothing else. Let me find the.
Oh, that's a fucking Samsung Galaxy Note, bruh. That's ridiculous.
I mean, Elon's claiming that they're gonna make video games soon, so we'll see.
Yeah, I don't really know about how that's gonna go. It might be good. I would be happy to be wrong, but I don't think that AI video games are really gonna be the thing, especially entirely AI video games. There'll be an interesting kind of like fad to play for like a day or two, but part of the fun of a video game is knowing exactly like everything that's in it, because then you talk to the community about it,
Well, I
like
think they're saying that the game is gonna be made. It's not gonna be like a fully AI game. It's gonna be that
made with AI. Yeah, that's probably not gonna be too much of an issue.
the things
Fully
are gonna be
AI generated
generated.
assets and stuff. Like, yeah, no. As long as it's not real time stuff, which I think we will come to in the future, could be fun
I
for.
mean, so Rockstar.
Yeah.
GTA 6. The reason that they delayed the game is because of the advancements in AI. So, like, basically, GTA 6 is gonna be the first game that, not only with the interior, I'm not sure how that's gonna work with the interiors. That's
Yeah,
one of the
I
things that's in the back
heard
of
that, but I
the game.
also heard that they were going to be putting their GTA cash on.
All right, guys,
blockchain. I don't
fuck
think that's
fuck
true at all.
GTA though. Let's look at the fucking chain. What we
Yeah,
doing?
let's look at BNB. Yeah.
Wait, I wanna first. Okay,
I'm
first,
gonna
guys, I gotta
shout
find this
out
video.
back. Be back in a little bit.
Looking at $3.99 cake under $4 right now. I think like 360, 375 makes sense for cake in short term.
Okay, time to watch this video. Number 1, video time, video study, video study.
You good, bro?
Oh. It's so funny how like the chat will be normal and the individual will come in and fucking it'll be a fucking like a ruckus party. And then he'll leave and he'll go back to be quiet.
Right.
Oh wait,
Those people
where
are
did
looking
Skeet
at
go?
the chain.
The fuck?
I have no idea where he went.
We need Skeet back. All right,
I
check
know.
out my stream, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Look how video. Look how good this video looks, bro. Just like study this real quick. Yo, Gayar, clip this.
I'm live. I don't see the video.
Like, bruh, come on.
I don't see this. I do not see this stream. There was the video on your stream, bro. Oh, now I do. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Fucking amazing. Fucking epic. And it got the music down so well, too.
Oh, yeah. Music's pretty good.
Fucking incredible shit.
It'd be what is my Aster position? 186 right now. Oof.
Dude, Pavel Durov is like the fucking man. Like the man.
Yeah, bro's definitely locked into a.
Have you did you watch the Lex Fridman podcast?
I didn't watch the full podcast, but I've seen a couple of the clips. That was from you.
Yeah, you gotta watch the whole thing. It's a long one, but you gotta watch the whole thing. It's actually one of the most important videos, probably.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't
It is,
doubt it.
it
From
is,
the clips
it is.
that I've
Bro,
seen,
bro,
yeah.
bro. He talks about how he fucking almost got poisoned in 2018 right after he launched the Ton cryptocurrency. Study.
Right.
Study. And you wonder why people like to be anonymous in crypto. Legitimately,
Oh yeah.
somebody who didn't like him after Ton was like, yo, let's fucking poison him. He got poisoned. He thought he was gonna die. It's a crazy bro, the like a billionaire CEO of Telegram got poisoned
Yeah.
by someone who didn't like free
fucking-
speech, bro.
Bro, study Rasputin.
I don't even know what that means, but study.
He was also poisoned because people didn't fuck with him, but he also survived.
Who is Rasputin?
He's the Russian. He was a cleric back in the day.
Cleric?
Yeah, he was like a holy man. He was like friends with the Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II, last emperor. And he was really influential back at the turn of the century. And a lot of people didn't like him, so they poisoned him, they beat him, they tried to drown him, and then they shot him. The man just wouldn't die until they just blasted him to death.
That's fucking crazy. We really do live in a crazy society.
We really do. I think Aster looks really good right here. Between 180 and 190.
Is it at that price right now?
It's 185, yeah.
Yeah, I think we bid it.
Yeah, I bid some just under 190, but I might bid some more. What else are we looking at on chain right now?
I'm gonna follow your Aster a little play on 4x leverage.
I'm just spot Aster right now. I don't have any perpetuals on it. I think that you know, Aster down here is like a free 2x at any size, really. I think if you're correct in that it really is BNB's time to shine, Aster goes to $4, no question.
Mailbox number 2015223.
Yo, mute your mic.
After leaving a message, you can
We
hang up
should not be hearing people's phone numbers on stream.
Huh?
We should not be hearing people's phone numbers on stream. Mute your mic when you're doing that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Was it my number?
I don't know who it was. Whoever you just called. And we should not be hearing stuff like that
True.
on a public thing where, you know, X saves us forever. We just talked about privacy.
We were just studying.
Somebody failed the exam though. That's okay. there'll be more opportunities for studying in the future.
Grayscale ETH staked 857,000 ETH today.
Holy shit.
Holy
Wow.
study, man. Oh my god.
That is a monumental study. People are buying ETH again. Nobody tell Love Vitalik. He'll fuck it up and sell that shit.
Yeah, I'm actually just gonna throw up
Why?
the no, I'm just gonna throw up the Pavel Durov study in the back.
All right.
Actually, we should. You know what we should watch? We should probably watch Third Guy stream today. It's probably important to watch.
back on the stream. Unk, we missed you, man. What's good? Oh, you're muted, twin. Oh, there you
Sorry
go.
about that.
Awesome. What's up, dude?
You know, I'm just fighting off COVID in the big 2025 as you do. But other than that, man, things are good, dude. I can't complain. Bitcoin's at fucking just made an all-time high yesterday. Like, what have we been talking about?
Brother, COVID in the Big 25 feels like a skill issue, man.
It is kind of insane. You got to remember, I'm elderly though. I'm one of those high-risk elderly people that have to be looked out for.
I know COVID-19 and 25 is heinous, dude. Welcome
is
back.
heinous.
It's been a while, dude. I think the last time I had you on was pre-breakout announcement, which is insane. I mean, dude, we were using breakout on the stream in like December 24. Congratulations, man. I mean, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I've known about it obviously for a little while. Had to keep it kind of under wraps for obvious reasons. But I mean, we're super excited. You know, Kraken is just such a great company. An OG in the space. Like I consider Kraken very much like for crypto natives. You know, Arjun you've had on here. He's an absolute beauty.
He's a G. That guy rocks.
Insane G, and so we're super excited, man. It's pretty crazy. 19 months, dude. Zero to exit. 19 months. Pretty nuts.
Why don't more prestigious crypto traders build products?
If you go back and look at when I launched Breakout, and it was me, and it was Crypto Cred, and it was Ape Trade, who are all OGs. Crypto Cred's even got a bigger audience than me. You know, never scammed anyone. They told us we were scamming. They're like, oh my God. It's like, I think that's maybe part of it is just crypto Twitter is just, you know, full of idiots. And I mean, what I learned from doing this is just don't listen to people on Twitter. Like, you don't have to, nor should you. They're the industry that they think that they are. But it's a lot of work, dude. Like, I got calls every day at like 8 in the morning, like 5 days a week that I have to be on with different members of the team, different departments. Like, it's fun and it's challenging and I've learned a lot, but it's just, you know, when you get to a point in trading, like at least like where I was at, where I can trade when I want, it was like going back to school.
You're on like stand up in the morning and shit.
Oh yeah, dude. Every Monday.
We take a company stand up right before stream every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's almost like I don't mind the routine. Like, part of me is like, I don't want to wake up at 8, but like the routine is good for you. I feel like humans need structure, and this added a lot of structure in my life. And dude, if you're even thinking about starting a business, it's a ton of fun. And even if it doesn't work, you're gonna learn a lot.
What's the lore with Cred? How did he get so popular on CT?
So, Cred used to DM me all the time about trading stuff, price action stuff. We used to chat. That's how we became friends. Like, we were just chatting about, you know, trading. And he is one of, if not the smartest person I know, like that I actually know in real life. Unbelievably smart guy.
Whoa.
And early on, he just was creating these like university level education pieces for trading. Like, if you go on his YouTube, he doesn't really post anymore, but he had like 40-50 minute like presentations, PowerPoint slides.
We should
Like,
keep
you
getting
wanna
people
learn
on this
about
group call,
this
bro.
trading topic, entire course,
Hey,
boom, all for free. So
Can you
I think
text
just
Study
from,
Nakamoto,
you know,
tell
like,
him to
it's
make me
one
an
thing
admin?
about Twitter is if you're really smart, you post good shit, you
Yeah.
will get
Then I
noticed.
can get some.
And
some
he was
links.
just one of the early guys to do that. He came up with me in 2016, 2017.
Oh my god.
Whoa. And then he became your homie
But-
and you guys started breaking up.
Oh yeah, bro. We went to a Bitcoin crypto conference in 2018 in Vegas. That was like the first conference I ever went to, and I remember specifically I pulled out 2 Bitcoin from a Bitcoin ATM to play blackjack with Luke Martin, another OG.
No way.
And at the time, that was like $10,000. And I obviously nuked it all. Like, imagine nuking 200K playing blackjack now. Like, I'd fucking rather kill myself. So, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
But yeah.
Study.
Luke March in the chat. He said I was there for that ATM transfer.
What up? He remembers, bro. And one of the ones didn't work, and I was like tweeting at the company. I was like, I'm Trader Main. I got 7,000 followers. I will ruin you. Like, get me my money.
Damn, pulling out 2 Bitcoin is insane.
Yeah, dude.
Wow, that's a fucking movie. Shout out Luke Martin. I just did his
Yeah, it's kind of a big baller move.
Pump Fun stream the
Luke-
other day. The guy's a
Luke's
G.
the homie. The homie.
That's awesome. Main, on, I guess it was, no, on ATH stream on Sunday, we were doing call-outs on people that were publicly super bearish right before that break. Ponzi trader got a call out, and I didn't want to do it too. I didn't do it, but the chat was referencing this 98K mythical call on BTC, which thankfully did not happen, and now seemingly we look pretty good. It's been a while since you came on and give some market takes, so like, where are we right now in macro, specifically BTC? How are you feeling?
Listen, here's the thing, bro. Last week when we were at 108, I basically laid out like a couple scenarios. One of which was a sweep lower, but then the next one was this kind of move up that jaw. I just didn't end up getting in the long, but my system had a short, same short as Ansem, because him and I trade very similarly. Where I was like, okay, we had that sweep back in August, so if we come back towards that high, it's a short. Like, just mechanically, forget what the chart is, forget the ticker. That's a mechanical short 9 out of 10 times for me, so I took it, and I lost some money. Like, it is what it is, and it could have worked, right? And then I would have been dunking on everyone, but it didn't. And I'm okay to take my lumps. Like, I get shit wrong all the time. Like, that's one of the misconceptions people have about Twitter. Like, everyone's dunking, oh, Ansem says, we topped, we didn't top. It's like, dude, Ansem is a good trader. Like him or hate him, he's a very good trader, and he knows when he's wrong. And now he's bull posting because his bearish idea was wrong. And all of you have to get to a point where you can see the market both ways. Will have no sustainability, because once the market eventually does turn, a lot of these people who only know how to long are going to give back all the money that they made this entire bull market. Rant out of the way. This rejection is a little interesting to me. Basically, I don't really want to see price go low. 118, then I think we could rotate all the way back down to 108. I mean, I know it's comical to be like all the way down to 108. Like, we're still over 100K. I'm of the mindset that somewhere between 90,000, I know this sounds nuts, and where we are now, we will not go lower than that big range that we've been in for the last few months. Like, this range to me, whether we're breaking out right now or we're going to break out a month from now, this is the bottoming range before the next parabolic leg higher, which to me is 150K and potentially beyond. So I know that may sound confusing. There's a world where price could come back to 100. I'm not saying it's going to, but it would still look totally fine on the high time frame. And I'm of the belief that we are very near the next like major leg up. So if you want a comparison, compare this kind of consolidation we're in right now to April of last year, right? Where it was a multi-month consolidation. We're in the process of it. Whether we're going to break out now or we got one more kind of range-bound period, the next leg up, I think, is going to be a big one. And I think 150K is like a very conservative target for that leg up.
Dude, if we go back to 90K, there's going to be panic in the streets.
And you go all in.
Really?
If they bless us with another chance to long under 100, I'm not saying it'll happen, but why not be prepared for it? Because it could happen. Anything can happen. You get hit by a bus tomorrow in GTA. So I would shove whatever extra dry powder I have in below 100 if we got lucky. And if we don't, then fuck it. We're going higher. It's like a win-win. Can't lose.
How are you allocated right now? Like, what percentage are you of your port is risk on?
I very recently had a liquidity event. So it's changed things, like quite literally for me. Where before this liquidity event, I would say more than half of my net worth is in Bitcoin, liquid net worth. Now that's changed because my liquid net worth has grown a little bit. So I've bought more Bitcoin with some of that money. Like I bought at, like 112 or something at the start, like around early September. I'm still pretty risk on in terms of Bitcoin and equities. I'm not like a coin guy. I have some ETH, I have some Sol. I aped into some like BNB. Like I bought a little bit of Cake today.
Dude, our Cake.
Yeah, like Cake looks like it could double.
Whoa, Maine! I've been talking about Cake all day.
Yeah, like.
Really?
Oh yeah, it looks good. The chart looks really good, and if
What a
it's a little
glaze. What
BNB
a
season that we're
glaze.
having here,
Interesting.
CZ is like.
What a
the
glaze. Look at his
most
face,
diabolical
bro. Why
evil
is Thread
genius
Guy
on the
like this?
planet. Like, if you need evidence of
Come
that,
on,
just go
like,
look at the
don't you-
Oh
BNB
my
chart.
God,
Like,
Cake! No way!
it
Don't you
doesn't
think
go
that?
down.
Yeah,
Like,
don't you
it doesn't
think
go
that's a
down.
little
So,
Yeah,
bit?
that-
I'm
that
always
was
willing
a
to
little bit
gamble a little on
gratuitous.
BNB. You just got to be careful, obviously,
on,
when you're
bro.
dealing with
Come
CZ.
on.
But yeah, I like
You're supposed to
Cake. I
just
like
try
CZ,
not to
looks
be
really
cringe.
good. So yeah, I'm still pretty.
Yeah,
fucking
but it's
risk on.
Thread
Like,
Guy,
I'm not
that's
looking
kind of
to
his whole
exit
thing.
the
Is,
markets
yeah,
yet. I think
he's got a lot
Q4
of
is
good
going to be bullish.
talking
I've been
points.
saying
He's
this
good
a long
on
time.
all the stuff, but he's
I can't believe
also
you just said that, man.
kind of cringe,
That's
and that's
awesome.
just like his thing.
That I'll come back to it. Okay, I've like a real like life question for you.
Stupid. So
I
dumb.
think you've been. I don't know how much money you have. I think you've been up for a while though. Like you've done well in crypto. But what do you do?
I mean,
What's
Thread
like the
Guy's
first thing you do
cognizant he's not the
after
best trader,
a
I'm sure.
huge liquidity event.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You have a
Nothing.
He definitely
Nothing.
glazes himself as
In
a
my
as a thought
opinion, I
leader for
think
sure,
if
but
you have a
like I think
huge
he also
liquidity event,
I mean he's
yeah,
definitely
you can
aware
buy
that
yourself something. Sure,
he
you
has-
want to
he
give
has-
yourself a
he
little.
has a
maybe
lot of
get a little
really
nice
good
little
traders
car,
on
you get a
that
nice
show
little
that-
watch. But
to the point where
vast
even
majority of that money, like let's say you
even
make,
if he
like,
is
$5 million,
overglazing himself,
$10 million,
he's not,
like I think you should
nothing against
like
Thread Guy,
sit
by the
on
way,
it
but-
for at least like
shout out
30 to
to Thread
60
Guy.
days,
He was
maybe longer.
That was a fucking
And
mega glaze moment. I
okay,
might
you
have
don't want to
clip
hold
that.
dollars, you're losing your buy power. 30 to 60 days is not the
Yeah,
end of the
that's a
fucking
little
world,
bit.
okay?
Overglaze,
Because
a little bit of an overglaze.
one, you don't want to do something
Little
stupid and
overglaze,
impulsive. I've
yep.
seen people like rip out crazy
I'd
bands,
say
you know,
a little
and then
bit,
they're
yeah.
like, "Oh, my financial advisor or my buddy told me to buy, like, invest in this thing," and all of a sudden, all that hard work, you've locked that money up now. Maybe you put it in something that doesn't do well. So I think like a 30-day minimum period of just like revel in it. Be like, okay, like I did this. This money is real now. Whether or not you're taking it out of crypto, I don't care. Just like enjoy it for a minute. You know what I mean? So I think that's the first thing you should do. Depending on the size of the come up, you gotta take care of your family. I think that's very important. Take care of your mom. I don't want to see you pushing a fucking Lamborghini and wearing a Patek if your mom's got a job, bro. So I think a lot of these crypto guys and influencer guys, it's like they're living this Miami lifestyle and stuff. It's like, but your mom works? That's crazy. Couldn't fit that into your $7K a month budget, I guess. But so yeah, take care of your family, enjoy yourself. But yeah, definitely something. Like when I closed the deal with Kraken, first thing I did is I bought my business partner a watch. And I bought myself a little nice little watch, nothing crazy, something light.
What kind of watch did you buy?
RN6702.
What kind of watch did
I
he
won't say
buy?
the price, but people will look
I'm
it up.
wondering this as well.
I will look it up after.
Let's ask him what
Chat-
watch he bought.
Chat, someone remember that. I'm gonna ask at the end of the stream. What was that called? We'll look it up. Cool. We had to get that out of the way. I was just curious. Because I feel some prosper coming my way in the immediate future. But okay, on the topic of
All he was thinking about was his cake packs, bro.
I mean, they're killing Ansem right now.
Bro,
his
that's
chunk,
how
and
Thread
he's
Guy
getting
is.
Killed. And
And I mean, that's how we all should be,
Perspective of
really. We should
Ansem
strive to be Thread Guy.
call is
Think
that
about your
most
bags
people, most
and
people,
how this is beneficial to them.
traders on
Anytime you talk to
they
somebody who's a good trader.
hedge everything.
Oh shit,
And
he's
so
bullish
you'll-
on my
you'll,
bags.
like,
That's
bear
great.
Post, but it's like weak bear post, and they'll mix in a IDK though at the end, or they'll mix in a bull post.
Now I'm a little bit
Go,
bearish
they
on
will just act
Cake,
like
so we'll
that's
see kind of what
their positioning
happens.
the whole way, and then you forget,
I don't
like,
think
it's
it's
not, like, I'm not, like,
as
following
bullish as
every
people
single
think.
tweet from every single
But
account. It's too much to track.
I'm happy to be
respect
wrong.
the Ansem call
You know?
because he was very like it was. I'm bearish. It was not. I don't IDK though. It was not. I'll flip. It was. I am bearish as fuck. and then Gut says we're top is, you know, I mean, he knew that was gonna go super viral, but he's since at least seemingly flipped pretty bullish. He's posting 600K.
Yeah. Listen.
Is it difficult, and does it make it harder to flip and position correctly after you're publicly like wrong, even if
Good
it's
question.
time frame wrong?
Good question, Thread Guy.
So, a couple of things on
Good
that.
question,
One,
Thread Guy.
The reason I know Ansem
Takes back the
trades
Glaze
is
moment
because
there.
he has the ability to
Great question.
have
Yeah,
a call,
exactly.
a
Because he's
pure
not just
directional
here to be
call.
a
Like doing this. This is
He's
my bias.
also here
And
to
then
study.
He knows where that idea is wrong. Like
which
you don't have
should
a
be the
trading
reason
plan
that you
if you
bring
don't know where
people
that
on the
plan's wrong.
podcast.
Like let's say you're bullish right now. You're like Bitcoin just made all-time high yesterday. We're going up. Where are you flipping bearish? Like what if bit price goes back to 100? Are you going to hold it? Like are you still bullish at 100? Maybe not, right? Like where's that idea wrong? His idea was invalidated above all-time high, right? So you need to be the biggest cheerleader and you need to have the maximum amount of confidence in your trade idea, but you need to have the willingness to flip that bias immediately if you have new information. Price can only go up or down, right? So if you think it's going to go down and it goes up, you don't want to be crypto capo where you're just like so bear pilled you can't realize like, oh shit, I was wrong. You're going to do more damage to yourself holding on to some bias, some trade idea for perception of the public, than you will by just taking it on, right? So that's point number one. I think there's
Oh yeah,
a lot
there's
to
no
dig
way
in
that
here. I won't
Capo
go too crazy.
is
Number one,
seriously,
if
you know.
you guys, the
Yeah,
audience,
'cause bro
like, I
would
know
have
it's fun
lost
to dunk
so
on
much
people,
money,
of course,
like
right?
an
But
unreal
if
amount
you're
of
not
money
making
if that was
directional
real.
calls, you have no business calling out someone who does and gets one wrong. Like,
You know, and if
suck my
I'm
dick
if I'm
in
Capo
real
and I'm
life,
just
not even in
constantly
Minecraft.
losing money,
Like you're not making a real
shorting
call. Like fuck you. Who
the,
are you? Like
the
I at
run.
least have the balls to put my
You
position.
know, it
out
might
there.
be
What are you
time
doing?
to just
I'm
pack
putting
it up
money
and
behind my position too. So guess what? If I get it wrong, I'm taking the L.
get a real
Right?
job.
You're probably not even doing anything. You're probably bull posting and you don't even own any crypto. Like you're on the sidelines. There's a reason people like me,
Either that or just take a
Ansem,
nap on the railroad
Don
tracks.
Alt,
I mean, he's got to
Kobe,
have lost so much money.
GCR,
That's in
all
the
these big
cards
accounts
if bro is
post less
real.
and less and less and less and less. Some of these guys you don't even, you might be like, who the fuck is GCR? Who's Kobe? You don't even know because they get tired of it, right? Like eventually you don't want to deal with Twitter's such a negative place. So like you guys are part of the reason some accounts no longer post because they're like, I don't want to do it anymore. Like, I don't care. So, like, if you're one of those guys who's constantly, like, in the comments, like, talking shit about people, like, one day Ansem's going to stop posting, and that will be a sad day for Twitter, whether you like him or not.
Study.
So, I think one thing you guys, as well as new traders, do not hold yourself to the standard of what the internet says. Like, if you're wanting to post your stuff on Twitter, go for it. Like, if you're trying to build an audience, provide value, post analysis, be confident in your calls, but don't change your trade idea because, oh, I said I was long on Twitter, but now I'm bearish, but I can't flip bearish because people on Twitter are going to call me a flip-flopper. Fuck them. Like, it's your money, right? So that's something I used to struggle with hella, dude. I'd post an idea, people would comment, I would respond to every egg profile picture, be like, no, fucking, like, it does not fucking matter. Twitter's
Look
not
at
a real
that.
place. These people aren't
What a
real.
great guess.
You know, if you provide good value, people will find you, and
Yeah, for sure.
it's your money at the end
I
of the
need to
day
get
that you're
Thread-
risking,
I need to
dude.
get
So
Thread
like,
Guy on.
don't let some
You know I can
retard
do that pretty
online
easily, right?
sway your
You gotta
decision.
raise your,
And Ansem is got like thick skin.
I
'cause
can-
some
I
of the stuff he deals with
guarantee
is
you-
insane.
That
You gotta
Yeah,
raise your
stop
production.
posting, that's my
No, we
goal,
don't.
bro.
I guarantee you that I could get
Yeah.
Traderman
I
on
mean, he
this
will.
show
He
on
will.
my
Oh
stream
yeah, we could definitely. Yeah,
by
yeah,
We
for
all
sure.
will. You
within
will
this
one
month.
day.
I bet
Like,
you.
you
I
said,
guarantee it. If we had a bet,
You're
I will never leave you guys in the chat ever.
you're still young, bro.
Interesting.
But like, there'll come a time where you're like, hey, like eventually.
Interesting. I mean, you probably could. You probably could. I would
You
say
know
I
that
still
you
get a
should
lot
probably
of joy out
update.
of helping
Yeah,
people
yeah, yeah.
and like teach
Yeah.
educational
let's
content.
fucking lock
Yeah,
it in
But
right now.
once I
Let's
got a
upgrade it
couple of
right now.
kids and
So-
shit, who knows?
I
Probably gonna
I
teach
don't
them
I don't
some
really
shit,
need
you
to
know?
put some cash on it, brother.
First grade, like TA on breakout. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember you had this video.
Yeah, let's be looking at some of these
and a half ago, and it's
some of
basically
these
like
things
talking
here.
about
I've been
what
having
26
some
do
minor
if
success with
real all-time high,
going
we're gonna
into
get this
which
coveted
chat
season
have I
that
been
everybody dreams about.
trenching
We made
in?
like a bitch all-time high. Like I think we all
the Alpha Bay one has been
Gentlemen,
pretty good.
how we doing?
We went all the way back down.
Ansem off of B&B is
Kinda
at
just ma- I
$1
mean, I don't
million
know, we sorta
right
just made
now,
a
and
new
you
one.
missed
We
it.
didn't exactly
That'd be
follow
nice.
it off
Send me
the
$10.
top, but It was real. I think it was ATH.
Send me $10.
How
I don't have
is
$10.
your
Send me
That's
10, send
respectable
me
too,
10.
right? For like a 1 million market cap, $10.
season
Look at that, bro.
right
That's
now.
a crazy ratio.
Bitcoin kind of looks
Yeah,
lame
that is
right
pretty crazy.
now.
That's the most reasonable
It's
Da
looking
Vinci's
like one of
ever
those
been
3
about asking
rides.
for money.
Where it's like a week.
He was
ass
lying,
on
Da
Oh,
Vinci.
dude, I'm
We
in,
didn't make
I'm in
any
so
money.
much pain, bro. I don't know.
Which
if
is
I can-
why I'm
Yeah, of
saying
course.
sub 100K is not off
I'm
the
kinda
table,
hurting, boys.
and that's a gift if we get it.
Why? Because you got
But I
liquidated?
am very confident
No,
looking at
my
how some of
doctor
these
had, like,
altcoins look,
Oh,
and
right,
the
right,
fact
right.
that I don't think Bitcoin is done yet, that we are going to get that that rally. Listen, my dream scenario
Dude, my
is
poor
Bitcoin
doctor.
rejects from around here and nukes
She's
to like
crazy
the
though.
low
Imagine,
100s or below
you
100
know what she said
to
about
like
Johnson and
95.
Johnson, the company?
Everyone
Yeah, they're
shits their
evil.
pants, and then within
Yeah, but
2
like,
to
bro,
3
like-
weeks after that, it's trading at like 140. That would be my
You know how
dream
many-
scenario.
you know how many
It might not
products they
happen. This
sell?
pullback might be more shallow.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
but I do
Johnson
believe
and
we're
Johnson
getting
owns-
close,
that's like, bro, that's like a
and
crazy
I do
rabbit
think
hole
we're
to
gonna
go
have that
into,
alt
dude.
season within the next like 3 to 6
It
months.
really
probably less.
is, you know,
How do you
seeing
make-
how much,
I mean, dude,
I mean, really, you know, it's like 4 companies that own basically everything.
dude, I mean,
It's
what
the end of the
fuck,
world.
man? What the fuck?
Oh my
What's
god, dude,
happening?
who's selling Bitcoin?
It's the end of the
Again?
world. This is the debasement trade, right? Like you want to hold anything.
I
but
told you,
dollars
Da
right
Vinci,
now,
people are no
seemingly.
longer fighting, they're
Um,
selling.
The S&P is like on this crazy trend. Everyone's like, oh my god, the
Come
S&P's up so
on,
much. Like the S&P is underperforming. It's not going up versus
gotta learn how to
anything
short,
except for like the
but,
US dollar
I'm
and
too
like
bullish.
the Canadian dollar. Like it's kind of flat versus the euro. It's down versus gold.
Yeah, that's definitely
It's
true.
down versus Bitcoin.
You're supposed to just trade
Dollar's
like
just
higher
getting
time frame.
smoked, and so it's
And
this
you're
kind
supposed
of,
to
like,
probably
very
do-
nasty debasement
I don't know.
trend
Nick
going
said he
on
lost
where
70K
you, the
yesterday, which
average
is funny.
person,
Like
are
he's such
losing
an
buying
emotional
power
trader,
in your
TBH.
dollars. You don't hold crypto or
Well,
gold.
because
so
because
those are
the
getting
full
more
moon,
expensive
if
to
he was
buy,
traded the
and
moon, he was on
inflation
point.
is railing.
But then it dumped.
So
Like, why
it's-
did it dump?
To me, what's
Because
happening
because
is
no
the
because
end of the
bro,
world and a
like
big financial
his emotions
reset.
are like the
That's why
death
I'm
of him.
still
Like
the
the market
belief
maker
in,
probably
the
like
four-year cycle.
well
I think
like
we're
they
in a
probably
mega
more than they
bull
love
market
guys
off
like Da
top
Vinci
phase.
who are not trading size.
Whether
They
that
really
ends in
love
6
guys who are
months or a
emotionally
year,
trading like
I think
more size
2026,
and then
2027
fucking
are
keep gambling
ugly.
harder.
And
Like
the middle
with
class
higher
is going
like
to-
Oh, yeah.
like high like big roll
between the
like
rich and the
problems,
poor
you know.
is going
Those
to
are the best
even
things for the
fucking
exchanges, you know.
wider. I think things get very ugly.
Yeah, and those market makers are
And
fucking
we're seeing this 'cause
deadly.
we're seeing
And
like
that's
this
what I learned.
flight
That's at least a good
out
thing
of
that I learned
dollars
watching
into
it.
these like
It's
non-bearer
good to learn,
assets.
good to watch,
So
but like,
it
man,
is worrisome.
they're coming for all. Dude, they're
hate
coming
the
for all
permanent
liquidations and a
underclass.
little bit more, and then they'll run the price
I
back
hate,
up, and
like,
then they'll, you know.
I feel like
It's a funny game.
propaganda.
But I thought
People are
Bitcoin
like,
was
oh,
more
you have
stable though. I didn't think
finite-
Bitcoin was like, yo, like,
Have you looked at how much houses cost?
It's rough. It is rough.
Dude, my brother's a teacher. I'm buying my brother a house.
That's all.
He's a
Bitcoin is
teacher. He
heavily,
makes,
heavily,
120
heavily
a year. It's
manipulated
not bad money.
No, that's
by
not.
I remember
motherfucking
when I was
exchanges.
in
120.
G.
Where's he teach?
Bro, we
market
live
maker.
and
no,
work
no,
in an
I mean, that's
unregulated
Canadian. I don't know,
market.
maybe it's
Of
different
course
in
it's
the
gonna
US,
be
but like,
heavily
and he's
manipulated.
been doing it for a handful of
Of
years.
course
but, like,
people are gonna do the shit that if
I
they
remember
tried
when
even
I was in high
1/10
school,
of that on
making
stocks,
100K was the
every
goal.
single person in
Dude,
that company would be in
My
prison.
brother will never be able to afford a house on his own.
Yeah, true.
There's this
Like-
there's this guy Eric.
You don't gotta alert the SEC that you're selling more than 5% of a stock. You don't gotta do like a 30-day in advance any type of shit. You know, you don't have to clear that with any committees,
You can't just be talking.
You can
about,
just
"Dude,
hit
you wanna
the
make
sell
six
button.
figures." I remember growing up and being like,
and then
"Yo,
you can hit the buy
I'm
button,
gonna make
and
fucking
nobody is
six
gonna look at
figs
you sideways.
one day. Like I want to make fucking 6 figures.
Yeah, dude, 6 figures is nothing in a
Grandma
major
What do you
city.
think about Bitcoin?
Like
Did you
it's
look at Bitcoin?
nothing,
Or
and
look
so
at China?
as
I'm
much
looking
as,
at
like, the
Grandma
permanent
Angela
like,
right now.
I believe in it because like there are.
Bitcoin is
Like,
at
this can get very
121.
deep, man. If you're looking into like what they're
What are
doing
you
with
thinking?
immigration to take all of the low-skilled work, the factor that AI is coming in, like there is a.
He said, "I
world
wanna
where
make
it's like,
6
if you
figures?"
don't have some
How has he
bread,
not made 6
the
figures yet?
next
Third guy
few
probably gets
decades are
paid
not
6
going
figures
to
a month.
Mega bull market blow off top for a house.
Yeah, there's no way.
He's a teacher. He makes 120.
Maybe he
a year.
means 6
It's not
figures
bad
straight.
money.
but, you know.
That's not bad.
I remember when I was in
120. Where does he teach? Private school?
Oh, they're talking about like
nothing
jobs.
in a
My-
major
My
city.
liquid's 120.
Like nothing.
What
And
are you
so,
thinking?
as much as
What
like
are you
putting
ordering?
it under, like I believe in
No,
it because
I
like
wish.
there
I
are.
wish, G.
I mean, this can get very
What do you mean your
deep, man, if you're
liquidation
looking into like
26?
what
Oh,
they're doing with
12600?
immigration to take all of the low-skilled
Yeah.
work, the factor that AI is coming in. Like there is a world where it's like if you don't have some
Oh,
bread,
geez.
We're currently
the
at
next few
121.
decades are not going to be good for you. It's going to be very hard for
But
you
I mean,
to
that's a
survive.
pretty big dip,
and
and
I
it's
think we're in a
about to even
bubble in
out, like, they're
crypto
about to- I always look at it
where
like
if you talk to the average
they
person,
even
they
it
are
out, and
not
then they go a
having a
little
good
bit
time
more,
right now.
and then they pump it back
Like-
up. Unless
We
they
do
really-
live
I went to the hockey game yesterday. I went to a basketball game yesterday, bro. 2 beers and a popcorn,
But like they
60
kind of
bucks.
cooked
No.
already. They cooked like
Yes.
hugely.
Like, what is that, bro? And like, I've done
Yeah,
very
but you know,
well.
your
I
desire
look at
for
a house
cooking
and I'm like,
does
that's
not
all you get
shrink
for, like,
because
5
you've
mil?
already made
Like,
the
it's a
meal.
nice house, but I'm like,
You're on to your
in my
second
mind,
course.
a $5 million
Yeah.
home should be like a fucking giga mansion.
But like
And
for
then it's like,
example,
and
for
you want
morale,
a
you think that
supercar?
they don't-
That's
like,
3,
people
4,
don't-
5, 600K.
I guess
Depends
if
on
you're
the
No.
holding the
nice
coin and you're
watches.
not
Like,
leverage trading, it doesn't really matter.
I know
that
10,
much,
10
right?
million is
Because,
absolutely
like,
enough to retire.
You know
I'm
what
not trying to
saying?
say
And
that.
specifically,
yeah.
I
What I
noticed-
am saying is,
noticed
like,
how,
if
like,
you
in
only
the
got
middle
a
of the
couple
night is when
hundred
they
thousand
get you
bucks,
niggas.
I don't think
So
that
like,
goes as far as people
in
think.
American night is when they'll pump the coin or the
In the real world, right? Like, most people would
Like,
kill.
Bitcoin will
get a
And
lot
this is a
of
reason
price
for some of
at,
you
like,
guys
2
here where it's
o'clock
like,
in
if
the
you made
morning.
a half mil or a mil, and you're like, oh, well, bull market's not over. I'm
Yep,
not taking
because
profit yet.
they're
'cause I
hunting
might be 2 mil. It's like,
liquidacionos.
500K is a lot of money.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
It's not.
I wonder if they have, like,
it's not
AI.
nothing, and like you got.
They probably
A lot of
definitely
us are
have, like,
just
some super crazy
desensitized
fucking
from what
AI
the
marketing
average
set
person's
up.
going through, and so I'm not trying to say you're running out of time. But
Maybe.
I do think
That
if
could
you
even get you
don't have a good
emotional.
way to make
Imagine
money
since, like,
yet,
charts say there's probably ways that it can manipulate.
it could be
emotions.
harder.
And
Okay,
then,
this
like,
Oh
is-
you
yeah,
know
for
what I mean?
sure.
Someone said
For
the
sure.
In fact, his main using it makes his neck look super wide. I had
Like even now, look, they're bleeding it.
You
They're
also
bleeding.
like
BTC,
you look in
man.
good shape, dude. Your face is like thin and shit.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, your
Hurting
boy's
me,
been in the
they're
gym.
hurting me slowly.
This is
but
okay.
this is why I
this
like
is part
to
of the reason though
bleed.
that I flipped into like a
If it
permanent
liquidates,
bull.
fuck it, I guess.
Especially
But I mean,
after
what do
you
you
start
think?
telling
I'm
me,
asking you,
like,
buddy.
I
I gotta ask.
stole
Fuck. Okay, I gotta
your
get my
credit.
AI. You're fucking
10,
worthless. Stuff.
10 BTC is the number.
Okay, thanks, Da Vinci.
sort of
I told you
flipped
I
into
don't have a
permanent
position right
crypto
now.
bull
I'm not
because
long,
it's
I'm
like,
not short.
You know,
I'm in
not
spot.
fully subscribed to the like dollars is worthless thing.
I'm studying the Chicom
But
chain.
I definitely do drink some of the Kool-Aid on what sell it for what. Like I've gotten there a little bit, like sell for to buy what, and I've acquired a unknown amount of BTC.
The
and I
bread
just
must
don't
be
think for any
obtained, Da
price I can
Vinci.
ever sell it, because it is,
The
yeah,
bread
this
must
gold
be
chart is like scary.
obtained.
And also, I'll say this as well, is I had to do this video shoot at my house for this thing.
All right, Steph. It's looking like I'm
there
gonna
was an
need
actor in the
about
house,
250.
I want one of the shots.
Through
of the
fi-
chart
What do you?
that
No,
2500
Da
pulled
Vinci.
up,
Get out of here.
And there's two of them.
Go back
And they
to
were,
the
I was,
lake.
I'm
like,
gonna need
overhearing
one
a
Trump.
conversation, and someone was like, "Is that a
One
real
Trump,
chart?" And
please.
they're like, "No, like, oh yeah, it's a
One
it's a-
Trump?
it's a
I don't
screenshot.
have any
That's
Trump,
not a
actually.
real chart." And I'm like looking at this chart in the background, and I'm like, "That is the most
I heard it's getting an
ridiculous
ETF. Maybe a good time to
screenshot
buy.
I've ever spy. This is
Maybe.
the craziest chart I've ever seen in my life."
So,
Especially because everything is going to
I have
zero
a few
right now.
points.
It's
I'll
so
make 'em
over.
quick. So number one, I think life is way
$7
better being a permanent optimist, permanent bull. Because what's the
Wow,
alternative?
that's actually
right?
pretty
Like,
good.
no one wants to be a doomer. No one wants to be a doomer. Maybe
I mean,
the
dude, I
world's
was
gonna
hoping to pick
end,
out
but
some
like,
of my
do you
money
want to
and
bet
close
on that? Like,
positions,
of course
but
not.
my 20 bucks is now
The
negative.
second thing is, I'm of the belief that America is kind of in like the fall
Yeah.
of the Roman Empire.
Let me see what
But
I'm
the fall
doing
of the
here
Roman
on
Empire
my
took
my positions.
centuries. It's not
Oh
like a
no!
year from now,
My
America's
BNB is
done.
down
I think
$4.
America's probably
This
topped.
sucks.
And China and
Ooh, and
Asia
my
is
Aster's
up
down.
next.
Oh, Aster's
I think a
179.
lot of people would agree that like Asia seems to be just like
I think
on
this
another
is
level. We'll go to
the
Singapore.
bottom
they're like,
for
wait a minute, this is
Aster.
what these
Otherwise,
major
we go
cities are
down
like.
to
This is
150.
Hong Kong, like.
I mean, can we look at
this is
Bitcoin?
what, like America's a third
No, I'm
world
looking at
country
Aster right
compared to
now.
this. Part of it is because communism,
121.7?
in China
Ooh.
or a dictatorship, whatever they have, they can do whatever they want in business, right? They can steal shit from America. They don't have the rules, the regulations.
I don't know if you want to
We've got to
mitigate
make
your
sure
loss.
we're
You might be
looking
fine.
after the, these
These niggas
people.
are
We got to make
faggots,
sure we're
man.
keeping under these environmental guidelines. That's why the climate change thing's so funny to me, because it's like, dude, America and Canada could go to net zero. China is just gonna pollute like a motherfucker.
Oh,
they
they're
don't
gonna
care.
go lower. Okay,
You know what I
should
mean?
I
So,
save this position?
I think
Alright, I'm gonna save
you
it
can
and
still be a
fuck it.
permanent bull. I still think America is the best country to live in, but then invest in China.
When's
I
the
think
last
investing
time
in
Bitcoin
China is
went?
very
I'll be
smart.
back
right
in
now.
a little
Chinese
bit here,
stock,
gamers.
EV companies over there. I think that's a smart bet. I still am bullish on crypto, Bitcoin, due to scarcity. But then there's also this counter argument where it's like, if you bet America and you're right, what does the world look like after that? And it's not a world I want to be in. Like, that's the one thing thing that I think some of these doomers who are like, it's over for America, China, blah blah blah. I'm like, bro, if it's over for America, that's bad. Like, I don't like the world as much as America's not perfect, where America's not number one. I think the world's a much better place with America being the superpower, not China. But who knows?
Yeah, facts. If you're right, it's like at what cost? When,
Yeah,
when
dude,
you look
like,
at
being-
when you look at the gold chart, does that raise your targets for what BTC can do if things really get crazy?
Yeah. I don't think Bitcoin goes to like 1 million by any means this cycle. I think it goes to 1 million eventually. But I think this cycle can go to multiple 6 figures. But again, you got to ask yourself, what's your entry? How big is your portfolio? Like, would you not, if Bitcoin went to 300K, would you not be the greatest bull run ever? And then it has like a 60% pullback, right? Which at that point, what, 60% pulls it back? Like, it's still in the 100Ks after the bear market, right? Like, okay, well, 300K is like a little over a 2x from here. You know what I mean? So when people are like, we're just getting started, I'm like, but the risk reward on Bitcoin here is we're in the tail end. Like, even if it goes to 1 million, that's a less percent. It's like the same gain from November of 3 years ago to now.
Fair.
You know what I mean? So, and I don't think it goes to 1 million, but like if Bitcoin went to 300,000, 400,000, which would be insane, and then pulled back and the bear market was truncated because of the institutional bid, that means we bottom again at like 100. I mean, like to me, that's why it's like we can't lose. Like in the average person, just like accumulate Bitcoin, dude. Like just try and get to 1. And then once you got 1, try and get to fucking 10. And
Give me your thesis on the 10 BTC. Why is that?
I think Bitcoin will be at some point in my lifetime at like $1 million per. It could be in 2 years, it could be in 10. If you have 10 Bitcoin, that's $10 million. Like, I just don't see how that doesn't set up yourself, your future generations in some really meaningful way.
Then 100 is the real main number. Man, let's relax.
100 gets you the Citadel.
Who was it that quote tweeted me and said that? I don't really know who this guy is.
Well, back in the day, we had this Pepe graph, and it was like, you know, the depth of hell, and then it went all the way up to like the heavens, and like they called the heavens the Citadel, and each level had a different amount of Bitcoin you had to be in it. And this is like a really OG pick, but like the Citadel used to be like thousands of Bitcoin, because back then a couple thousand Bitcoin was like $1 million. Now 100 Bitcoin, you're in the Citadel for sure.
That's insane. 100 is nuts. What do you? Okay, you're a big perps guy. What do you think about all this drama with Perpdex Wars? Are you like buying lighter points? Are you holding Aster? Do you have a hyperliquid bag? Like, what do you think?
No, so I'm like the generational bag fumbler. Like Polymarkets DM'd me to work with them 2 years ago. Hyperliquid's like main developer DM'd me to meet up in person. He's like, I'm a big fan. Let's hang out in like 2023, and I just like completely faded him. Yeah, it's disgusting. Julian, I think is his name. And I'm just like, so that's, I don't even know, generational wealth times 2, completely faded. But so no, I don't have like I have Hyperliquid because I believe in the token. Like I think the company's good. I think it's like owning BNB. Here's my take. One, Aster, it's like, okay, $100 billion volume. Okay. I used Aster. I tried it out. I have not tried out Lighter. I know there's a couple other ones that are, you know, yeah, I'm sure it is. But the question is, once they do the airdrop, does the volume just disappear and everyone just goes back to Hyperliquid? Right? Like, that's kind of the problem. Like, Hyperliquid did it so good where it's like, okay, are people going to stay on Lighter? Or are they just going to say, okay, I got my points, I farmed the shit out of it, I'm out? Right? And is the airdrop going to be as lucrative as people make it seem? Like, I got buddies who have been farming it. They're like, I'm making 8 figs off this thing. I'm like, okay, I hope you do, obviously, but I don't know. And then what's the differentiation? Like, we're going to get to a point where these DEXs are like the centralized exchanges where the biggest whales are going to go where the best liquidity is. And for now, that's Hyperliquid. Like,
Dude, Hyperliquid is. I started. I was really pissed I missed Aster, and I was like, okay, I need to figure out this perps thing and just start using them a little bit. So I'm long cake on HL. Such a good product. It's insane. Cause I used a couple, like, I used Drift and a couple of these other ones. Hyperliquid is such a.
Oh, you can't even
premier
compare it to like
product.
DYDX and all that Vertex and all that trash.
It's unreal how good it is. How big there's a lot of discourse on how big perps are as an asset class, and then there's some comparison going on to prediction markets. Like Jazz is always doing prediction markets versus perp dexes. I know Polymarket just raised like $2 billion at a ridiculous foul. Like, how big can the vertical of perp dexes get over the next like couple of years? Like, is Hyperliquid like a $500 billion product? Like, how big does it get?
I mean, it's already massive, right? Like, it's
Like
already
60,
massive.
50 billion, something like this.
Yeah, like that's a big fucking company. Like, you know what I mean? You know, they're making millions a day. But I think, like, even Breakout, like, we're just another place to speculate. That's all. Same with prediction markets. Like, people talk about, like, the hyper gambleization of the world, right? Like, people love to speculate. What I think's really cool about these prediction markets is it's like options trading, but way easier because it's purely binary. Like, there's this thing in options called the Greeks. So you have the Greek, like theta, gamma, whatever. There is no element of that in the prediction markets because it's just yes or no. Like, is Bitcoin going to hit this price, yes or no? If you were to trade that same options contract, will Bitcoin hit 150K by this day? The further you are away from that price, but the closer you are to the day, because of the time decay, your options contract exponentially loses value. But that also goes the other way, right? Which is the advantage of options if you get them right. Whereas, like, if Bitcoin's at 155,000 and you have an option that says it's going to be at 50 next month, you're already in the money exponentially. So it goes both ways. Whereas with Polymarket, like, there's that tweet going around, like, hey, are they selling like $1 for 50 cents here? Like, is Bitcoin going to go up 2%? Like, there's going to be a whole lot of gamification of that. And I think it's an easier way to get people speculating. Because even with perps, you have to have, like, an invalidation on your trade. When is that trade going to happen? I've got to pay funding. Is my target right? Where, like, it's just yes or no. It's like Baccarat. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's a little bit of fee, whatever, but it's like yes or no. And I think that has a way better total addressable market than perps does, honestly, which is what's crazy. Because to the average normie, I could show them, like, they're like, oh, I like Bitcoin. Do I think Bitcoin will go to $1 million by this year? Sure, I'll bet on that. Like, I'd be like, just buy spot. You buy spot. Like, I don't want to deal with all the fucking, I don't know. I'll just buy this fucking random contract. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I do think all of this stuff gets exponentially bigger over time.
I like that take. The Greeks, I mean, I learned how to trade with trading options, right? No, it's funny. Like, I looked, I forget who I was talking to, but it was Luke Martin, and I saw something like, I don't know, like 15 or 20% of Americans have traded an option in the last year, which is crazy. And I'm like, okay, what percent of that cohort knows what delta or like gamma is? It's like 0.1 probably.
Yeah, it's just get rich quick, right? Like, I did the same thing when I started getting into trading. Some guys like, bro, you can trade options and make, like, put up $200 and make thousands. I'm like, sick. Like,
Yeah, 0 day options, fuck yeah.
Yeah, every option I bought just immediately worthless. I was like, well, that's not that fun.
One of the last things about is, dude, I was not here, or I was not paying attention to BNB season, like 2020, 2021. How crazy was that? Were you trading that?
It got pretty crazy. Like, it got pretty crazy. I don't think it's comparable to anything we're seeing. I wonder what the biggest BNB project was back then. Like, it was a lot of scams, to be honest with you. Like, it was a lot of people just, like, turbo launching tokens and rugging them, like, nonstop. But it lasted, like, it lasted long enough and it got crazy enough that even me, I got over there and I fucking, you know, lost some money. Yeah. So it was like,
Wasn't
it was crazy.
Safe Moon was BNB?
I think so.
And like Cumrock? Yeah, Safe Moon was BNB.
Yeah, Cummies and Cumsocks and all that. Yeah, all that stuff. So, like, it was silly. You know, like, it's CZ's, man. Like, he's always going to be in the mix. Like, you know, like, he's always going to be in the mix.
We're doing the stream on Friday.
That'll be good, bro. CZ grew up where I lived. Like, he lived in Vancouver, Canada for a long time. Yeah.
I feel like he's really back in the mix now, like proper.
Yeah, I wonder if like something with regard to his like legal issues like has cleared up. He's back to the off of tweeting house arrest.
Yeah, he's like,
I mean, listen.
I'm a KOL now.
There's an argument to be made that CZ like is one of the richest people on the planet. Like, it's kind of like that Putin argument where it's like, well, Putin doesn't have this much money. It's like, yeah, but he controls a country. It's like, well, like Binance is CZ. Like, they're one and the same to me. Like that tweet went out where it's like CZ's worth 60 billion. He's like, not that much. This is wrong. I was like, I don't fucking believe you for a second. Bro.
Yeah, he
Like,
said it's high. Number's high. I
yeah,
should ask
don't-
him. What is it actually?
I don't believe him.
You think he would tell me if I asked him what is it actually? No way.
I don't think so, bro. He probably has like some lawyers in his ear being like, you gotta fucking can't say this, can't say that.
Yeah, makes it
I mean, he's
Go ahead.
like, dude, he's a shrewd fucking operator, man. Like, he killed FTX at like the most opportune moment. Imagine if Sam and FTX never went down, where they'd be right now. They arguably could be bigger than Binance. He invested in everything, Anthropic,
Yeah, he
like
had the
all
best
of those,
seeds of all time.
the best, and he had Solana, right? Like, he had half the reason they were able to pay the bankruptees out is because of how much the stuff that they still had appreciated, right? Like, it's crazy to think about.
That's insane, bro.
But he just like took him out, dude, at like the most vulnerable moment, hand in the cookie jar, just like kill shot, like you're done.
You think Sam ever makes a return to like crypto?
I mean, he tweeted the other
He
day,
did.
didn't he? Like,
But they
be
said it
like,
was his
"Hello."
friend.
Knowing crypto, like they would welcome him back with open arms because people are idiots, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it's part of his like conditions of his like release eventually that he can't be involved in crypto. Like you never know. Like
When did you join CT? 2017.
2014, bro.
And who was
2013?
Who was CZ? Damn, you're fucking. I'm
I'm old.
Who was CZ in 2013?
He wasn't even on there.
When did he show up?
2016-17 cycle.
And was
Bro,
he
like,
immediately Binance, or how did that work?
yeah, like people don't even remember, bro. Like Bybit, when they first launched, like so all these companies, what they would do is they would launch no KYC, super sketchy. Then they grew huge, and then they retroactively tried to clean up their act, right?
Okay.
Like that's why Kraken is so legit. And like Coinbase has been able to be public because they weren't able to grow as quickly as Binance and Bybit because they're operating in the US, right? They had to play within, but Bybit and Binance never had that problem, dude. And it's BitMEX. So like Binance, part of the reason CZ went to jail, right, is like people on Binance used to, and Bybit did this too. Like they would, if you're American or Canadian, but you're a whale, they would let you trade there. Like even though you're not supposed to be able to, and they would like have high level kind of affiliate managers or BDs, excuse me, like KOL managers, whatever you want to call them. But yo, like I know you're in Canada, but we'll approve your account for KYC. We'll let you trade. We'll give you the best VIP tier because they want the volume.
Were you trading on
right?
it?
And of course, of course.
Okay. Okay.
I'm that guy. Not anymore, of course, because that'd be illegal. But like back in the day, it was the Wild West, and it's not legal for me to use it. It's illegal for them to let me use it.
Yeah.
They know, like they don't know. I got a fake ID. I'm in Palau, but they were actively reaching out to large traders and stuff, and like having them. BitMEX did the same thing. But like Bybit, when they launched, dude, you used to be able to go into their FAQs, and it was just copy and pasted from BitMEX. Like it wasn't even that you could go Command F and type in BitMEX, and you'd find places where they forgot to change BitMEX to Bybit.
No way.
Yeah, dude, it's the Wild West. It's like anything went back then, and so those exchanges had the advantage of just like growing massively, and now they're in the process of trying to retroactively clean up their shit.
CZ used to work at OKX, didn't he? That's what someone in the chat said.
Yeah, he was OKX, and then he started Binance.
And then he was like CZ Binance on Twitter.
2016, maybe, I want to say. I could be wrong.
They said he was giving out free BNB to people that signed up. Imagine.
Bro, like, guys like, Moon Carl is?
Yeah.
Like, got Bugatti, lives in Dubai, like, fucking worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, he was one of the first. Oh, yeah.
Seriously?
He was one of the. Yeah. He was one of the first people to have a ref link on Bybit.
Oh my
and back in the heyday, because he had like 100K on YouTube, which at the time was huge. He was getting 5 to 10 Bitcoin a day. A day.
5 to 10 Bitcoin a day.
A day. And he like launched multiple tokens that Bybit listed immediately, bro. Like he launched and they're scams. They went to zero. Look, I think it's one's called Casta or Caspa, I think. And they had another one that was called like Medieval Empires. It was like a game, and like Bybit launched the token for him.
Holy fuck.
And it was like did a huge pre-sale, and then the chart's just down 99%, gone forever.
Cast it with a. So you were saying Moon Carl like could be a billionaire?
Could be for sure. Look at that fucking chart.
Oh my god.
Like,
Holy shit.
yeah, bro. I mean, it pays to be early. Like,
Someone said the Casta X Bitboy meltdown. LOL.
yeah, dude. I mean, a lot of these guys, BitBoy, like, if there's like this cohort, I know we're over time, but like, there's this cohort cycles of scammers and grifters and stuff. It's like you guys had no idea what was even happening.
Do you think it's a lot cleaner than it used to be?
It's not that it's cleaner, it's just different, and the scale is different. Like, I mean, listen, Hayden Davis, how does it get bigger than a $100 million rug from the president of Argentina? That might be as big as it gets.
Yeah.
But like, stuff that was happening back then, it was like comical.
Dude,
when
someone
you, like,
says Moon
look
Carl
at
had
it.
a Formula 2 team. Is that true?
Yes, dude. Yeah. 2 team. I think he still does.
What?
Yeah, drives Bugatti around Dubai. Like, yeah, the guy's got unlimited money, and a lot of these guys, dude, BitBoy was for a while like on the precipice where he had all these companies giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars of allocation of tokens. Like, Julian Pertulius is.
Yes.
Like, he made a ton of money back in the ICO
Just like
craze. Like,
lays
the
off
ICO
right now.
craze was another level of
He's like hanging out with
craziness,
Drake
bro.
and shit. Isn't he, Julian?
Yeah, but like, he made a ton of
Oh
money.
my
He
god,
made
what a
some very
glazed
smart
ass man.
investments
He's like
in
hanging out with
Palantir and all this
Drake.
stuff, but his initial come up was in these ICO plays, like getting into Chainlink super early, like some of these like ICO plays, and like you could have a fund back then, and be like, yeah, I'm gonna write an article on your coin, and like just give me a bunch of advisory tokens and allo. And then it was just like free money, and then we had those, the VC vampire tokens, where as soon as they launch, they just go down forever. These VCs are just unloading immediately. That's why we never launched a token at Breakout. Every person who wanted to invest is like, when token? I'm like, so you just want to give us money, and then the moment we launch a token, you're gonna dump it to get your money out. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, this shit used to be crazy, bro. I have a lot of friends and people I used to know who had funds back in 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, who made killings. But now that meta doesn't exist anymore, like, no one wants some of these VCs on their table anymore. You don't want them. These guys can't make money anymore.
Do you think ICOs come back, like at that level? They'd be regulated, certainly, right?
Yeah, but like, did they leave?
Yeah.
People still do raises. Look at what's Echo doing, right? Like, it's crowdfunding for a raise for a token. Like,
Yeah,
I
fucking
mean-
Plasma was like a 400x. Facts.
bro, I built Breakout with my own money.
No funding.
We did a small raise after we were already profitable, and I wish we didn't, because we never even touched the money. I wish I kept all of the equity.
Why'd you do it?
This is good marketing, looks good. It was nice to have a little treasury, but we didn't need it. Like, it was only $4 million, dude. I raised $4 million. It's not like a ton. And it was like friends, and we had like two big investors who did like $1 million each. But like, we didn't even need it. But before we did that, we already had a profitable business. The problem with the ICO, IDO model is like, they're raising the money to build the thing that they say is going to be so awesome.
It's like late. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, how does that make any fucking sense? Like, everything is a seed.
That was always the
Investment,
problem with
basically.
NFTs. They're like, okay, give us 10 mil and then we're gonna like build this.
Here's
shit.
the roadmap.
Yeah.
But like, regular companies, like, they do these fundraisers and they go public and stuff after they're already a business.
Yeah.
Like, there's angel investing where it's like, hey, I need money, but everyone knows an angel investment, like 1 out of 100 hits. But like, that's the thing with these tokens, is like 1 out of 100 is actually going to be Solana, and then the rest of them are going to be just the dog shit. So I don't know. It's not going to change, I don't think. It's not going to go away, excuse me. It will change, but, you know, that's the game we play, man. That's the game we play. But save your money. Buy Bitcoin.
There you go. Before you leave, can you chart cake for us?
Yeah, of course. I already did, actually, earlier today before I bought.
I'm gonna have to like go camp up here. I'll probably wait for this.
Can you see my camera or my screen? Okay, so we're on the like monthly chart, right? 3-month chart even. And like this thing's just
Oh my God.
floored, right? Like it's just floored. So it's down disgusting. These are my favorite setups. So you have this huge high time frame level right here, okay? Where this was like your price floor, it broke below, back above, back below. If it can hold above this red line, it looks really good in my opinion. Then you go down, and you also got a little SFP down here, which is like right into this high time frame demand. Swing failure pattern. So we took out basically every low on the chart here. Like this is the lowest I think it's ever been. Almost, right? Like maybe not ever, I don't have all the chart history, but in many years
It failed
here.
a bunch
This
of
is,
times.
yeah, this is clearly a low.
Yep.
And then this is clearly a
little
level
white
that you want to
monster
keep
moment.
above.
A little white monster
Go down to the
moment.
monthly. That's a very nice SFP still. And then on the weekly, to me, the fact that we're breaking up from this box here, which is the move that caused this little blip here, I just started buying
Yeah.
like literally today.
So you still
I'm in-
buying?
yeah,
You're
I'm
adding
in
here?
pretty heavy. Not here, like I'm in from like closer to 4, like so it's I mean it's up almost 10%. I'm
My
up like
entry's-
7%
my entry's
from my
39.
entry. Yeah, so your entry's goated in my opinion.
Are you spot
Um,
or are you leverage?
I'm on perps. I think if we get back below here, that's when you maybe start to ask some questions. But for now, this looks really, really good. Like
Pull
I
back
think
to
that
like
this,
4. You buy more.
if you're not in this already, I think yeah, you
In
buy
that-
here.
in that range, yeah. And then how do you build a price target out something like this?
You go to the super high time frame and you look left, right? And so
$10,
we've-
right? I drew $10.
We've taken out this. We've taken out this. We've taken out this. Like this to me is the
Yeah,
area of interest.
I drew $10.
Like this is like the same trade that I took on pump.
You still in?
No, I sold this. I literally smoked this fucking trade.
It looks. I think it looks pretty decent right now. I don't know. Maybe.
Look at this. Look at the chart. I'll show them like next to each other. Pump does look okay here. So if you look at these next to each other, what I want you to notice is the structure here. This is really, really common price action at lows, right? Where you get this big over under, right? You get the low, lower low, higher low. Okay? Low, lower low, higher low. This is exactly how I long Chainlink like years ago. I think this was like 2 years, maybe 1 year ago. I longed the bottom of this thing. It's the exact same setup here. This one took a lot longer to play out, but you basically have this low that gets broken and then it's back above.
Low, higher low. Low,
And
low,
you
high,
just
low.
ate that. So where does pump look like it is right now? This is where pump is right now. Right? So like this is a very good area
looks
for
the
pump
same.
to catch its next leg. Price is fractal. All the charts look the same. Like they're just at different stages. Like Bitcoin and ETH look the same. They're just at different points in time of the pump, right? So like Bitcoin has already expanded like super high. Above its all-time highs, right? Like Bitcoin is way the fuck up here. To me, ETH is like more so in this kind of a area, right? Like it hasn't had its second parabolic leg yet, and many alts are still like down here.
The
setup,
following is a
right? Like,
conversation with
this
Pavel
is like the
Durov, founder
easiest
and CEO of
low,
Telegram.
lower, low, higher, low.
Meaning them.
Same thing.
It's like a cool
Because
little
if you buy
art
Bitcoin
icon.
here,
We didn't expect
as long
it,
as
by
it
the
doesn't
way.
go below
We
here, you can
just
stay in the
had
trade.
all the fun launching these things, and
And if
then
it goes below
we
here, you're
realized
wrong. It's going to keep going down.
that
Who cares?
one of the
And
first
it's
collections
the
we issued,
tops the same
we
way as
sold
well.
Does this
each
work the
piece
same
at
in the reverse? Yeah, like high,
something
high,
like
higher, high, lower,
Yes, that's it's
high-
exactly the
time
same of the
Right there.
right. What does this look like?
Yeah, high, higher,
Right,
high,
pump
lower,
look
high.
like it is right now.
And then
Like
this
this
is where
is this is
right
market
now.
bottoms and tops
On a given
this is
time
a very
frame. It might
good
be like,
area.
oh,
for
well, you don't
pump
see on this
to
time
connect
frame.
it, It's next
Look
leg.
at ETH.
Price is fractal.
See if
All
I
the
can
charts
pull up
look the same.
ETH.
Like they're just at different stages.
Look at ETH
in this order block.
like bottomed in,
Bitcoin
right?
and
So
ETH
bottomed
look
here,
the same. They're just at different
and you might
points
be like,
in
well, how
time
did I
of
know to buy
the pump?
this
Right?
like weekly
has
demand,
already,
other than the fact that I
expanded.
tweeted and I told you to buy there? How else would you know? But on a low enough time frame, there's going to be that same fractal. You can already see. It was like going back to school.
You're on like stand up in the morning and shit.
Oh yeah, dude. Every Monday.
We take a company stand up right before stream every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's almost like I don't mind the routine. Like, part of me is like, I don't want to wake up at 8, but like the routine is good for you. I feel like humans need structure, and this added a lot of structure in my life. And dude, if you're even thinking about starting a business, it's a ton of fun, and even if it doesn't work, you're gonna learn a lot.
What's the lore with Cred? How did he get so popular on CT?
So, Cred used to DM me all the time about trading stuff, price action stuff. We used to chat. That's how we became friends. Like, we were just chatting about, trading. And he is one of, if not the smartest person I know, like that I actually know in real life. Unbelievable guy.
Whoa.
And early on, he just was creating these like university level education pieces for trading. Like, if you go on his YouTube, he doesn't really. He had. $17.
Whoa. And then he became your homie and you guys started breaking.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record.
Hi, sorry you missed me. Please leave.
Got together?
Oh yeah, bro. We went to a Bitcoin crypto conference in 2018 in Vegas. That was like the first conference I ever went to, and I remember specifically I pulled out 2 Bitcoin from a Bitcoin ATM to play blackjack with Luke Martin, another OG.
No way.
And at the time, that was like $10,000. And I obviously nuked it all. Like imagine nuking 200K playing blackjack now. Like I'd fucking rather kill myself. So in Minecraft. But yeah.
Luke March in the chat. He said I was there for that ATM transfer.
What up? He remembers, bro. And it one of the ones didn't work, and I was like tweeting at the company. I was like, "I'm Trader Main. I got 7,000 followers. I will ruin you. Like, get me my money."
Damn, pulling out 2 Bitcoin is insane.
Yeah, dude.
Wow, that's a fucking movie. Shout out Luke Martin. I just did his stream, Pump Fun stream the other day.
Luke's a homie, man. Luke's a homie.
That's awesome. Main, on, I guess it was, no, on ATH stream on Sunday, we were doing call-outs on people that were publicly super bearish right before that break. Ponzi trader got a call out, and I didn't want to do it too. I didn't do it, but the chat was referencing this 98K mythical call on BTC, which thankfully did not happen. And now, seemingly, we look pretty good. It's been a while since you came on take. So, like, where are we right now in macro, specifically BTC? How are you feeling?
Listen, here's the thing, bro. Last week when we were at 108, I basically laid out like a couple scenarios. One of which was a sweep lower,
Yo,
but then
lock
the next
in.
one was this kind of move up that we
I'm
saw.
locked in.
I just didn't end up getting in the long, but my system had a short, same short as Ansem, because him and I trade very similarly. Where I was like, okay, we had that sweep back in August, so if we come back towards that high, it's a short. Like, just mechanically, forget what the chart is, forget the ticker.
Yo.
That's a mechanical short 9 out of 10 times for me.
Oh, that's
so I
way
took
better,
it,
probably.
and I lost some money. Like, it is what it is, and that it could have worked, right? And then I would have been dunking on everyone, but it didn't. And I'm okay to take my lumps. Like, I get shit wrong all the time. Like, that's one of the misconceptions people on Twitter, like, everyone's dunking, oh, Ansem says, we topped, we didn't top. It's like, dude, Ansem is a good trader. Like him or hate him, he is a very good trader, and he knows when he's wrong. And now he's bull posting because his bearish idea was
What are
wrong.
your positions? Are you
And
grabbing this
all of you
wood
have
coin?
to get to a point where you can see the market both ways, or you will have
The
no
big skeet
sustainability.
is,
because
wanting to
once the
push.
market eventually does
Bro, why
turn,
did I buy
a lot of these
Seifu?
people who only know how to long
What
are
a
going to give back
tarnation.
all the money that they made this
Are you
entire
grabbing
bull
this
market.
wood coin that
rant
Big
out of the
Skeet
way.
wants to push? He added you in the chat here.
This rejection is a little interesting to me. Basically, I don't really want to see price go low. 18, then I think we could rotate all the way back down to 108. I mean, I know it's comical to be like all the way down to 108. Like, we're still over 100K. I'm of the mindset that somewhere between 90,000, I know this sounds nuts, and where we are now, not go lower than that big range that we've been in for the last few months. Like, this range to me, whether we're breaking out right now or we're going to break out a month from now, this is the bottoming range before the next parabolic leg higher, which to me is 150K and potentially beyond. So I know that may sound confusing. There's a world where price could come back to 100. I'm not saying it's going to, but it would still look totally fine on the high time frame. And I'm of the belief that we are very near the next, like, major leg up. So if you want a comparison, compare this kind of consolidation we're in right now to April of last year, right? Where it was a multi-month consolidation. We're in the process of it. Whether we're going to break out now or we got one more kind of range-bound period, the next leg up, I think
A lot of
is
these
going
coins,
to
I
be
feel
a
like they're
big one.
just like ready
And
to
I
send
think
tomorrow.
150K is like a very
Right.
conservative target.
Are you
for
buying
that
some of
leg
these
up.
coins?
Dude, if we go back to
Everything.
okay, there's going to be
Okay.
in the streets.
We'll respond
And
to.
you go all in.
Really?
If they
respond to
bless
homeboy
us with
down here.
another chance to long
Big
under
Skeet.
100, I'm not saying it'll happen, but why not be prepared for it? Because it could happen. Anything can happen. You get hit by a bus tomorrow in GTA. So I would shove whatever extra dry powder I have in below 100 if we got lucky. And if we don't, then fuck it. We're going higher. It's like a win-win. Can't lose.
How are you allocated right now? Like, what percentage are you, of your port is risk on?
I very recently had a liquidity event, so it's changed things like quite literally for me. Where before this liquidity event, I would say more than half of my net worth is in Bitcoin, liquid net worth. Now that's changed because my liquid net worth has grown a little bit. So I've bought more Bitcoin with some of that money. Like, I bought at, like 112 or something at the start, like around early September. I'm still pretty risk on in terms of Bitcoin and equities. I'm not like a big altcoin guy. I have some ETH, I have some Sol. I aped into some like BNB. Like, I bought a little bit of Cake today.
Dude, I'm Cake!
Yeah, like Cake looks like it could double.
Oh, Maine? I've been talking about Cake
yeah.
all day.
Yeah, like.
Really?
Oh yeah, it looks good. The chart looks really good, and if it's a little BNB season that we're having here, CZ is like the most diabolical evil genius on the planet. And, like, if you need evidence of that, just go look at the BNB chart. Like, it doesn't go down. Like, it doesn't go down. So I'm always willing to gamble a little on BNB. You just got to be careful, obviously, when you're easy. But yeah, I like Cake. I like BNB. Looks really good. So yeah, I'm still pretty fucking risk on. Like, I'm not looking to exit the markets yet. I think Q4 is going to be bullish. I've been saying this a long time.
I can't believe you just said that, man. That's awesome. I'll come back to it. Okay, I have like a real like life question for you.
Hit me with it.
I think you've been. I don't know how much money you have. I think you've been up for a while though. Like, you've done well in crypto. But what do you do? What's like the first thing you do after a huge liquidity event? Like, what do you have to break
Nothing.
down?
Nothing. In my opinion, I think if you have a huge liquidity event, yeah, you can buy yourself something. Sure, you want to give yourself a little, like maybe you get a nice little car, you get a nice little watch. But the vast majority of that money, like let's say you make like $5 million, $10 million, like I think you should like sit on it for at least 30 to 60 days, maybe longer. And okay, you don't want to hold dollars, you're losing your buying power. 30 to 60 days is not the end of the fucking world, okay? Because one, you don't want to do something stupid and impulsive. I've seen people like rip out crazy bands from crypto, and then they're like, oh, my financial advisor or my buddy told me to buy, like, invest in this thing, and all of a sudden, all that hard work, maybe you've locked that money up now, maybe you put it in something that doesn't do well. So I think like a 30-day minimum period of just like revel in it. Be like, okay, like, I did this. This money is real now.
Yo, can we do
Whether
can we
or not
do
you're taking it
can we
out of
do
crypto,
Discord?
I don't care. Just like enjoy it for a minute. You know what I mean?
We can
So
go
I
I
mute.
thought
think
we were
the
gonna be in
first
here
thing you
for
should
for
do,
searching.
We can
depending
leave
on
it
the
in here.
size of the
Why don't we
come
leave
up,
us muted in here?
you
Why don't
gotta
we be
take
in the
care of
Discord?
Your family. I think that's very important. You know, take care of your mom. I don't want to see you pushing a fucking Lamborghini and wearing up if your mom's got a job, bro. You know, so I think a lot of these crypto guys and influencer guys, it's like they're living this Miami lifestyle and stuff. It's like, but your mom works? That's crazy. Couldn't fit that into your $7K a month budget, I guess. But so yeah, take care of your family, enjoy yourself. But yeah, definitely buy yourself something. Like when I closed the deal with Kraken, first thing I did is I bought my business.
No,
partner a
this
watch.
is much worse than on
And I bought
Telegram.
I bought myself a little
What
nice
is?
little watch, nothing crazy, something light.
I'm hearing a lot of your echoing.
RN6702. I won't say the price, but people can look it up.
I was about to ask the sticker on that. We'll look it up after.
Carbon
Chat,
fiber.
chat, someone remember that. I'm gonna ask at the end of the stream. What was that called? We'll look it up.
Okay,
Cool.
that's much
We
better.
had to get that.
Oh
out of
no,
the
wait,
way.
you're
I was
muted here.
just curious.
All right,
Whichever way you want to mute here.
I feel
unmute, whatever.
you're good now, right?
some prosper
You're good
coming my
now?
way in the immediate future. But okay, on the topic of
Yeah.
the public trading stuff, I mean they're killing Ansem right now for this. He's
Okay, so
killed. And
yo, I just made this all chats,
No,
all
you know,
this
one thing I
page, and
respect
what
about
we need to surface
Ansem
to the top of this.
call is that most people, most of these like traders
Here, I'll kind
on
of like.
CT, they hedge everything, and so they'll like bear post, but it's like a weak bear post, and they'll mix in a IDK though at the end.
So
or
all
they'll
chats
mix
and
in
all this, we need to
a
like.
post, and then whichever direction we go, they will just act like that they're positioning the whole way, and you forget because you're not like I'm not like following every single tweet from every single account. It's too much to track. I respect the Ansem call because he was very like it was. I'm bearish. It was not. I don't IDK though. It was not. I'll flip. It was. I am bearish as fuck. And then Gut says we're topped is I mean he knew that was gonna go super viral, but he's since at least seemingly flipped pretty bullish. He's posting 600K.
Yeah. Listen.
Is it dull? And does it make it harder to flip and position correctly after you're publicly like wrong, even if it's low time frame wrong?
So, a couple of things on that. One, the reason I know Ansem trades is because he has the ability to have a call, a pure directional call. Like, we're doing this. This is my bias. And then he knows where that idea is wrong. Like, you don't have a trading plan if you don't know where that plan's wrong. Like, let's say you're bullish right now. You're like, Bitcoin just made all-time high yesterday. We're going up. Where are you flipping bearish? Like, what if bit price goes back to 100? Are you going to hold it? Like, are you still bullish at 100? maybe not, right? Like, where's that idea wrong? His idea was invalidated above all-time high, right? So you need to be the biggest cheerleader, and you need to have the maximum amount of confidence in your trade idea, but you need to have the willingness to flip that bias immediately if you have new information. Price can only go up or down, right? So if you think it's going to go down and it goes up, you don't want to be crypto capo, where you're just like so bear pilled you can't realize, like, oh shit, I was wrong. You're going to do more damage to yourself holding on to some bias, some trade idea for perception of the public than you will by just taking the lick and moving on, right? So that's point number one. I think there's a lot to dig in here. I won't go too crazy. Number one, if you guys, the audience, like, I know it's fun to dunk on people, of course, right?
What?
But if you're not making directional calls, you have no business
We need
calling
to.
out someone
I just
who
wrote
does
it.
and gets
We
one
need to
wrong.
look through all
Like,
listen channels, mainly
suck
listen
my
channels, to
dick
determine what
in real life, not even in
the
Minecraft.
most important
Like,
ways.
you're not making a real
It's
call.
it's
Like, fuck
basically
you. Who are you?
the
Like, I
algorithm
at least
is
have the
this.
balls to put
The
my
algorithm
position out
is
there. What are you
what's the
doing?
algorithm?
I'm putting money
The
behind my
algorithm
position too. So guess what? If I get it wrong,
is
I'm taking
figure
the L,
out
right? You're
how
probably not even
to
doing anything. You're
get
probably bull
messages
posting and you don't even
across
own any
to the
crypto. Like, you're on the
most amount of
sidelines.
people
There's a reason people like me, Ansem,
and
Donald, Kobe, GCR, all these big
add new
accounts
people to the list.
post less and less and less and less and less. Some of these guys you might be like,
The
"Who
context
fuck is
database.
GCR? Who's Kobe?" You don't even know, because they get tired of it, right? Like, eventually, like, I don't want to deal with Twitter's such a negative place. So, like,
reach out to purposely.
you guys are making. You guys are part of the reason some accounts
also how to
because they're like, I don't want to do it anymore.
break down the
Like, I
list.
don't care. So, like, if you're one of those guys
And
who's
decide
constantly,
who-
like, in the comments, like, talking shit about people, like,
which
one day
of
Ansem's
our
gonna stop
accounts
posting, and that will
is
be a sad day
going
for Twitter, whether you like them or not.
to
So I
send
think
messages there.
one thing you guys, as well as
So
you traders,
there's
do
also
not
external-
hold yourself to the
there's,
standard of what the
external
internet says. Like,
chats,
if you're
right?
wanting to post your stuff on Twitter, go for it. Like, if you're trying to build an audience, provide value,
And you can add
burst analysis,
external chats.
be confident in your calls, but don't change idea because, oh, I said I was long
You
on
can add
Twitter,
external chats.
but now I'm bearish, but I can't flip bearish because people on Twitter are going to call me a flip-flopper. Fuck them. Like, it's your money, right? So that's something I used
So
to
add
struggle
some
with
external
heavily. I'd
chats,
post an
get
idea,
more people.
would
We
comment,
need
I
more
would
people,
respond
like,
to every
right?
egg profile picture. Be like, no, fucking blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah. Like,
that's for sure.
it does not fucking matter. Twitter's
And
not
I've
a real
created.
place.
I'm
These
in the
people
back
aren't real.
strategizing, right? I'm in the back
if you provide good
strategizing.
value,
I
people
created.
will find you.
I
and
already created systems.
It's your money at the end of the day that you're
right,
risking, dude.
for
So,
us
like,
to
don't
be
let
able
some
to
retard
address
online
people, right, and people to use
sway
something that's
your
like loosely
decision.
tied to
And
me
Ansem is
to make
got,
this
like,
network
thick skin because
pay
the
us
some of
money.
the stuff he deals with is insane.
Damn, I hope he doesn't
Yes.
stop posting. That's my goat, bro.
Yeah,
That's my.
I mean, he
So
will.
yeah,
He will.
this is a chat, but this is something
all
that
will.
I
You
need to
will
help
one
with
day.
too.
Like, you know what I
So we
mean?
do have to be working a little bit of
You're-
I will
synchronicity.
never leave you guys in
Um,
the chat ever.
I'm still waiting on
You're
this
still
this
young,
list
bro, but,
that
like,
you're
there'll
supposed
come
to
a time
send
where you're
in,
like, okay,
to
like,
finish your task.
eventually
So
reward
go
is no longer there.
into
I still
that
get a lot
other
of joy
chat,
out
and
of
I've
helping people
separated
and, like,
it
teaching
already
and
for
Where
you.
is it?
educational
Where?
content. But
Go
like,
into
once
the
I got
WIT
a couple, like,
Adventures
kids and
dashboard.
shit, who
Hit
knows?
up here
Probably
where
gonna
you
wanna
were
teach them some
before.
shit, you know?
And I've already separated into here's people that I've reached out to already. Here's people that I
Yeah.
could not find either on
Okay, I remember you
uh,
had this video
the
a couple
you
months.
know,
I don't know, like a month.
beeper.
and a half
There's a
ago,
lot.
And
or
it's basically like introduction to the market, and you said if we do
I don't know.
make a real
Where-
all-time
where-
high,
where-
we're gonna get this.
Okay.
I'm on the WIT Avengers dashboard.
Everybody dreams about.
Fantastic.
Like,
Do you see this? Do you see how the context
like,
is
I think
separated
we
by
all-
study
top
reached
10
out
ATH
and then
by,
not
like,
reached out?
$100,
And I was still working on
then
reaching
all the way
out to
back
some of
down,
these
and
people
then-
down here.
Study
Kinda
reached
but
out.
here's
Where is this? Where is
all-
this?
already-
We didn't exactly like blow it off the top. But
It literally right in the beginning, right here. You see this context
how
database? See this WIT tiers?
Okay, WIT tiers.
It's
on that alt season
let me
timeline
see your
right now.
screen here.
Bitcoin kind of looks lame right
Yes,
now.
right there.
It's
See
looking
how
like
it says
one of those
30.
three
So all
drives
that check,
where it's
that
like a
check there,
weak-ass
I've
all-time
already
high,
reached out to
it's
these
just like
people.
a
I'm just
wick.
waiting on.
I like
Which is
10
why I'm
NFT
saying
buyer. I like
sub
that.
100K is
I like
not
that in
off
the
the
new WIT
table,
tier. I like that
and that's a
to
gift
transfers
if
over.
Yeah, I
flow.
think those people definitely need to be
But I am
rewarded.
very confident looking
So
how some of these
let's-
altcoins look.
We're
And the fact that
I'm
I
just
don't
leaving the
think
old
Bitcoin
wits here as
is done
data, but
yet, that
you
are
should
going to
quiet
get
that down.
that
That's
rally.
that's
Listen,
fine.
my
That's
dream
just so that
scenario
you
is
should- Now,
Bitcoin
these are the people I
Study
have not
reached out.
to.
Okay, and what is the
and
reach
boost
out
to,
been?
like the low 100s.
So Study reached
It has
out
been
to, like,
texting people
95.
either on
Everyone
my
shits
account
their
or on
pants,
Study
and then
Nakamoto's account.
within
To do what?
2 to 3 weeks after
to
that,
get the
it's
remainder of
trading
the
at like
information that we do not
140.
have.
That would be my
Okay,
dream
so Study
scenario.
reached
It might
out
not happen.
to
This
get
pullback might be more shallow.
contact
But I do believe we're
/
getting close.
wallet information.
And I do think we're gonna have
Yeah.
that alt season within the next like 3 to 6 months, probably
All right,
less.
so good. I like this page. This is good. Here's
Of what
page.
happened
With
with
this,
gold right
you
now.
should make a new database,
Dude, I mean, what
the
the
end of the
fuck?
world.
We have
What the
no.
fuck?
a new view.
This
You should
is
make a new
happening.
view for this.
This
It's
is
the
the
end of
new
the world.
view. Yeah, this is the view.
This is the debate.
This is the brand new
trade,
view
right?
that I
Like,
have that
you
I'm
wanna
working on,
hold
so that we have
anything but
old and then
dollars right
new.
now,
That way
seemingly.
we can separate things because
Well, if this is
A
our
lot of
dashboard,
S&P
the
is, like,
WIT
on this
tiers
crazy
dashboard
riff.
should be
Everyone's talking
focused
about
on
the
tiers.
S&P is up so much.
It's
Like, the
incorrectly
S&P
named.
is underperforming.
That's what I'm saying.
that's just
It's
what
not
it.
going
That's
up
how it's
versus
organized
anything
here
except
because
for,
there's
like,
the
the
people
US
that
dollar
we need to
and, like,
still
the
put
Canadian
into
dollar.
tiers,
Like, it's kind of flat versus
and
the euro.
then
Oh, you
get
haven't
the
put them
rest
in
of
tiers
the
yet?
rest.
Versus gold.
No,
It's
see the
down
WIT
versus
tier. There's some
Bitcoin.
people that already
Um,
have a
the
tier,
dollar
and then there's a
is
lot of
getting
people who
smoked,
don't.
and so it's this kind of like very nasty debasement
So
play
that's
going
what
on
we're
where you,
doing.
the average
you know.
person, are losing
Based
buying
on what
power
these
in your
people
dollars.
are
You don't
going to
hold
do,
crypto or gold, so those
and
are
based
gonna
on
be
how
more
these
expensive
people
to
can
buy,
help promote
and
WIT,
inflation is
we
railing you.
have them from
So it's
the old
to
tier.
me, what's
into the new
happening
tier.
right now is
Because some of these people definitely
big financial reset.
Um,
That's why I'm still of the belief in like the 4-year
Don't have a
cycle.
big
Like
deal.
I think we're in a mega bull market blow off top
Hello.
phase. Whether that ends in 6 months or a year, I think 2026, 2027 are ugly, and the middle class is going to erode. The gap between the rich and the poor is going to get even fucking wider. I think things get very ugly.
This is a pretty solid list, I'm not gonna lie.
We're seeing this because we're seeing like
yeah, I
this
would have
flight
liked to lock in
out
on
of
this
dollars into
earlier
these,
today
like,
that we
non-bearer
could
assets.
get
So
more of these
it
done
is worrisome.
knocked out.
I hate the permanent underclass.
No, but I need a signees.
hate,
I need a
like,
signees
I feel
for
like
this
it's
list.
Right, we
I don't
we can add
really
a
want.
signer.
There are a lot of people that I don't want anyone reaching out to
Have you
except for
looked
me.
at how much houses
Right,
cost?
that's perfectly
So it's
fine.
it's
so we
it's
can
an
add,
assignee thing. So
Dude, my brother's a
yeah.
teacher.
Let's
So
add it.
if you
want to
add
house,
like a
he's a
temporary
teacher, he
column
makes,
for
you know,
who the best
120
contact
a
is.
year.
you're gonna
It's not
we're gonna
bad
change
money.
this. So this is gonna
I
be.
remember when I was
So
in
this is gonna.
Private school?
no, right? I mean, that's Canadian. I don't know. Maybe it's
Right,
different
right.
in
You
the
can
US,
change
but,
that to be like
and he's been doing
who
it for a
is the best
handful of
point of
years.
contact.
But like, I remember when I was in high school making a
No, you're just gonna.
I might not.
Dude,
No, all
My
these.
brother will
You're
never
gonna.
be
We're
able
gonna
to
do
afford a house
this
on his own.
because you did all these, right?
there's this
Like,
there's
yeah.
this guy Eric Thomas.
Yeah, because we have two pieces of information that we need
and I grew up
that
on
make
Eric
our lives
Thomas's
easier, and we can
one-
get rid of this column after this is
one
done.
speech. It's like 16 years old, and the intro of the speech is like, if you want to make 6 figures, you can't just be talking about you want to make 6 figures. I remember
So,
growing
Yeah,
up.
that,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
bro,
Like some of
I'm
these
gonna
can be
make fucking
temporary. Like that
6
study reached out.
figs
That's a
one day.
temporary
Like, I wanna
column.
make- I
Okay,
wanna
yeah,
make
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
6
That
figures.
we don't.
Well, actually,
need
we
after
can.
this is done.
Yeah,
Dude, 6 figures
they go
is
together. They
nothing
do. They
in
go.
a major
They
city.
go together.
Right, right.
Like,
But
it's
I'm saying after
nothing.
this
And
whole
so,
exercise is done.
As much as like the permanent under, like
holy
I
shit.
Yeah,
believe
it
in it
gets-
because
it
like
can
there
go.
are. I mean, this can get very deep, man.
Yeah,
if you're
I
looking
was
into,
never
like, maybe
planning
what they're
on, like,
doing with immigration to take all of the
permanently
low-skilled work,
altering
the
this
factor
database
that
for
AI
things
is
like
coming. There is a world where it's
Not
like,
really
if you
a,
don't have some bread,
necessity.
the next
in my
few
opinion.
decades are not going to be good for you. It's going to be very hard for you to survive. And I think we're in a bubble in crypto where if you talk to the average person, they are not having a good time right now. Like,
We do
I
live
went to
in
the
a
hockey
I wonder.
game
You're
yesterday,
probably good
basketball
for
game
hitting a
yesterday, bro.
mafia.
2 beers
TBH.
and a popcorn, $60.
No.
Probably. I
Yes.
haven't talked to him in a while, but
Like, what
I'll
is
be able
that,
to
bro?
reach out
And
to
like,
him.
I've
And then
done
if
very well.
I don't get a
I look
response,
at a
I'll just
house
message
and I'm
him
like,
on study.
that's
or,
all you get
something
for
else.
like $5 million. Like, it's a
You know,
nice
so that's,
house, but I'm like,
that's fine.
in my mind, a $5 million home should be like a fucking giga
And then
mansion.
once I guess we have
And then it's like,
everybody
okay,
here
and then you want to
set up, because like a lot of these people that are down here, I didn't reach out to. I have no idea who they are.
Watches. Like, I know 10 million is absolutely enough to retire. I'm not trying to say that, but what I am saying
Some
is,
of
like,
them
if
though,
you
I
would've got
was
a
able to
couple
piece together
$100,000
some some
bucks.
new information.
I don't think that
So I
goes
looked at
people
Instagram.
think.
I looked to see if they had a link tree, and
In
if
the
they
real
did,
world,
that was
right? Like,
fantastic. I
most
added
people
their
would
X, I
kill.
added their
And this is a reason for some of you guys
Discord,
here.
added
It's
their
like, if
whatever
you
they
made
had.
$500,000 or $1 million, you're
And then
like,
for
oh,
some
well,
of them, I
bull
just
market's
searched,
not
especially
over.
for
I better, I'm
Telegram,
not
because
taking
that I
profit
wanted
yet,
to get a
'cause
comprehensive
I might
list.
be $2 million. It's like
If they have the same name
500K is a lot of money.
and the same profile picture
It's not-
on
it's
Telegram
not
as they
nothing.
do
And, like,
a
you got,
username
a lot of
on
us are just
Discord or
desensitized
X
from what
or
the average person
anything.
going
I
through.
added that in.
And so I'm not trying
Do
to
you
say
wanna
you're
do
running
Desert
out of
Daddy?
time,
That
but
one seems like a
I
tough
do
one.
think if you don't have a good way to
We have
make
no
money
contact
yet,
information for him.
Victoria's Secret.
it could be harder.
So
Okay, this
very
is-
sexy.
Someone said,
Five
what camera
nine.
effect is made using that makes his
Online,
neck look
on
super
Amazon.
wide?
Is that the secret?
You also look mad, like, you look in good shape, and
And
your face is, like, thin and
Look
shit.
what next.
Oh no, your boy's been in the gym.
This is,
Da
okay,
Vinci?
this is part of the reason, though, that I flipped into, like, a
Guys,
permanent
okay.
bowl.
It's
Especially
Da
after you
Vinci.
started
Max,
telling
who
me,
is
like,
this?
I
Hang
sort
on,
of
I gotta get
flipped
on.
10,
My friend
10
Gigi, who's
Oh, what's up?
my house.
I sort of flipped into
Yeah.
Oh, Givenchy,
I'm
Paris. I have no
amazed,
idea who that is.
for
You know, I'm not
I like doing it though. I'm
fully
like,
subscribed
I'm
to the,
probably
like,
like
dollars
OCD or
it's worth
something.
list.
I'm
Or
like,
get on
I
disc,
don't
get
go
on
there
get
yet,
on
but
cam.
That's
I
honestly a
definitely
really
do drink some of the
a good
Kool-Aid
thing
on
to
Wish I
have.
could
You know?
Sell it
hear.
for what?
Oh, you
I've
can.
gotten there a little bit, like sell to buy
Oh,
what?
sweet.
And I've acquired
Oh,
a
you put it on there.
unknown
I
amount of
can hear
BTC
you
that
now.
I just don't think
All right, hey, hey.
price I could ever sell it. 'Cause
Yo.
it is, yeah, this gold chart is like scary. And also, I'll say this is
We're locking in here.
is,
Always
I
locked
had to
in.
do this
Always.
video
Yep.
shoot.
And
Absolutely.
You know, whenever
But
I
I had-
come
there was an
and hang
actor in
out
the
with my
house,
friend Max,
and
I'm just
I
like,
want, one of the
because
shots
I
had a
invest
chart
too,
in it,
but
and
I'm
we had, I
really
think,
bad
about
at
100
keeping
pulled up.
track of it.
And
My
there's two of them. And they were, I was like
Trump,
overhearing
man,
a
with the tariffs?
conversation, and someone was like, "Is that a real chart?" And they're like, "No, no, no."
Like, my stocks
"Oh,
have
yeah,
been
it's a-
tanking
it's a-
all
it's a
year. I'm
screenshot.
like
Like,
broke
that's not a
now.
real chart." I'm like looking at this chart.
okay.
and I'm
Dude,
like, that is
there's
a
been so much
ridiculous
ridiculous
screenshot
since
I've
then,
ever
but
saw.
hey, the government
It's
shutdowns
like-
brought everything up, so at least that's a good
So-
thing.
Thank God. Hey, honest
I have a few
opinions
points.
on
I'll
Luigi
make them quick. So,
Mangione?
number
I'm
one, I
curious.
think life is way
Guys,
better
wait,
being a
let me
permanent
restart my
optimist,
computer
permanent
real quick. I'm
because
having
what's
an
the
issue.
alternative?
I'll be back.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Okay.
Like, no one wants to be a doomer. No one wants to be a doomer. Maybe the world's gonna end, but like, do you want to bet on that? Like, of course not.
Yeah. All right, I'm back.
All right, welcome back. No, I'm not. No, you just bridge.
I have a wallet.
I know you have a wallet, Davinci. That's fantastic. But you
have
just.
the address.
I know that, and I've noticed that you didn't bridge any into B&B yet.
You notice that it's empty. I see. Okay, well.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of insane. It's like, oh, I thought we told Da Vinci to bridge, but I guess he.
Yo,
he
mute
not
yourself
said it
in mute yourself in Discord.
Okay.
Nah, my wife got me ice cream. G. Sick little boy.
Boys. What is good? I love that the boys are active on a Wednesday. Do you know what activity on a Wednesday means?
Would it?
Well, yes, but also you study what it Wednesdays actually. But also, just FYI, when people are making money on the weekends, the money goes to the people who locked in on Wednesday. Study.
This is true.
Now, if you lock in on Thursday, your ability to buy the dip is decreased. If you locked in on Friday, you didn't buy Thursday, so you got cucked again. And then if you're buying on Saturday, God, pray for you, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You lock out during the weekend. You lock in during the work week.
Yep, because people are gonna get off their jobs and they're gonna be late. And the people that stayed vigilant and locked in and saw for opportunities when it was quiet, the calm before the storm always studies. Oh, Da Vinci, I had an interesting idea for you, bro.
What's up?
There seems to be a trading competition that has a 100K reward. Now, I don't know how we would do this, but Actually, I don't know if I would do it, but I was gonna say maybe I could we could loan you cash to play in the tournament, but I'm too afraid to do that.
No,
too
no,
afraid
no,
to be
no,
legal-
no.
to be
Da,
able to
Da
do it.
Vinci tells me the worst trades imaginable, and then I tell him not to take it, and then he takes it.
But I wonder if there's a situation where Da Vinci's just his volume can be so reward rich that his retarded trading doesn't even matter.
It would have to be. I don't know, man. I do not know.
I mean, Steph, shut the fuck up. Like, I listen to you. I thought you were way better than you are. Me and my AI analysis been cooking, okay?
Oh yeah. How's your long doing right now?
Let's see. I mean, I'm holding. I told you they should.
Yeah, I mean that's great. What's your P&L on it right now? Your UPNL?
Negative $10. I told you. G. It's all good.
Out of how much?
23.3, G.
Oh, that's not great. Sorry to hear that, Da Vinci.
I'm bullish on Bitcoin. What can I say?
A little too bullish at this current moment, but that's fine, honestly. I don't think that there's gonna be too much of a I honestly think you're gonna be fine. With
Yeah,
your,
I didn't
with
open
your
like the crazy. I opened only like what is it? A 38x. Cause you can't get crazy, dude. They're so good. I go watch them, and it's the way that they chop through the fucking leverages is like crazy. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure it's like an AI.
Yeah, it's definitely I don't know. All right, study. Got faxes info. Let's go.
Yo.
Yeah.
What going on?
Yo, Levy.
Vibing.
What up? Just got home from work.
We cooking.
Oh yeah, brother.
We cooking. Levy, yo, I low-key, you're the guy I need, bruh. Yo, Levy. This would be crazy. Okay, wait. Levy. We need to talk biz privately, but I could definitely see you being a monster help with this. Oh my god. Right now what we're doing is we're just getting everyone to reach out, like Steph is reaching out to everyone that's like wit coded or whatever. But also I just kind of want to just like eventually I want to just like market this shit in everyone's DM as much as possible from like one of the pages. I just like give you the login and like I give you some amount of bread to just log into the page and fucking and like you and Dane help me cook, you know what I mean? Like just by sending out like I don't know, the fucking flyer, relaunch flyer, whatever, like token, whatever.
Oh, you're doing it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good idea.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, I think. Like, shake it up.
Yeah, and
Shake
just
up
basically and basically use it as an opportunity to like get everyone back together.
Yeah, I think it's not too bad.
Like revitalization play, I think.
Dude, it's a major study, and it's gonna cook like drastically because like everyone knows that I just basically round trip $10 million, or they'll learn from this. But the study Nakamoto account, my alt, like it's a study. Like I'm gonna just like Steph has been behind there, just like sending messages, like it's a study.
Sick.
Dude, we should get a stream in with what's that girl's name?
What'd you say?
Cammy? Was it Cammy?
Oh yeah, Cam.
Yeah, she wants to fucking stream. She's dope. I put her in touch with Dane. I was like, yo, Dane, like set up an appointment for us to stream or set up a schedule. And then Molly will cook and shit. Like a bunch of baddies on the stream, low-key.
Yeah. If you want to do something.
Dude, let's run it up on Friday. Ooh, the mantle trade, bro. These are funny trades. Look at this volatility.
I'm taking a look at some of these. Dude, real world Asians? That's hilarious. But do I buy the one on BNB or do I buy the one on Solana?
Yo, you, yeah, Levy, basically, if there's anyone that you think is, like, has been supportive of WIT, also. You obviously, like, GOAT, but, like, Matt also gave me that free fuck. He's always just fucking supported the shit, bro. Matt is the GOAT.
Yeah. He came out last night. He's been coming out, bro. I haven't seen him this.
Bro, he's in founder mode. He's in founder mode. He's realizing he's realizing he's actually lost. He's lost the reason he's making money to his client. Like low key, like one of the reasons he's that guy is because he used to be outside. So he's starting to realize like he probably needs to be.
Well, he's not around. He's not around the girls that he was around that used to work for him anymore because now he has a different business model for his new showroom. It's basically just him now, just booking all these like big ass brands who want to use the showroom for like a actually long period of time, like a month and shit. It's not these like little one day pop ups that we used to do before with like 7 brands in there and penny like fucking nickel and diming like $500 booths and things like that. He's like he has time now that he's not always like with those girls and his employees, so he's trying to cook on like his other relationships and stuff. He's trying to like support me and like come out and more and be like, yeah. He's helping me with content too. He came to me.
Love that.
To a gig last week, and he like he was talking to me about like making those like videos like kind of like the day in the life TikTok videos where it's like, oh, like follow me tonight where I went here and then I did this. And he's like, bro, like this is like sick. Like we're at Chelsea living room, we're eating a steak dinner. You're like dapping up the managers, like you're gonna DJ here after we eat. And he just like kind of, I guess, took me out of my like mindset that I guess I'm in most of the time, where it's like, all right, this is just like what I'm doing. It's not, I'm not thinking of it as like potential content or like, you know, things that could be leveraged. So he like took a bunch of videos for me and came out again to Amroom a different day and took like videos of me, and he's like sending them to me. He's gonna help me kind of stitch them together and make content and stuff.
Are you studying, bro? Are you studying? Yo, and I feel like he's doing. I feel like he's doing that because partially like, and I don't even think that's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing. I don't know if I'm self-placed, but I definitely feel like me doing shitty content helps people come in there and be like, yo, I can do this way better than Max. Let me go film facts. Which is like probably like the best outcome, you know? Like, I'm not even, but like
you're not. I mean, I don't think you're making shitty content right now with the streams.
I think. I love
stream clips.
It's good. It's good, but bro, it's low effort. Let me tell you. Let me explain. It's low effort. I'm doing a million things at once, and I love shit.
Yeah,
I love shit posting. I love shit posting. Like I actually like. I believe shit posting should be like. I love what Bieber's doing. Like I love not fucking caring about fucking posts like everyone does. Like I'm a big proponent of that, but and I think that's the way to success, quite honestly. But you know, more so than trying to make everything perfect every time, which I think holds a lot of people back. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree for sure. I always think about that with branding in terms of.
It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable, bruh. Like you DJ on a good night or a bad night. It doesn't matter. It sucks every time, or it's good every time. You know, it's like what it is.
Well, it's more just kind of like how like like the individual is perceived like by the public. It's like a lot of people definitely try to control that.
Yeah, facts. I just tweeted. By the way, I just tweeted out the link to the group. So fuck it. Let's all repost it. Oh, that's dope. But you missed the cutoff. I've learned to give up on that shit. I think we just gotta recognize we're harder to get people now at this point, and then we don't really need to be filling out forms and shit. Like, I honestly, in most cases, I feel like we can push the situation to just go talk to whoever needs to be talked to, and they'll understand that they're like where people are busy. Cause like, I don't know, like, you don't have to be famous. Like you don't have to be famous to be like fucking back to back and not have to fill out these like normo person forms. I feel like to just fucking because they also just want a lot of applicants too. Like. Maybe I'm retarded. I'm just like spitballing about fucking like I'm getting good DMs from like people now, and I don't think they were aware of like my network or shit, but like I'm getting all these random DMs from like companies that have raised monstrous amounts of capital randomly because just because. Here, let's do it. Why is it not showing this? Oh, Notion? Like notes?
You like to like send to people like so people can write down their like social media info and stuff like that.
Oh, true, yeah. Bro, because I'm trying to enrich the people. I'm trying to figure out how to get lit really quick by giving everyone money. That's actually like kind of the inherent purpose of meme coins. Yeah, it's like the best marketing ever. Study. That's why meme coins will never go away, contrary to what people think. The entire study of making people money at a fast rate is an exciting fight. You just have to be a certain type of artist to get it through. Steph, do you want to help me run some mod stuff in my Twitch stream? Like the Discord, and we can actually add the TG. We can do a dollar sign exclamation point TG in my.
Ooh, oh my god. Everything's hella Asian.
Dude, left. Dude, this guy joined and left. So funny. I actually don't. I think it's probably gonna cook, but like, I don't know. Yo, can you... Oh. Why is it echo? Why is it echoing? Yo, can we make some call?
Really, they're both now competing, and now Sora just kind of shed on Elon. I think really with the Sora too. So
That was for sure a deliberate jab because Elon has been saying he wanted to do something like revive Vine, and Sora did that. Elon said he was building Vine with AI, and Sora.
Exactly. Look at the template
Yeah.
of Sora too, right?
It looks very similar to TikTok, very similar to Vine. We didn't really have. It was more primitive than that as the UI went, but looks like an updated version of Vine for sure.
Interesting. Vine coded.
Kind of, but I do think that that's kind of bearish for Vine, unless they do call it Vine to nostalgia bring people in, like, oh, this is what you remember back in the day, but it really isn't gonna be.
We'll see.
We will see.
Personally, I just like the brand Vine is still such like a bullish brand. Like, I don't know.
It's definitely so iconic, but I feel like if it's not brought back, like in the next couple of months, it's going to like fall out of the cultural zeitgeist, to the kind of point where like MSN and AOL and AIM, you know, these kind of archaic technologies that are now evolved into something else. We'll look back at them fondly, but it's not something that I really want to use again because, like, if you remember AOL Instant Messenger, that was slow as hell. It was very clunky. You know, but people will still always have a nostalgia for it, just not a nostalgia that makes them want to use it again.
Personally, I think I would just use Vine if it came out. I'm just like
right, of course, and that's what I'm saying. If they call it Vine, see, from an outside perspective, because I am not an investor in the coin right now, is that I just don't see a reality where Elon doesn't rebrand it like X videos or XAI videos or, you know, something like that, Grok videos, you know, to kind of capture this thing where, oh yeah, you can make videos like Sora and post them, but we don't have all the restrictions that Sora does, you know?
No, yeah, no, I get that. No, in my mind, I'm just like, why wouldn't he want to use Vine? Why would he want to?
Right, because Vine is an iconic
Well,
thing.
you own the Vine coin, right? But
yeah, so it's a little bit of bag bias for sure.
There's TikTok. Why would anybody want to use Vine? 5-second clips that was cool when that was new, right? Now you can do 5-second clips on TikTok.
Well, that's what's fun about like kind of speculating about how, you know, history will change either way based on like when it comes out or if it comes out. But I think, I don't know. I think anything is possible, to be honest. I think it's extremely possible for the public to just gravitate towards it naturally because it used to be like the main one, but
right. But if it's going to be very different than from what it used to be, that's going to tarnish a lot of people's memories of it. And so I don't know if that's something that Elon Musk wants to do because it's iconic and it will bring people in, or because it's exciting like Sora. And I think that's kind of the branding that he will want to go with. Like, he bought Twitter. Twitter was extremely iconic, and he changed the name of Twitter to make it more like his style. So why would he not do that with Vine?
I haven't even like gone on Sora. Don't you need like a code or some shit to use it?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
why? The fuck?
I have no idea why they
Because
did it that way
they're
at the
testing
beginning.
it, and it probably takes a lot of fucking compute power.
Oh yeah,
They
of
can't
course.
just they can't just let every nigga just keep generating videos nonstop all day.
Oh, yeah,
Of course. Well, I'm pissed because I paid for it and I had to go get a code from somebody else.
How much you pay?
Yeah.
Hello.
I just
weird,
ChatGPT $20 a month. But honestly, Grok is getting so that I might cancel my ChatGPT subscription. I'm not quite ready to do that yet, but I'm getting pretty close.
I tried to use ChatGPT to create a logo for myself. But,
Bro, use Grok Imagine. It's fire.
Yeah, it wasn't doing.
Although ChatGPT's video image model might be, it potentially might be still really good. I don't know how I feel about prompting with Grok.
Yeah, I definitely like prompting, especially images with ChatGPT a lot better.
Bing is the best.
I haven't used Bing since like October last year, bro. Bing
Because
AI
you're
is
retarded.
crazy.
And listen, can I tell you why, Steph? You're retarded.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
pay $20 for ChatGPT when you could use
And
Bing
you
for free.
do the same things with Bing.
Well, Bing is basically paid GPT. All you got to do is get the app. Genius. And it has a better stable diffusion. so it's better for if you want to do like in-depth fucking, you know.
Oh
image
yeah, you know,
creation.
DaVinci, I have Stable Diffusion downloaded locally for free.
Oh, that's
that
nice.
I
That's
can
good.
use,
Then you're
yeah.
smart because I think Stable Diffusion is the best, probably better than
No,
Midjourney.
Stable Diffusion is definitely better than all of the other ones if you fine tune it to exactly what you need. But out of the box, worst one because you got to
Yeah,
go
you just have
looking
to know
for
how to prompt
Laura's,
it.
and the prompting structure is very different. I learned how to do that like 2 years ago, and so it's pretty easy for me to do. But it would be very confusing for someone who's only used ChatGPT or Grok.
Yeah, because you prompt it with like commas and shit. You don't prompt it with like sentences.
Right. You're basically giving it a bunch of tags and a bunch of different like attributes, and not necessarily like natural language like you do with the other ones.
Now you talk to a general. Can you please make me a business card?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
even
listen.
that, you have to be really specific with certain details or whatever of the
Right, it's
prompt.
always the more
Well,
specificity you
listen.
have, the closer it's going to be to what you're imagining in your head.
I'll tell you guys the trick to prompting. You use AI to prompt. So in order to make a prompt, you use AI to prompt. So you prompt for a prompt, and then you reprompt that prompt into the prompter bit, man. That's how you cook.
I used to use Midjourney for art and like fuck around with like art on it. The syntax was not terrible. It was like fine, but there was so many things like it was really like verbose to really get exactly what you're looking to make.
Right. Dude, I haven't used Midjourney in quite a while either.
Yeah, I mean like you definitely there has to be a way to like just get the best, most optimized like prompting style, like I don't know, for art.
Yeah, it definitely depends on your needs for sure, and then how comfortable you are with all of the rest of these. Because you can probably get a really good like image out of any of these models right now because they're so good, they're so comparable to each other. But the way you prompt that same kind of image is going to be different across each of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm thinking more like realism and like surrealism. Like if I want to make like big designs for like a flyer for like a Fax Machine logo, or I want to do like a cool image of like a city and like a landscape.
Yeah, man, look at that Dragon Master video. Look at that video. Jesus Christ.
DaVinci was prompting a bunch of stuff. What did you do for the sauce one, by the way? Did you just say make a viral meme coin? Or did you actually say, did you call it sauce? Did you say, hey, make a commercial for a sauce meme?
Called sauce, and it was supposed to be different. It was supposed to be the savory.
All right, yo.
30 seconds.
Yo. Okay, guys. So I just made a thing with Grok Imagine. Steph's already got a bunch of stuff, but if
oh, hold on, I'm getting a call from my brother. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, look at that compared to Sora. It looks crazy.
So let's use this to blow up the group, though. Let's use this kind of artwork to blow up the group. Let's just invite whoever, and then we'll just like kick them and charge later if we. But let's just invite everyone to the group and just have a harsh mod policy.
Yeah, I'm saying watch the Sora video I made of the Jesus coin. Steph getting bullied by Jewish people, and then he converts them by making them buy the Jesus coin.
Okay, that's great. But let's get people in the chat, bro. Let's fucking cook. I'm trying to lock in and make money for this weekend. So we're locked in on a Wednesday for a reason. I'm in that mode, bro. I see an opportunity. This is like that mode when I fucking pulled up on you and made 50K in that studio. That's the kind of mode I'm talking about. Lock in.
Yeah, and you should have taught me how to fucking leverage trade.
No. You should have stopped being a motherfucking. Nah, you should have just woke up and studied.
Crazy.
No, you're a grown man. You should have woke up and studied. You're a
so
fucking
crazy.
grown man, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't fucking wipe your ass too,
No,
bro.
I'm glad that I learned now.
What in tarnation, bro?
Friends and I help them.
You getting mad at me? You getting mad at me? You could
I'm not
have.
mad at you. I'm just
You could have
saying
copied me.
that's
You
the
could have.
first
You
thing
could have
has
done
to be-
everything I did.
Remember that time I was at your house and I made 50 bands and what? I didn't teach you to make a fucking dollar, my nigga, and buy weight. Like what are you talking about? I was at a bullish. We all eat. We all work together, right? You're telling me to invite niggas to your group? I was just at the doctor. I got fucking shots in my ass, nigga. How we making money? Show me. The fuck? I'm old. I'm cooking on AI, man. These Sora videos I can literally make a meme right now and block out like 100K. Oh, I thought that Jesus one was funny because Sora seems a little bit unhinged to let fucking a bunch of Jewish people bully Dragon Master.
Wait, what the fuck? On Dex it's saying all chains, it's literally just BNB coins. Like trending. It's only BNB coins.
Yeah, everybody went to China.
The first
And then,
until like
and then they're saying that like Binance dumped a bunch of Solana, so they're holding Solana down on purpose too.
oh shit. Damn, yeah.
And now all the trenches are trying to fucking compete with the Chinese.
Yo, the Binance scam? Wow, that is the craziest scam.
Yeah, I studied China, dude.
Just rugging mad Solana coins that they. It's crazy.
That's crazy. Someone predicted a Bitcoin all-time high full moon, and it fucking hit all-time high.
Did any of you guys hear like about any of these early BNB coins when this shit just came back?
Yeah.
Like the last few days.
Yeah. Dude, Mario was on it. Mario was on that shit.
So you guys were cooking on some of these like
I'm definitely up on some trades, but I didn't size in enough, and I've been doing a lot. But I definitely plan on taking advantage of this, and I think that there's an opportunity here that people are missing, without a doubt.
Yeah, these things are ripped. These things are ripped. It's crazy.
Study the fucking Chinese, bruh.
Pop. Did you guys cook on pop?
I think Pup is getting listed on Aster. I don't know how that plays out, but I think that they're dumping it tonight to pump it tomorrow. That is my guess. Could be wrong. Not financial advice. I have my tinfoil hat on for these Binance memes. I think that they'll pump. Like, this guy's a billionaire. What's it to him, bro? He doesn't really know about the trenches, bro. Do you really think he doesn't like? The thing with billionaires is, bro, they have no idea what it's like to be like the average consumer who has no money. Like, there's like they have no idea the outsized impact. It's like a completely different scale. So if he tries to buy any of these coins, do you think they really care, bro? They have so much fucking money. Bitcoin's at an all-time high. Like, you know, like his net worth increases every time. Alright, I just need to go through. Huh?
on the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyperfinancialization, I don't like the inflation. But then on the other hand,
is it going to be one big explosion of exponential debt spiral? Is that the way that plays out? I love that.
He's the maverick of modern finance, co-founder of BitMEX, former Wall Street trader turned crypto visionary, and one of the most influential voices in digital markets today. Known for his bold takes, deep macro insights, and unfiltered commentary, Arthur Hayes doesn't just predict the future of finance, he helps shape it.
I think it's really important for a lot of people.
Trump is
Going back to this is
Why?
to learn from the biggest guest, science at the tip of innovation.
Our goal is to help spread the collective knowledge of everyone in our community.
We are breaking crypto out of its echo chamber and taking it to the real world.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Have you seen 6-7?
No.
The meme?
No.
All right, so I initially saw 4-7. There's this Zoomer brain rot meme going on.
Okay.
It's 6-7, and it's like there's really no explanation behind it. It's really just a funny thing that like random kids are doing. And so that wasn't the intention behind the name 4-7 for your piece. Okay, all right. So after reading through, I realized that actually 4-7 is the best hand in presidential poker.
Yeah.
So maybe you could explain why this is the case. Why 4-7 is the best hand in president poker.
Yeah, in the United States, under the Federal Reserve, there's two boards that determine monetary policy. There's a Fed Board of Governors. There's 7 members on this board. Presidential appointees confirmed by the Senate, and simple majority wins. So you need 4 votes out of 7 to control that board. What does this board do? It controls the rate at which banks earn interest on their excess reserves. It controls who gets to lead the different 12 Fed district banks, and it also controls certain banking regulations. And so with control of this board, Trump can take control of the short end of the yield curve by doing some funky things with the rate at which interest is paid to banks. Be approved by the Board of Governors. And so if Trump controls this board with 4 votes, then he can essentially pack the FOMC with people who agree with his monetary policy. With the FOMC, you need 7 out of 12 votes to control that board, and it controls the rate at which the Fed either contracts or expands its balance sheet, called the System Open Market Account. And that's really the most important thing, and the Fed funds rate. Those are the 2 biggest things.
And the simple open market account, this is effectively the quantitative easing.
Yeah, the balance sheet.
Yeah, okay. And so by having 4 in the reserve, the governors, and 7 of the FOMC, you're effectively controlling the central bank.
Correct.
Okay. And so he can enact monetary policy to his wish, which and we understand his wishes is effectively to pump the brakes out of the market and win the midterm elections, to continue winning Wall Street, winning Main Street, and pushing his agenda.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you're writing through and learning and sort of understanding the situation that is unfolding at the present monetary policy level, and then you're starting to equate that to what it means for your bags, our bags, I think you put it quite succinctly in your piece: remain long as fuck. So how do you see the monetary policy once Trump has control of it? How do you see that shifting into the on-chain landscape? How do you see that affecting your bags and our bags?
Our bags perform well when there's more fiat created, and we have a small asset. It's fixed supply asset Bitcoin, and obviously there's other cryptos. Fixed supply asset, we have this gargantuan amount of fiat that has been created and will be created. The faster that goes, the more people run to Bitcoin and crypto. And so if everyone believes that, okay, Trump's got control, you listen to what Buffalo Bill Besson says on television and in the print, and he talks about how they want to revitalize America, and they want mortgage rates to come down, and everybody gets a house, everybody gets a car, everybody's got a good and a nice job, all these things, but no one pays any more taxes. So Now we have crypto, which has been the best performing asset class, Bitcoin, I'm talking about, in human history. When you talk about the amount of fiat that's been created since 2009. So, okay, I need to save some fiat. I need to buy some crypto. Hopefully, it goes up as there's more fiat created. I know that my salary is not going to go up as fast as dollars, yen, euro, yuan are printed, and that's sort of the game at the end of the day of what we're trying to do.
You previously had put out this piece on Hyperliquid, and there's a lot to get into with Hyperliquid, but specifically valuation heuristic for Hyperliquid based on the influx of stablecoins into the supply. And you said, look, Buffalo Bill Besant is poised to print $3 trillion, put $3 trillion into stablecoins, and that is going to equate to this 126x multiple of Hyperliquid because more stablecoins means more volume, means more revenue, means more buybacks. How do you, and so it's a lot of it's a lot of math to really walk through that. Do you think the issuance of stablecoins is going to lead and stay and work its way into DeFi? I guess that's really the question. Is what is the venue in which these stablecoins ultimately land, and which sectors of the on-chain economy are poised to be the most successful as a result of the influx of stablecoins?
Once you have a stablecoin and now you've got a dollar bank account, if you're not an American, now you got a dollar bank account. What do you do? Okay, well, I want to earn Fed 3, 4, 5%, whatever it ends up being. Okay, I've done that. Okay, cool. All right, so more inflation. Gotta do something else. All right, so what else can I do? Oh, there's this thing called Athena. It's an endogenous yield of crypto. It's usually about 2 to 3x, which you get in treasuries. Okay, cool. I can make it 10, 15%. All right, what's next? Oh, I want to go, buy coffee at 7-Eleven. Oh, we'll take your stable coin and we'll let you spend it offline and using EtherFi and other solutions. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm still broke as fuck. I'm making 10% on my money. That's great. I'm making better than the bank. I'm not getting depreciated like I was in Argentinian peso or something like that. I've done well. I need still to make more money. Okay, I'm going to speculate. So now I'm going to go to Hyperliquid or whoever the dominant dex is at the time, and I'm going to trade Dog with Hat, Pepe Coin, Bitcoin, whatever the fuck I want to trade. I'm going to speculate on everything with high leverage because it's the only way that I can escape this drudgery that is working for a fixed salary that doesn't increase as fast as the amount of money that's being printed. And so I think that's what, it's a very sad situation that the world is in, but this is where anyone who doesn't have financial assets finds themselves. Is okay, the only way out is to speculate, and now I have this new way of speculating that's outside of the stock market, which, is intrinsically rigged against me. You might say crypto's ready to get to as well, but I say that there's more opportunity to trade whatever you want, however you want, in the crypto space versus in the domestic stock markets around the world. And so now people can say, okay, I've got these stable coins, I literally just connect my wallet, and I have this whole, ecosystem in front of me where I can trade these things, I can lend these things, I can borrow against these things, do all these different things, and hopefully outpace this inflation that's being generated by the powers that be.
Let's just dig into Hyperliquid a little bit, and there's plenty more that we can talk about as well. So Hyperliquid, you were a big bull, big Jeff bull on Hyperliquid, ran up, you were part of that whole run, and then sold off, ran a lot of the Aster shenanigans that kind of started to pop up with CZ supporting Aster, and so I imagine made quite well on that trade. When you sold Hype, and you outlined why you did that with unlocks that are coming up. When you sold Hype, did you buy Aster?
No.
Okay. Do you see the rise of perps and perp dexes as competitive to Hype long term, or do you see? I guess just to make this a real simple question, will you buy back Hype?
We'll see how they perform against this low to no fee competition, and what is the multiple that the industry, the ecosystem is going to give on their future revenues, right? Because people love Hype because they know that Hype makes money and therefore they buy back your token. Well, I'm assuming that CZ is backing Aster. You tell me you're probably more Louise in this than I am. Let's assume
what is that noise, bro?
He's an advisor.
Why? Why would he do that, right? Well, Hyperliquid, the more successful Hyperliquid gets, the less successful Binance is.
Damn, you all right over there,
Binance makes so much money, and so they say, okay, well, you only exist because of your revenue back. So let me take your revenue to zero. See how, adamant your community is to use the solution versus mine that's zero fee. We're off the same product. There's not that much difference in the perp dex. Yeah, you could say the latency is this or that, but retail people don't give a fuck. I'll give you zero free. I'll give you a new shiny token to trade. B&B ecosystem. Look at what I've done to all these other shitcoins, regardless of whether they're value or not. And so, okay, hat over to you, Hyperliquid. What are you going to do now that you have no revenue anymore? What's the new thing that you're going to be able to charge somebody for when I'm just going to give this away for free? Because I don't care if Astro makes any money or not. I just want I want my Binance to stay very, very profitable. So I think, again, I don't know how or if they're going to overcome this. I just see that there's a North Star. There's going to be all these stable coins, there's going to be all these traders. Whoever's still around in the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to kill it. Just got to make it through this trough of making no money.
Right.
The wait is over. The Talis testnet is live. Evolution. Join now at testnet.talis.network. Hibachi. Provable. Trade perps with speed and security. Earn rewards. Visit hibachi.xyz. Trading on fire. The future runs on intelligence. Creativity, engineering, health, money, productivity. AI promised utopia, but delivered only hype. Black box models and zero accountability. With tons of tools claiming to be the best, how do you know what's real? Introducing Recall Find. Top models ranked by transparent reputation from researchers, users, and developers. Test AI skills, curate favorites, and compete to see what works. Don't guess what's good, recall it.
That reminds me of this concept called commoditize the complement. I forget the origin, but the essence of this is effectively, look, Binance, and to your point, CZ has this juggernaut in Binance. And so this competition coming from the DEX space, well, if you can make the DEX space really, really cheap, you would cut out Hyperliquid's legs from under him and protect his golden goose in Binance. And so that's effectively the strategy that it sounds like CZ is employing with Astro. Okay, so you also were running BitMEX, and so you have deep experience in the perp DEX space. Do you think where do you think this landscape is headed? As far as, do you generally see perpetuals as this 0 to 1? We're going to integrate into traditional finances. This is going to be one of the more, it already is in crypto, but one of the most popular venues to be trading and have price discovery.
I think because traders want leverage, and in traditional finance, it's very difficult to get high leverage. I'm not a big trader in TradFi, but listening to people talk about I think in the U.S. there's something called a pattern day trader. You trade too much, your brokers, your pattern, they shut you off, right? So you do these different things. You're not breaking any laws or anything. You get less access to leverage. And around the world, certain regulators don't like you to have leverage. So then you're forced to do these zero-day options and all these other funky strategies, which are essentially, you're just handing value to the market makers and to the large banks because the product that you really want is it's a very highly leveraged, what we call the Delta One. So you make 1% in your money, there's a 1% move in the price of the asset. You just want to have leverage with that. So the perpetual is this perfect way where the exchange can operate these socialized loss mechanisms. The customer understands that at a certain price, I might not get the full payout because the exchange doesn't have enough money to cover all the leverage bets they have. I accept that as a cost, but in return, I get this instrument that lets me bet with high amounts of leverage on anything that I want to trade.
Okay.
And I think that is revolutionary for a retail trader versus what's in TradFi, which you don't separated for various reasons. And that's why I think it's a 0 to 1 moment. Okay, retail gets what they want. They want highly leveraged trading. They don't want to trade 0-day options and all this other funky stuff. They just want plain vanilla. Give me a futures contract, Delta One exposure, and give me high leverage. And this perpetual thing makes a lot of sense because it looks like I'm trading on margin, and I understand margin trading.
Yeah, and generally we're encroaching on this hyper financialized world where more and more people are taking control of their own money, and they're also taking control of what they're doing with that money, not just saving it. They realize what you were describing with high inflation, and they're putting it to work, and they're trying to make more with their money. And so what you're saying, you're describing this world where people do this and they want leverage and they're continuing down this track. What do you, just in general, zooming out just for one moment, what do you think of this hyper financialized world? What do you think this is beneficial for society as a whole?
I think it's really shit for a lot of people, right? But I think on the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyper financialization, I don't like the inflation, but then they're apathetic politically. They show up and they vote for the same guys and gals who are fucking them every single election.
Say it with your chest. That's so funny, bro. So many people do that. They complain about the bills, and then they don't even know that they vote for the fucking retards that fucking make problems.
Because they are not keeping up with inflation. But on the
Real
other hand,
shit.
we have to take responsibility.
Real
We
shit.
as the people saying, okay, well, if we don't like this, then let's run all these people out of power, and let's have a new, more equitable system, which isn't based on inflating fiat assets.
I don't even know what that system would be. 'cause
I don't know what it is either, but
like you've talked about that is the only function of government is to print the money.
That's it.
You mentioned a couple other
That's the
projects
only
that
function
you've
of
invested
government,
in. Maelstrom,
print
Ether
the
5
money.
invested in on our fund.
True.
We also have seen the rise of other neobanks like Plasma. So when you're looking at the neobank category, do you think it's crowded? Do you think Ether coexist and do quite well together, or do you think this is a winner-take-all or winner-take-most market?
I mean, there's however many thousands of banks out there, so I don't think it's a winner-take-all market yet. I think there's lots of space to experiment in, like, with distribution methods, the type of products that you want to offer, the type of customer service that you want to offer, which segment of society are you going after. So it's an open field right now, and I think there's going to be a lot of successful companies in this space because this is the first time in which it's able to run a profitable crypto neobank where I can actually spend my money offline.
To the point you made earlier, there's plenty of functions that these neobanks can now tap into, all for that retail audience. I want to kind of circle back to one of the original points about the 4-7, Trump cooking the Fed, literally with Lisa Cook. And you kind of walked through how, in order to get 4 is going to pave the way to 7, but ultimately you need 4, and you have 2 out of the 4 that dissented in this last meeting, and then you have one that undesigned. And so now it's kind of all down to Lisa Cook. And if she is removed, then it paves the way for Trump to introduce the 4th out of this 7. So you have outlined this growth of stablecoins and how that translates to higher crypto asset prices in the long run. 2027, I heard you talking on stage, and 2028, there's lots of things that are expected. But thinking a little bit more about the near term, what do you think is the timeline for Lisa Cook to get cooked and for Trump to take control of monetary policy in the U.S.?
I think it's before the end of the year. I think the pressure will intensify on her. I think I don't know the timeline. I think there's a Supreme Court decision of whether or not she has to resign in advance case that she has to, assuming the DOJ charges her with mortgage or some sort of bank fraud.
Okay.
Right? So I don't know when that decision is. I think it's imminent, but I imagine that there is a political calculus, and at some point, whether she's guilty or innocent is irrelevant at this point. This is all politics. What is she going to get promised in the back end to sort of step down and exit stage left?
And so once that happens, and once Trump has 4 out of 7, and then ultimately he can put 7 out of 12 on the FOMC, you outlined, look, there's things like lowering the interest on banking reserves. There's things with the discount window. There's things with deregulation. What is the path? Like, what do you think is the domino effect for each of those things to take place? And is there a timeline, or can Trump sign an executive order? How do these things get enacted once he has control of the Federal Board of Governors and the FOMC?
So in the 1940s, obviously, the U.S. entered a war. Pretty much overnight, the Fed said, okay, we're going to lower rates to 0.3% on the T-bill. We're going to cap rate to 2.5%. So again, a politician can declare exigent circumstances for whatever reason, right? And so there's so many things that Trump and Bessa could use as an excuse for America being at risk. The Fed is justified in combining with the Treasury and fixing the money supply and doing all these things, right? So, whatever war they want to pull out of their hat or whatever crisis they want to create, they're politicians. This is what they do. So I don't think it's that difficult. You can see the votes, and then it's just a rubber stamp.
And so what they're going to do is they're going to steepen the yield curve. And so steepening the yield curve is going to bring the near end down. And would it push the long tail of the yield curve up as well?
It's a bull steepening. So yes, the yield curve steepens, but every rate declines from where it is currently.
I see. And so they're going to do that in order for some of the regional banks to start to deploy more money and loans into the heart of of America. They're going to prioritize Main Street over Wall Street, effectively. And so once they start to move credit and credit creation and economic growth out of the hands of the Fed and banks, that is where the money supply is going to stem from. Is it going to take longer for money to ultimately make its way through the supply and ultimately land itself in into the hands of hard assets? Or I guess what I'm asking here is, like, when money's moving through the system, and right now it's being printed at the Fed, that's kind of this one scenario. The other scenario is getting printed at regional banks. How do those two different scenarios, how does money move differently in those two scenarios?
So with the Fed, money moves basically through the large money center banks to financial players or large corporates, right, who have access to institutional corporate debt markets, or a private equity firm who has the ability to borrow to lever up an existing cash flow stream. So no new cash flow stream are created. I just have access to credit from the Fed and the banking system, and therefore I'm going to lever up an existing cash flow stream. So no one new gets hired, no new economic growth, nothing like that. So the money multiplier is very, very low. The average person. But in this situation, I call it QE for poor people, when a regional bank is lending to a SME or an industrial firm, right? They're creating this new loan, creates a new business. They're going to build a new factory or start a new product line. They need to hire more workers. Those workers get paid. Those payments go into the banking system. And so the money multiplier is ultimately higher. Nominal GDP grows faster, and obviously inflation grows along with it. And so you get a faster expansion in the money supply. You get a faster expansion in economic growth, and you get a faster acceleration of inflation, and that's what drives assets higher. And so, but from the government perspective, their debt to GDP declines,
right,
which is what it did from 2020 to 2022 when Trump and Biden did this policy for a little bit.
Blockchain shortcuts, templates, and widgets launch without friction for builders by builders. Visit enso.build. Relay, low fees, multi-chain at your fingertips, instant multi-chain payments. Choose any token on any chain. 75 plus networks supported, more than 5 million users, 8 billion plus volume processed, 70 million plus transactions, fast, reliable, everywhere. Start swapping today, only on Relay.
And this is effectively the Ray Dalio and I think Besson as well have put this 3-3-3 model out there, where they want to get debt to GDP down to 3%. They want to get GDP increase but to 3% or more, which I think is already there. And then they want to get there was one other 3%.
Oil or something, I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
What's your take on, do you think this is ultimately healthy for the American economy to be going and doing yield curve control and putting more lifeblood into the heart of America and more into these regional banks? Is this ultimately healthy for the American empire, or do you think they're just perpetuating the system?
Asian countries who've run a similar sort of policy, the real after savings earnings of the savers who put their money in the domestic banking system vastly underperform the growth in the economy. And so, that's why you have the central banks with trillions of dollars of quote unquote savings. That's the wealth of the people that they didn't allow them to spend. And so, depends on where you fall on this sort of the common good versus the individual and all those sort of philosophical points of whether you think this is a good thing or a bad thing.
I see. And this, I wanted to also cover something that you put at the very beginning of your, which was Buffalo Bill Besson's plan to reindustrialize America and attempt to forestall the inevitable decline of Pax Americana from a quasi-empire into a purely powerful nation state is nothing new. The inevitable decline of Pax Americana is something that caught my attention. Why do you think it's inevitable, the decline of the American empire?
Because it's based on a gross imbalance, right? If you look at Germany and France, essentially were political creations of the United States after World War II, who have grown extremely wealthy by being able to export their goods that were financed by America initially, not anymore, back to the American market, but American firms cannot sell their goods.
The following is a conversation with
And trade.
On the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyperfinancialization, I don't like the inflation. But then on the other hand,
is it going to be one big explosion of exponential debt spiral? Is that the way that this plays out?
It just is math.
I love math.
He's the maverick of modern finance, co-founder of BitMEX, former Wall Street trader turned crypto visionary, and one of the most influential voices in digital markets today. Known for his bold takes, deep macro insights, and unfiltered commentary, Arthur Hayes doesn't just predict the future of finance, he helps shape it.
I think it's really for a lot of people, right?
Welcome back to The Roll Up.
This is your home to learn from the biggest guests, the brightest minds at the tip of innovation.
Our goal is to help spread the collective knowledge of everyone in our community.
We are breaking crypto out of its echo chamber and taking it to the real world.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy it.
Have you seen 6-7?
No.
The meme?
No.
All right, so I initially saw 4-7. There's this Zoomer brain rot meme going on.
Okay.
It's 6-7. and it's like there's really no explanation behind it. It's really just a funny thing that like random kids are doing. And so that wasn't the intention behind the name 4-7 for your piece. Okay, all right. So after reading through, I realized that actually 4-7 is the best hand in presidential poker.
Yeah.
So maybe you could explain why this is the case. Why 4-7 is the best hand in president poker.
Yeah, for in the United States, the Federal Reserve, there's two boards that determine monetary policy. There's a Fed Board of Governors. There's 7 members on this board. All are presidential appointees confirmed by the Senate, and simple majority wins. So you need 4 votes out of 7 to control that board. What does this board do? It controls the rate at which banks earn interest on their excess reserves. It controls who gets to lead the different 12 Fed district banks, and it also controls certain banking regulations. And so with control of this board, Trump can take control of the short end of the yield curve by doing some funky things with the rate at which interest is paid to banks and the discount window. He could also have influence on the other 7 members of the Federal Open Market Committee in every year that ended in 1 and a 5. So 2026 in February, all 12 district bank presidents are up for re-election. The person who the bank boards elect must be approved by the Board of Governors. And so if Trump controls this board with 4 votes, then he can essentially pack the FOMC with people who agree with his monetary policy. With the FOMC, you need 7 out of 12 votes to control that board. And it controls the rate at which the Fed either contracts or expands its balance sheet, called the System Open Market Account. And that's really the most important thing that the Fed funds rate. Those are the 2 biggest things.
And the simple open market account, this is effectively the quantitative easing.
Yeah, the balance sheet.
Yeah, okay. And so by having 4 in the reserve, the governors, and 7 of the FOMC, you're effectively controlling the central bank.
Correct.
Okay. And so he can enact monetary policy to his wish, which we understand his wishes is effectively to pump the brakes out of the market and win the midterm elections, to continue winning Wall Street, winning Main Street, and pushing his agenda.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you're writing through and learning and sort of understanding the situation that is unfolding at the presidential level and the monetary policy level, and then you're starting to equate that to what it means for your bags, our bags. I think you put it quite succinctly in your piece: remain long as fuck. So how do you see the monetary policy once Trump has control of it? How do you see that shifting into the on-chain landscape? How do you see that affecting your bags and our bags?
Our bags perform well when there's more fiat created. And we have a small asset. It's fixed supply asset, Bitcoin, and obviously there's other cryptos. Fixed supply asset, we have this gargantuan amount of fiat that has been created and will be created. The faster that goes, the more people run to Bitcoin and crypto. And so if everyone believes that, okay, Trump's got control, you listen to what Buffalo Bill Besson says on television and in the print, and he talks about how they want to revitalize America and they want mortgage rates to come down, and everybody gets a house, everybody gets a car, everybody's got a good, nice job, all these things, but no one pays any more taxes. So everybody's got this new amazing life that they didn't have to pay for because there's magic money coming out of the sky, provided by the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury. Then our job as investors is, okay, well, we know that if you earn a salary, you're fucked, right? You're just going to not make ends meet. So then what do we have to do? We have to find a way to get some sort of financial asset. And previously it was like gold and stocks, right? Before crypto. Now we have crypto, which has been the best performing asset class, Bitcoin, I'm talking about, in human history. When you talk about the amount of fiat that's been created since 2009. So, okay, I need to save some fiat. I need to buy some crypto. Hopefully it goes up as there's more fiat created. I know that my salary is not going to go up as fast as dollars, yen, euro, yuan are printed, and that's sort of the game at the end of the day of what we're trying to do.
You previously had put out this piece on Hyperliquid, and there's a lot to get into with Hyperliquid, but specifically you laid out a valuation heuristic for Hyperliquid based on the influx of stablecoins into the supply, and you said, look, Buffalo Bill Besson poised to print $3 trillion, put $3 trillion into stablecoins, and that is going to equate to this 126x multiple of Hyperliquid, because more stablecoins means more volume, means more revenue, means more buybacks. How do you, and So it's a lot of it's a lot of math to really walk through that. Do you think the issuance of stablecoins is going to lead and stay and work its way into DeFi? I guess that's really the question: is what is the venue in which these stablecoins ultimately land, and which sectors of the on-chain economy are poised to be the most successful as a result of the influx of stablecoins?
Once you have a stablecoin and now you've got a dollar bank account, if you're not an American, now you got a dollar bank account. What do you do? Okay, well, I want to earn Fed funds, whatever it is, 3, 4, 5%, whatever it ends up being. Okay, I've done that. Okay, cool. All right, so more inflation. Gotta do something else. All right, so what else can I do? Oh, there's this thing called Athena. It's an endogenous yield like crypto. It's usually about 2 to 3x, which you get in treasuries. Okay, cool. I can make it 10, 15%. All right, what's next? Oh, I want to go, buy coffee at 7-Eleven. Oh, we'll take your stable coin and we'll let you spend it offline and using EtherFi and other solutions. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm still broke as fuck. I make it 10% of my money. That's great. I'm making better than the bank. I'm not getting depreciated like I was in Argentinian peso or something like that. I've done well. I need still to make more money. Okay, I'm gonna speculate. So now I'm going to go to Hyperliquid or whoever the dominant DEX is at the time, and I'm gonna trade, I don't know, Dog with Hat, Pepe Coin, Bitcoin, whatever the fuck I want to trade. I'm gonna speculate on everything with high leverage because it's the only way that I can escape this drudgery that is working for a fixed salary that doesn't increase as fast as the amount of money that's being printed. And so I think that's what, this very sad situation that the world is in, but this is where anyone who doesn't have financial assets finds himself is, okay, the only way out is to speculate. And now I have this new way of speculating that's outside of the stock market, which, is intrinsically rigged against me. You might say crypto's rigged against you as well, but I say that there's more opportunity to trade whatever you want, however you want, in the crypto space versus in the domestic stock markets around the world. And so now people can say, okay, I've got these stable coins. I literally just connect my wallet, and now I have this whole ecosystem in front of me where I can trade these things, I can lend these things, I can borrow against these things, I can do all these different things, and hopefully outpace this inflation that's being generated by the powers that be.
Let's just dig into Hyperliquid a little bit, and there's plenty more that we can talk about as well. So Hyperliquid, you were a big bull, big Jeff Bull on Hyperliquid, ran up, you were part of that whole run, and then sold off, and actually front ran a lot of the Aster shenanigans that kind of started to pop up with CZ supporting Aster, and so I imagine made quite well on that trade. When you sold Hype, and you outlined why you did that with unlocks that are coming up. When you sold Hype, did you buy Aster?
No.
Okay. Do you see the rise of perps and perp dexes as competitive to Hype long term, or do you see, I guess, just to make this a real simple question, will you buy back Hype?
We'll see how they perform against this low to no fee competition, and what is the multiple that the industry, the ecosystem is going to give on their future revenues, right? Because people love Hype because they know that Hype makes money and therefore they buy back their token. Well, I'm assuming that CZ is backing Aster. You tell me, you're probably more Louise on this than I am. Let's assume he is, right?
Yeah, he's an advisor.
Why? Why would he do that, right? Well, Hyperliquid, the more successful Hyperliquid gets, the less successful Binance is. So Binance makes so much money, and so they say, okay, well, you only exist because you give 97% of your revenue back. So let me take your revenue to zero. See how adamant your community is to use this solution versus mine is zero fee. We're offering the same product. It's not like there's not that much difference in the perp dex. Yeah, you can say the latency is this or that, but retail people won't give a fuck. I give you Zia free. I give you a new shiny token to trade in the BNB ecosystem. Look at what I've done to all these other shitcoins, regardless of whether they're value or not.
The following is a conversation
How
with
over
Pavel
you, Hyperliquid.
Durov,
What are you going to do now that
founder
you have no
and
revenue?
CEO of Telegram,
What's the new thing that
a
you're going to
messaging platform
charge
actively
somebody
used
for when
by
I'm
over
just gonna
1
give this away
billion people?
free? Because I don't care.
Pavel
if Aster
has
makes any
spent
money
his
or not.
life
I just
fighting
want
for
you-
freedom of
I want my
speech,
Binance
building
to stay
tools that
very, very
protect
powerful.
human
So I
communication
think,
from
again,
surveillance
I don't know
and censorship.
how or if they're going to overcome this.
For this,
I just
he
see
has
that there's a
faced
North
pressure
Star. There's going to be
from
these
some of the
stablecoins,
most
there'll be these
powerful
traders.
governments
Whoever's
and
still around in the
organizations
next
on Earth.
2 to 3 years.
In the face of
You're
this
gonna
immense
kill it.
pressure,
You just got to make
is
it through this trough of making no money.
Right.
The wait is over. The Talis testnet is live. Be part of the revolution. Join now at testnet.talis.network. Hibachi. Provable. Trade perps with speed and security. Earn rewards. Visit hibachi.xyz. Trading on fire. The future runs on intelligence. Creativity, engineering, health. money, productivity. AI promised utopia, but delivered only hype. Black box models and zero accountability. With tons of tools claiming to be the best, how do you know what's real? Introducing Recall Farm. Top models ranked by transparent reputation from researchers, users, and developers. Test AI skills, curate favorites, and compete to see what works. Don't guess what's good. Recall it.
That reminds me of this concept called commoditize and complement. I forget the origin, but the essence of this is effectively, look, Binance and to your point, TZ has this juggernaut in Binance, and so he sees this competition coming from the DEX space. Well, if you can make the DEX space really cheap, you effectively cut out Hyperliquid's legs from under him and protect his golden goose in Binance. And so that's effectively the strategy that it sounds like CZ is employing with Aster.
And he just rugged the last week,
okay,
and
so
I lost like 15K.
You also
that doesn't sound great. I mean,
running
how is it?
and so you have deep experience in the perp tech space. Do you think where do you think this landscape is headed, as far as? Do you generally see perpetuals as this 0 to 1? We're going to integrate into traditional finances. This is going to be one of the more it already is in crypto, but one of the most popular venues to be trading and have price discovery?
I think because traders want leverage, and in traditional finance, it's very difficult to get high leverage. I'm not a big trader in TradFi, but listening to people talk about I think in the US there's something called a pattern day trader. You trade too much, your brokers, you're pattern day traders, they shut you off, right?
Okay.
So you do all these different things. You're not breaking any laws or anything. You get less access to leverage, and around the world, certain regulators don't like you to have leverage. So then you're forced to do these like 0-day options and all these other funky strategies, which are essentially, you're just handing value to the market makers and to the large banks, because the product that you really want is it's a very highly leveraged, what we call the delta one. So like you make 1% in your money, there's a 1% move in the price of the asset. You just want to have leverage of that. So the perpetual is this perfect way where the exchange can operate these socialized loss mechanisms. The customer understands that at a certain price, I might not get the full payout because the exchange doesn't have enough money to cover all the levered bets they have. I accept that as a cost, but in return, I get this instrument that lets me bet with high amounts of leverage on anything that I want to trade.
Okay.
And I think that is revolutionary for a retail trader versus what's in TradFi, which this isn't the way it's operated for various reasons, and that's why I think it's a 0 to 1 moment. Okay, retail gets what they want. They want highly leveraged trading. They don't want to trade 0-day options and all this other funky stuff. They just want plain vanilla. Give me a futures contract, delta 1 exposure, and give me high leverage. And this perpetual thing makes a lot of sense because it looks like I'm trading on margin, and I understand margin trading.
Yeah, and generally we're encroaching on this hyper financialized world where more and more people are taking control of their own money, and they're also taking control of what they're doing with that money, not just saving it. They realize what you were describing with high inflation, and they're putting it to work, and they're trying to make more with their money. And so what you're saying, you're describing this world where people do this and they want leverage and they're continuing down this track. What do you, just in general, zooming out just for one moment, what do you think of this hyper financialized world? What do you think this is beneficial for society as a whole?
I think it's really shit for a lot of people, right? But I think on the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyper-financialization, I don't like the inflation. But then on the other hand, they're apathetic politically. They show up and they vote for the same guys and gals who are fucking them every single election. Or they support a particular authoritarian leader or whatever it is that is operating in a fractionalized system. So, on one hand, it's not really great that everyone's turned into a speculator because their salary is not keeping up with inflation. But on the other hand, you have to take responsibility, we as the people, saying, okay, well, if we don't like this, then let's run all these people out of power and let's have a new, more equitable system which isn't based on inflating fiat assets.
I don't even know what that system would be.
I don't know what it is either. But
like you've talked about that is the only function of government, is to print the money.
That's it.
You mentioned a couple other projects that you've invested in at Maelstrom. EtherFi we've also invested in on our fund. We also have seen the rise of other neobanks like Plasma. So when you're looking at the neobank category, do you think it's crowded? Do you think EtherFi and Plasma, can these all coexist and do quite well together? Or do you think this is a winner-take-all or winner-take-most market?
I mean, there's however many thousands of banks out there, so I don't think it's a winner-take-all market yet. Okay. I think there's lots of space to experiment and with distribution methods, the type of products that you want to offer, the type of customer service that you want to offer, which segment of society are you going after. So it's an open field right now, and I think there's going to be a lot of successful companies in this space because this is the first time in which it's able to run a profitable crypto neobank where I can actually spend my money offline.
To the point you made earlier, there's plenty of functions that these neobanks can now tap into, and they can offer that retail audience. I want to kind of circle back to one of the original points about the 4-7, Trump cooking the Fed, literally with Lisa Cook. And you kind of walked through how, in order to get 4 is going to pave the way to 7. But ultimately, you need 4, and you have 2 out of the 4 that dissented in this last meeting, and then you have 1 that unexpectedly resigned, and so now it's kind of all down to Lisa Cook, and if she is removed, then it paves the way for Trump to introduce the 4th out of this 7. So you have outlined this growth of stablecoins and how that translates to higher crypto asset prices in the long run. 2027, I heard you talking on stage, and 2028, there's lots of things that are expected. But thinking a little bit more about the near term, what do you think is the timeline for Lisa Cook to get cooked and for Trump to take control of monetary policy in the U.S.?
I think it's before the end of the year. I think the pressure will intensify on her. I think I don't know the timeline. I think there's a Supreme Court decision of whether or not she has to resign in advance of this court case that she has to fight, assuming the DOJ charges her with mortgage or some sort of bank fraud.
Okay.
Right? So I don't know when that decision is. I think it's imminent, but I imagine that there is a political calculus, and at some point, whether she's guilty or innocent is irrelevant at this point. This is all politics.
Yeah.
What is she going to get promised in the back end to sort of step down and exit stage left?
And so once that happens, and once Trump has 4 out of 7, and then ultimately he can put 7 out of 12 in the FOMC, you outlined, look, there's things like lowering the interest on banking reserves. There's things with the discount window. There's things with deregulation. What is the path? What do you think is the domino effect for each of those things to take place? And is there a timeline, or can Trump sign an executive order? How do these things get enacted once he has control of the Federal Board of Governors and the FOMC?
So in the 1940s, obviously, the U.S. entered a war. Pretty much overnight, the Fed said, okay, we're going to lower rates to 0.3% on the T-bill. We're going to cap rate to 2.5%. So again, a politician can declare exigent circumstances for whatever reason, right? And so there's so many things that Trump and Bessa could use as an excuse for America being at risk, and therefore the Fed is justified in combining with the Treasury and fixing the money supply and doing all these things, right? So, whatever war they want to pull out of their hat or whatever crisis they want to create, they're politicians. This is what they do. So I don't think it's that difficult. You can see the votes, and then it's just a rubber stamp.
And so what they're going to do is they're going to steepen the yield curve. And so steepening the yield curve is going to bring the near end down, and would it push the long tail of the yield curve up as well to make
it's a bull steepening? So yes, the yield curve steepens, but every rate declines from where it is currently.
I see. And so they're going to do that in order for some of the regional banks to start to deploy more money and loans into the heart of of America. They're going to prioritize Main Street over Wall Street, effectively. And so once they start to move credit and credit creation and economic growth out of the hands of the Fed and put it more into these regional banks, that is where the money supply is going to stem from. Is it going to take longer for money to ultimately make its way through the supply and ultimately land itself into the hands of hard assets? Or I guess what I'm asking here is, when money's moving through the system, and right now it's being printed at the Fed, that's kind of this one scenario. The other scenario is getting printed at regional banks. How do those two different scenarios, how does money move differently in those two scenarios?
So with the Fed, money moves basically through the large money center banks to financial players or large corporates, right, who have access to institutional corporate debt markets, or a private equity firm who has the ability to borrow to lever up an existing cash flow stream. So no new cash flow stream are created. I just have access to credit from the Fed and the banking system, and therefore I'm going to lever up an existing cash flow stream. So no one new gets hired, no new economic growth, nothing like that. So the money multiplier is very, very low. The average person doesn't receive any credit. But in this situation, I call it QE for poor people, when the regional bank is lending to a SME or an industrial firm, right? They're creating this new loan, creates a new business. They're going to build a new factory or start a new product line. They need to hire more workers. Those workers get paid. Those payments go into the banking system. And so the money multiplier is ultimately higher. Nominal GDP grows faster, and obviously inflation grows along with it. And so you get a faster expansion in the money supply. You get a faster expansion in economic growth, and you get a faster acceleration of inflation. And that's what drives, assets higher. And so, but from the government perspective, their debt to GDP declines, which is what it did from 2020 to 2022 when, Trump and Biden did this policy for a little bit.
Blockchain shortcuts, templates, and widgets launch without friction for builders by builders. Visit enso.build.
Relay, low fees, lightning speed, and the power of multi-chain at your fingertips. Instant multi-chain payments. Choose any token on any chain. 75 plus networks supported. More than 5 million users. 8 billion plus volume processed. 70 million plus transactions. Fast, reliable, everywhere. Start swapping today. Only on Relay.
And this is effectively the Ray Dalio and I think Besson as well have put this 3-3-3 model out there where they want to get debt to GDP down to 3%. They want to get GDP increase but to 3% or more, which I think is already there. And then they want to get there was one other 3%.
Oil or something, I remember.
Yeah. What's your take on, do you think this is ultimately healthy for the American economy to be going and doing yield curve control and putting more lifeblood into the heart of America and more into these regional banks? Is this ultimately healthy for the American empire, or do you think they're just perpetuating the system?
It depends on who you are, right? So if you are a person who's going to benefit financially, asset-wise, in this scenario, this is great for you, this situation. If you are someone whose salary is not going to keep up with the inflation that's generated by running the economy hot, then this is a terrible situation for you. So I guess it's, depends on who you are, what kind of assets that you have. But in general, if you take a look at China, some of the North Asian countries have run a similar sort of policy. The real after savings earnings of the savers who put their money in the domestic banking system vastly underperform the growth in the economy. And so, that's why you have the central banks with trillions of dollars of quote-unquote savings. That's the wealth of the people that they didn't allow them to spend. And so depends on where you fall in the sort of the common good versus the individual and all those sort of philosophical points of whether you think this is a good thing or a bad thing.
I see. And this, I wanted to also cover something that you put at the very beginning of your 4-7 piece, which was Buffalo Bill Besson's plan to reindustrialize America and attempt to forestall the inevitable decline of Pax Americana from a quasi-empire into a purely powerful nation state is nothing new. The inevitable decline of Pax Americana is something that caught my attention. Why do you think it's inevitable?
Yes.
The decline of the American empire?
Because it's based on a gross imbalance. Right? If you look at Germany and France, essentially were political creations of the United States after World War II who have grown extremely wealthy by being able to export their goods that were financed by America initially, not anymore, back to the American market, but American firms cannot sell their goods essentially in those markets. And so obviously
do that. That's like better. I really like but seriously, like I will pay for that.
It's going to change. So it's inevitable that the thing that made America great, which was everyone blew themselves up, and America had 50% of all manufacturing capacity and everyone wanted to own dollars back in the 1950s and 60s. That can't last forever if you've built up the rest of the world, and so now things have to reverse. So it just is math.
I love math. And so stablecoins as a way of broadening and burgeoning this dollar supremacy, is that not going to continue to bolster America? Like the dollar homogeny that they're spreading to people on the fringes of the world with stablecoins, in my mind, that would say, okay, well, we're going to continue to substantiate and entrench the U.S. dollar into the global financial world. It's going to essentially cement America's place in geopolitics. But you're saying, no, it's inevitable that they're going to just flip and become just another regular nation state. Why do you think stablecoins are not enough to cement America's place in the world?
When you have $35 trillion or whatever, $20 trillion of marketable debt, and you're not growing as fast as your interest payments, then mathematically you cannot escape that. I don't care how many stable coins you have. Like, great, de-dollarization was slowed, but you know, if I'm Saudi Arabia or China or Japan or Germany on a net basis, I don't really want to own a treasury. I want to own gold, or I want to invest back in my own country because I have to be accountable for my people for this change in the architecture of trade. Cool. It's great that you got a bunch of poor people around the world to have $1, and maybe it's a few trillion more, and they buy some T-bills. But they got to refinance it every 3 to 12 months. Like, it's not the end state that you want to be in. And especially if your debt load is growing faster than your economy, like exponential math doesn't give a fuck about anything else but exponential math.
Yeah. That is math. What is the mechanics of this deteriorization of America as it plays out? How do you see this playing out? Is it going to be one big explosion of exponential debt spiral? Is that the way that this plays out, or is it kind of a slow unwind of the American empire?
Really depends, but at the end of the day, we don't care as crypto holders because we know the math. We know that the debt load will go faster. And what did people do in history? Either they do some sort of debt jubilee, so the American political class could say, "Okay, we're just going to cancel all the debts. We're not going to pay back to foreigners. But we're not going to pay back people and asset holders as well."
Okay,
there's costs and benefits to doing that, or we're going to inflate away the debt, right? Run QE for poor people and get the debt to GDP down. That's what they did after World War II. That's also an option. So there's different paths, but at the end of the day, you don't want to own bonds. And if you have the ability, you want to be selling dollars and owning a hard asset like Bitcoin or gold.
Just on gold, right? So another financial engineering point here to escape this debt jubilee. We have a bunch of, hypothetically, supposedly, we have a bunch of gold sitting in Fort Knox that is still valued at like $9 or whatever.
$42.22.
$42.22. Why don't we revalue the gold to erase a lot of our debt?
So, I mean, I guess I read an article this morning, something like the market value of U.S. debt, assuming that it's there, something like $1 trillion. So, the Congress in the United States decided to revalue the gold to whatever it is, $3,800 an ounce. Then there would be $1 trillion deposited with the Treasury, and they could go do whatever the fuck they wanted to do with that money. So that's essentially a devaluation of the dollar. And obviously, you could imagine that there could be a lot of market stress because that's the United States government admitting that the dollar is not really worth this much money. And so if you own a Treasury bond, like a 10-year, 20-year Treasury, what happens to that market? Does the 10-year still trade at like 4.14% or whatever it is today, or does it trade up to like 10%? Or does it cause some market dislocation? So I think there's a lot of unknowns in terms of how the market, specifically the U.S. Treasury market, reacts to the emperor admitting they have no clothes, right? Which is what would happen if you did this massive devaluation. Yes, the Treasury gets this great one-time accounting gain of $1 trillion that they get to spend on different sorts of things, but it's the United States admitting that the dollar is not worth that much.
I see.
And so, again, who knows? Maybe nothing happens, maybe something happens. And I think that's what probably gives Bessent and Co. pause. This is probably the last option that they'd like to pursue in terms of what they would do with the market. And unfortunately, the United States doesn't mine that much gold. China mines lots of gold. They would love this to happen, right? Because the Chinese people have been loading up on gold since 2008. They're encouraged by the insurance companies, by the banks, to go instead of if you don't want property, you don't want stocks in China. Okay, you can buy some physical gold, and we're okay with that as a Chinese government because it's real wealth to us, and we believe that the United States at some point is going to have to admit that the dollar is a piece of trash and do some sort of massive devaluation, and that massively helps the yuan because the Chinese people have so much gold. So again, there's a lot of geopolitical market questions around doing this. So I think it's a last resort for them.
Got it. Okay. We only have a few minutes left, so I want to get into some of the more exciting things, the price predictions, right? The $3.4 million for one Bitcoin by 2028. So when we're increasing the amount of liquidity in the system, this is ultimately what gives way to this sort of prediction. 2028 is a long way away for a lot of people. You even put yourself out there when it comes to predictions more than really anyone else. So kudos for that. When you're thinking about this in more of the short term, how do you think we're going to get there? What do you think by the end of 25, 26, 27, ultimately to get to 3.4 million by 2028?
So I have no idea what the price is going to do in the short term. I mean, I think I have a $250,000 end of year price target.
Is that still your price target?
I think we could double going into the end of the year. My concern is, okay, well, from a political standpoint, a lot of this depends on Senate confirmation in the United States. And if you look at Stephen Moran, which is the most recent board governor confirmed by the Senate, it was by 1 vote. So it's very, very tight for Team Red Republicans to get their people through.
Team Red.
And so I am operating under the assumption that Team Red loses to Team Blue in November 2026, both the Senate and the House possibly.
Yeah, Mamdani is certainly giving us
Which
a
means
signal
that if Trump has anyone who needs to be approved on any of these supervisory or boards, it better happen before then. And so my thesis will be more validated if, obviously, Jerome Powell will be off the chairmanship in May of 2026. How do the elections go with these board governors and the district banks? Can he get Cook fired by that point? And so once he gets all these pieces in place, then I think it's going to be crazy. And that's time.
Okay.
Because then, obviously Besant's on board. Then you have the Fed. Now you have control of the banking regulations, so you can deregulate the banks. You have control of the mortgage market. So there's, I don't know the amount, but there's like something single digit or tens of trillions of dollars of home equity locked in American homes. And if you lower the rates, they're going to spend the money, especially if the federal government is underwriting these loans. So the housing market could be used to juice things even further. Again, you need control of certain agencies to be able to do this. I think by mid 2026, if we're going to get this money printing bonanza, Team Trump needs to have gotten all their people in place.
Yeah.
Because post then, I think it'd be very tough for them to, beat the Democrats just because people don't like him. Half the country hates Trump. And so what? The thing through the other direction.
Yep. That's the way the pendulum swings. What team are you on? We got Team Red Republicans, Team Blue Democrats.
I'm on Team Satoshi.
It's Team Satoshi. Let's go. Let's go. I'm on that team too. Let's go. All right. What else do you find most exciting in the space? Like you rip through these questions, which is great. I love having you on the show. It's always an absolute blast. What do you find most entertaining about the space, most exciting? Next time you come on, what do you want to talk? What's your next piece going to be about?
My next piece is going to be about France exiting the euro and a multi-trillion-dollar bailout by the ECB, and that's what I'll be speaking about in a few days at Toga 2049. So I am giddy with excitement that Europe is going to, I think, be able to unshackle themselves from the euro, because I think it's an abomination in terms of restricting the ability of the people to express themselves. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the ECB does to try to forestall this situation.
Okay, so France unshackles itself from the euro. The rest of the European Union is still beholden to the euro.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Okay.
But from our perspective as crypto, what do we know when something systemically happens? We know the central bank print. So the ECB has not restarted quantitative easing because Christine Lagarde wants to control all of these national governments. And so her thing is, I am in control. I'm an unelected bureaucrat in control of the central bank. But you need my money to keep your bond yields in check, to fund your national deficits. So you do what I say, and you elect who I want you to elect. So Marine Le Pen, you go to jail. We don't allow certain politicians to succeed in elections because, they would want more sovereignty for their state versus sovereignty to Brussels and Frankfurt. But France is broke. They're too big to fail, but too big to bail out. And so the French fiscal situation is such that I think it's going to force the ECB to print now or print later. Maybe the euro survives, maybe it doesn't. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. It's all Bitcoin doesn't give a fuck. But we know the ECB has to print so that they can survive. Because if France leaves and if Germany leaves the euro, there's no more euro. And no more euro, no more ECB. And all those motherfuckers don't have a job anymore. So they're going to be maximum Europe to keep their own power. And to do that, they're going to have to print money. And so, but France is the linchpin that's going to force them to come back to the table and restart QE and print trillions of euros to keep themselves in power, possibly.
Okay. And so as France has to, they have, wow. Arthur, you break my brain, dude.
You have to read the essay or come watch a token on stage.
Man. Okay. All right. So they're going to have to print. Otherwise, France is cooked, but they have to keep France. They don't want France to go anywhere, and they want to keep their own jobs. So they have to print in order to control.
That's my thesis.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. I'll read the piece when it comes out. Thanks so much, man. Absolute pleasure. Yeah. Yeah.
finally made it. Now let's go get that gold. I got a better idea.
The best investors see the bigger picture. That's why today, Blackstone is investing in the picks and shovels of tomorrow, like data centers and energy solutions,
We're gonna need more shovels!
delivering proven performance for 40 years. Blackstone.
What happened? Some bad people tried to hack me with sad affirmations.
Sad, Craig?
No. We're protected.
AT&T Dynamic Defense help protect us because small businesses need us.
So he's not sad. Guess we don't need these.
I think we do.
Jamie, we were talking about the fact that you have lent into technology over the last decade, billions of dollars invested across the business. When it comes to AI, which parts of the JP Morgan business are going to be most transformed by AI?
Yeah, so we've been doing AI since 2012. So people think it's like a new thing. Gen AI is kind of new, but not all of AI. We have 2,000 people doing it, spend $2 billion a year on it. It affects everything: risk, fraud, marketing, idea generation, customer service, and it's kind of the tip of the iceberg. And so we're deploying it. Every time we meet as a business, we ask, what are you doing in AI? What are you doing to serve your people? Why can you do better? What is somebody else doing? So we're freely deploying it, and safely. We have a lot of rules and regulations in place for our own data and how we use it, et cetera.
Is it having a material impact on revenues for JP Morgan? If not now, then when?
So we have shown that for $2 billion of expense, we have about $2 billion of benefit. Some we actually can do real detail. We did this, we reduced headcount, we saved this time and money, we reduced errors. Some you can't. It's just improved service, something like that. It's like almost worthless to say what's the NPV, but we know about $2 billion of actual cost saves. And like I said, I think it's the tip of the iceberg. We're getting better and better at it. We know how to do it. As the managers learn how to do it, they're asking more questions. Why can't it do X and why can't it do Y? And then I don't have my phone here, we have a suite, an LLM suite on internal data to do research and summarize reports and scan contracts and do things like that. 150,000 people a week use it. So it's quite productive.
More and more of your employees are using the agentic AI across JP Morgan.
Our own LLM, and agentic is just starting. But that will be deployed over time too. But it's also being used for coding. I mean, it's being used quite broadly now, and like I said, part of it is getting your mind working around how you're going to use this thing. And so our managers and leaders have to do it.
If you look out 5 years, are there more jobs in banking as a result of AI or fewer?
I think people shouldn't put their head in the sand. It is going to affect jobs. So think of every application, every service you do, you'll be using AI. Some to enhance it. Some of it'll be you doing the same job. You're doing a better job at it. There will be jobs that it eliminates. But you're better off being way ahead of the curve and retraining people. So we retrain and redeploy a lot of people. So for JP Morgan, if we're successful, we'll have more jobs. But there'll probably be less jobs in certain functions.
When you look at the spend on AI, infrastructure, chips, OpenAI, it's not making a profit. Loss-making, deals of about $1 trillion this year. The hyperscalers, the spend there. What is your reaction when you see those numbers crossing? Are you comfortable with that kind of spend on the infrastructure around AI?
It's a lot. I'm not sure it's all ever going to be totally spent. I think when you look at big tech, like tech that happens like this, and you go look at cars, you look at television, you look at internet, big money's got spent. There were a lot of losers, a lot of winners. In total, it was productive. So even take the internet bubble. Remember that blew up, and the amount of people. You and I can probably name 100 companies that were worth $50 billion and disappeared. But out of it came Facebook, YouTube, Google. So there will be real big companies, real big success. It will work in spite of the fact that not everyone who invests in it is going to have a great investment return.
And of course, those investments are part of what has powered this bull market in stocks. And on Sunday, it'll be 3 years of that bull market. Where do you think we are in that bull market? Is there any complacency there? Is it underpinned by rational factors? Is there more momentum?
Yeah, look, we're in a bull market. It's been clear. Asset prices are high. Credit spreads are low. Consumer's still okay. The consumer has jobs. Remember, jobs are what usually starts to force people to cut back and change things, and consumers spend less and companies cut back. So far, so good. There are a lot of issues out there that the economy's got to deal with, from all the geopolitical stuff. Maybe they'll sort out well. What's going to happen to inflation? I'm a little more nervous about inflation not coming down like people expect. That might be a surprise. On the other hand, there's a lot of spending. There's a lot of government. spending, which is inflationary too, by the way. And so, look, I don't know. I hope for the best, plan for the worst.
And you're not worried about a recession in 2026 for the US. You made that clear. at the top.
I think it could happen in 2026. I'm not worried about it as a different statement. We'll deal with it. We'll serve our clients. We'll navigate through it. A lot of us have been through them before. You don't wish it because certain people get hurt, but it could happen in 2026.
We're still, of course, in the US government shutdown.
But I do think there are positives. Like deregulation is a real positive, which also helps animal spirits as a positive. And in the one big beautiful bill, there's also more stimulus that has positives for the economy, but maybe negatives for inflation. So how it all sorts out, we'll see.
Markets are looking through the US government shutdown. Is there a period of time, if this shutdown continues, where markets start to wake up and become concerned?
I don't think so. Look, I don't like shutdowns. I think it's just a bad idea, and I don't care what the Democrats, Republicans say. It's a bad idea. It's not a way to run a railroad. I don't think it's critical. We've had, I forgot the number, 4 or 5 or 6. One of them went for 35 days. I'm not sure anyone really affected the economy and the market in a real way.
You mentioned inflation. You said you're a little bit more concerned about inflation than maybe some others. Markets pricing in about 100 basis points of cuts between now and this time next year from the Fed. Does that therefore seem reasonable to you, or markets are over their skis in pricing?
I think markets have to make a forecast. I want to point out that forecasts have almost always been wrong, and the Fed's been wrong too. So it isn't like their forecast is going to be accurate. If inflation goes up, starts ticking up for whatever reason, and it might, it's going to be hard to do 100 points. They might do some, and then they have the battle, the give and take of if unemployment starts going up, well, obviously they're going to do some. So we'll see.
You've long talked about geopolitics as being a risk factor. We're seeing gold at $4,000. We're seeing Bitcoin at record highs. The dollar, though, year to date, down about 8% on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. Are you seeing structural shifts out of the US dollar, and is that a sustained theme?
A little bit, but again, I wouldn't have heartburn over it. The dollar did well for a long time. If you own U.S. stocks, so foreigners own something like $35 trillion of U.S. stocks and bonds, and because the stock market's gone up, your allocation to the U.S. has gone up. I think it's perfectly reasonable for investment committees in Europe and around the world to cut back a little bit of their equity ownership. We've also seen people changing their hedge ratios and stuff like that. So it may just be a rational adjustment to, I don't expect a stronger dollar. The tariffs has this effect, but it's still, if you look at America, still the greatest place in the world to invest in the long term.
And deal making seems to be picking up. And of course, JP Morgan played a significant role in the takeover, the take private of EA, $20 billion in financing provided by JP Morgan. Is that a marker in the sand? Is that a one-off as a deal of that type, or is it a sign of more competition between, frankly, the banks and private credit?
Well, look, we're agnostic about private credit, so there may be competition or not. We want our customers to do what's in their interest. We offer both, and we did that whole deal in 11 days, and we didn't do it that way to make a point to private credit. If they said do it differently, we could have done it differently too. And so, but there's a lot of merger talk. There's a lot of firepower. There's a lot of tech. We had a bunch of IPOs in the U.S. I know there's only been a handful here. The tech world is still doing quite well. The 800 companies here. I think it was 400 last year. We have 500 bankers coming the innovation economy globally around the world, including we've added like 50 alone here. So, look, I'm a long-term optimist. I do think asset prices are high, credit spreads are low, and you should take that in consideration how you think about the future.
When we talk about credit and you talk about debt, I'm thinking of some data, in fact, that JP Morgan put out on auto loans. Biggest losses in the most recent months, I think since March of 2020. Is that idiosyncratic to auto loans in the US, or are you seeing other weak links being stressed?
I think, there were one or two frauds, which I won't go through, but in general, consumer credit was so good, it's basically, most of that's just normalizing. For both credit card, but subprime order is a little bit worse than normalizing. It doesn't look like it's getting worse from here, but it might. But a lot of that, if you look at the history of credit for consumers, it's employment. It's when employment or home prices go way down, which we don't maybe not expect, that drives credit.
The administration is talking about possibly changing the requirement around quarterly.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Wix.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up their competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to market their company, as well as finding the campaigns which are driving the best results. Let's imagine you have a generative AI startup that helps people write copy for different social posts. You want to go on here and list all of your different competitors. This will then help you understand which of your competitors are actually performing well. Now, we want to click here to understand which of the channels are sending the most traffic to their website, and then here to look at which platform is working best regarding their content strategy. If we want to look at which specific campaigns that were running at specific times had the best results, we can do this by changing the timeline to look for any peaks in the graph. They currently have a 7-day trial, so if you want to start strategizing, you can find it in the links below.
Earnings. And you've talked about this, you've written about this with Warren Buffett around the guidance part of earnings and quarterly guidance. Would you welcome a change like that? And would it mean a change at JP Morgan in terms of how often you update
I would welcome it. We still probably update investors quarterly with much less stuff, and we just be very transparent. I think the bigger problem wasn't just reporting quarterly, it was forecasting where CEOs get their back up against the wall, they have to meet these things, earnings, and they start doing dumb stuff to meet earnings, and that kind of public pressure. I think it's a smaller part of a much bigger problem. We've gone from 8,000 public companies in 1996 to like 4,000 today. And that, I'm not sure that's good. We drive companies out of it. We have cookie cutter governance. Some activists are good, but they're activists. There's litigation. There's cookie cutter compensation. There's very expensive listing. There's disclosure rules, which you've heard about them here. I mean, endless rules, and that it makes it hard for a small company to go public. So I think, and they're trying to do that here, have an active small company going public. That's what we all need, and create an equity culture, which Rachel Reeves was trying to do here, and I think they're doing a good job reducing regulations, trying to make it easier to do business, and reducing regulation in banks, but also in business in general. You want an active market, and we've kind of crushed it. And because the research laws and MiFID and disclosure requirements. So if I was a regulator, I would take a step back and look at the whole system and say, how can we improve it and make it safer? And look at it holistically as opposed to, just everything's like a one-off conversation.
I need to talk to you about some other changes that the Trump administration has taken. You are a champion of capitalism and free market capitalism. Yeah. So when you see stakes taken by the administration, or the US government, let's put it that way, in terms of Intel, golden share for US Steel, investments in a lithium mine producer, how does that sit with you?
Yeah. So the first thing is there are legitimate complaints around trade. So just take that first. Some are around just unfair trade. It's unfair to use, it's not just tariffs, it's surpluses, it's capital, it's quotas, it's just, it's the non-tariff barriers. And then there's national security related. So I think in national security, you have to take some special thing. I call it industrial policy, but it's got to be done right. It's got to come with permitting, no virtual signaling. And so, like the deal that was done for MP, I thought they did a very smart thing. They're giving MP, which we were part of banking, does rare earth magnets, because they're going to have a long-term contract with the government, it gives them a chance to survive, to get through it. They call it the Valley of Death. And they bought a piece they're going to do that. So I thought that was really well done. I'm not going to comment all of them. I think you have to be very careful when you get involved in that kind of stuff. Why are you doing it? What's the long-term benefit? And then, of course, if Democrats get in power, they're going to do even more of it. So I would be very cautious about how you go about that. I do think they need to do more. You cannot do certain things in the United States. You think a company's going to do it, they'll be bankrupt in 7 months. They either need free land, cheaper financing, and maybe the most important thing is long-term purchase agreements with defense or companies or something that gives them a real chance to build a business.
you touched on the fact, look, we're here in the UK. The Chancellor's here. She addressed the summit. She addressed the conference. She's making those changes. Is the UK doing enough? There are going to be potentially some changes when it comes to listings. They may be announced in the budget in November. Is enough being done to make the UK, to make London an attractive listing destination again?
Well, first of all, something here, it's a wonderful city. It's a melting pot. The brain power is extraordinary. And I'm talking about not just financial, but lawyers and technology, media. It's unbelievable. It's a huge benefit to UK, though I'm not sure the rest of the UK appreciates that much. And they're saying the right things. They're deregulating. It's not just banks, but business in general, reducing red tape. I call it blue tape now. They're reducing red tape, blue tape. They're trying to consolidate the pension and savings schemes, which I think is very smart. Have a little more of an equity risk culture. Not to lose money, but to take a little more risk. And maybe some of these tech companies here, I applaud everything they're doing. I know the public here doesn't applaud as much as I do, but they have to keep going.
H-1B visas in the US, talking about attracting talent. $100,000, is that a barrier to the US tech sector? Are you concerned about that?
No, I'm not. Again, I could harp on it. It's 600,000 employees. That's it. We have 160 million people working. And I do think, these things happen. I didn't like it when I first started. I still don't particularly like it, but you know what? It was being abused. We did the analysis and the work. It was not supposed to be to bring cheaper workers here to make more money for your company. It was meant to bring very talented people in you don't necessarily have for your company. And we may have made some mistakes, but let's just fix the system. I was with the president once, and he said more merit-based, more merit-based. In fact, I heard him say we should stamp a green card in every person in this country who went to university or advanced degrees and have them stay here and build their career here. That would be my belief. I want them to go back to that, not make it harder to be or make it easier for real merit-based.
You speak to the president every week?
No.
Okay.
I've spoken to him a couple of times.
Jamie Dimon, Chairman, CEO, JP Morgan. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it.
Big target for 2029, $10 billion of annual earnings. I think we have to start with a pretty broad question. Rates are coming down, economy's pretty decent. Let's just call financial conditions easy. Why are people coming to you instead of just issuing a bond in public markets?
I think if they come to us when they can't issue a bond in public markets. And can't is not that it's not open, it's that they want to do something that the public markets will not allow. Public markets over the past 2 decades have become very vanilla. Call it beta. If you want to do something unique, if you want to finance the next generation of infrastructure, you want to build a project, you want to build data centers, you want to build power, you want long dated, you want special features, that's just not available. You come to someone like us, and increasingly, private markets are offering really compelling solutions to investment grade borrowers.
Let's talk about some of those deals. AT&T, AB InBev, Intel recently. What's the common theme behind those 3 companies for you?
The common theme for us is excess return relative to the credit of the underlying borrower. The common theme for the issuer is they are achieving something they could not otherwise achieve. When we did AB InBev, some $6 billion years ago, everyone around us, our peer group, that was interesting. That was one-off in COVID. You'll never do another one, another investment-grade private deal. $100 billion later, we're still doing investment-grade private deals. And I see nothing but a long line of interesting borrowers and interesting situations, because think about what we're doing in the world today. We are building infrastructure. We are building and changing energy transition. We're just at the beginning of this, and we are building the next generation of data and power. Every one of those things is long dated. Many of them are complex financings. Some will go to the banking system. Some will go to public markets. But increasingly, for these more complicated financings and long dated financings, private market investment grade is where borrowers are coming.
There was a theme in Investor Day, and you've talked about this with me yourself privately. Global industrial renaissance. What are you talking about?
We're talking about just this massive need for capital. I mean, you can believe or not believe all the figures that are out there, but when you add up the amount of money that is needed for energy transition, the amount of money that is needed to fix our infrastructure, the amount of money that will be needed to build data centers and power to supply them, much less to connect and redo our power lines. You're talking about the amount of money that's been spent since the invention of fire, all with a backdrop of the U.S. government borrowing $2 trillion to finance itself on a current basis. This is not a question of will private markets grow. The question will be how much. Yes. Public markets will continue to play a really important role, banking system, really important role. But this tool, this notion of private investment grade, has really not been available to CFOs or others arranging financing, and increasingly it will be.
How labor intensive is this for you? And as you do more deals, do you get a benefit from that you are able to replicate things and use less and less people to scale up?
The scars of experience.
Yeah.
So these are all labor intensive, and that is actually what the competitive advantage is. The investment grade bond market became so efficient and so low cost that financial firms stopped allocating resources to it. There was just not any money in doing that. And so the market is very available, but it is very plain vanilla. Almost no one has built what we've built. When you look at employment at Apollo, the greatest group of employment, 4,000 people, some $8 billion that we've spent over the past 15 years, all goes to what we call origination. Now, not all of these originators are out calling on investment grade borrowers. Some are running other types of origination vehicles: aircraft finance, fleet finance, receivables finance, inventory finance, infrastructure finance. Increasingly, this is how America borrows.
Introduce Citi and a $25 billion partnership. What's behind that? Is that an acknowledgement from you that you've got more cash than you know what to do with?
I think it's an acknowledgement that origination, the control of the product, is actually what has value. And some of that origination we're going to build ourselves, and we've built more of it than any. But let's face it, a whole industry is short origination. To the extent we can find a meeting of the minds with Citi, that's fabulous. And I think the bigger theme here is the banking system, particularly one of the big four banks, is actually figuring out what we believe all along. We don't want what the bank wants. We don't want the bank's customer. We want the asset. The bank, we can't offer advice, M&A, derivatives, hedging, foreign exchange, payments, credit cards, or any other service. The bank wants to offer those things. The bank sometimes wants the loan, but more often than not does not want the loan.
Who do you think fielded the most calls that day when that was announced, that partnership? Was it Jane Fraser and Annoyed Asset Managers, or was it you and Annoyed Bankers?
From the comparing of notes last night, it was Jane.
It was Jane. Did you get the calls yourself from other banks?
We definitely got a few calls.
Do you get the sense that this is the beginning of something bigger? 25 billion is the number with Citi. Just give me an idea of what this looks like further down the line. Does it include other banks too?
I think it does. And now, I think it is difficult to serve lots of people in the same way with the same terms, but the Citi partnership is focused on a certain type of borrower. I think you'll see international partnerships. I think you'll see investment grade partnerships. I think you'll see infrastructure related partnerships. I do think that we are becoming a partner in some ways to the banking system rather than how it is portrayed in the press, which is, a fierce competition over everything.
This conversation so far has really been about how the financing of companies, particularly in this country, is changing, how the companies doing the financing is shifting, the emphasis being on private markets. Part of your vision is how investing is going to change as well. So let's spend some time on that. How is investing going to change? How do we think about public versus private now? And how do you hope we're going to think about it in years to come?
Look, for me, this is year 40. It's sometimes hard to believe I've been doing it this long, but we grew up thinking private was risky and public was safe. And probably 40 years ago, that was true. Private was 3 products: private equity, venture capital, and hedge funds, all 3 of which can be risky, but done the right way are excellent investments. And public was 8,000 public companies, diversified portfolios of stocks and bonds. Let's just say that's not how the world is today. The world that we see, private is safe and risky, and public is safe and risky. And if that's true, everything we know about portfolio management, the way we construct portfolios today, is going to change. Think of the typical investor. A very bland, I say a 3-flavor ice cream portfolio.
Sure.
Stocks, bonds, and a little bit of alternatives. Why? Well, because when something is risky, you put it in a small bucket called alternatives. You watch it carefully, and you demand high returns out of it. But if private is just another form, I think what you're going to see is the whole business of what I call replacement. Fixed income, which today means investment-grade public credit, I think is going to be investment-grade public and investment-grade private. 18 months from now, I do not believe investors will actually know the difference between investment-grade public and investment-grade private. It will not be the issuers, it will not be the size, it will not be the ratings, it will not even be the liquidity. Everything that exists in the public markets, repo, borrowing, market making, daily pricing, is coming to the private markets.
What is the total addressable market? What kind of numbers are we thinking about?
We're talking about massive marketplace. When we look at the entirety of our industry, the entirety of our industry has been built out of the alternative bucket of institutional investors. The fixed income bucket, which is the one I'm talking about now, is 50% larger than the alternative bucket and is mostly 100% private, or excuse me, public investment grade.
Equity, different to debt. Can you tell me how that's going to be transformed and whether some of the companies that typically would be going public are going to stay private? Whether we're going to see a big shift in capital markets over the next 5 years or so on that front?
Well, we're seeing it already. So this is a two-pronged answer, which is 8,000 public companies is now 4,000 public companies. Fewer than 100 companies go public every year, and more than 100 companies go private. There do not seem to be compelling reasons for companies to be public, particularly with what's happened on the investing side. So much of our market today is indexed and correlated. Think of passive now 60–70% of the overall marketplace. Active management, which historically has been the buying and selling of stocks, has really been a very, very difficult place to be, has failed to beat the index 90+% of the time for 20 years. I think we're going to see an evolution also take place in equity. It's going to happen more slowly. In fixed income, we are going to see fixed income replacement. Public and private essentially come together. And the reason I know that is we're seeing it every single day. And in fixed income, we have arbiters of credit quality, rating agencies, who tell investors that something public and something private is of the same quality. In equity, we lack those arbiters. But nonetheless, I think investors are beginning to understand when 10 stocks are 35 to 40% of your portfolio, and 4 stocks have determined all your returns for the past 4 years, and 1 stock has basically been 100% of your quarter. I mean, think of what we've done as a country. We've taken the largest pool of savings in the world, 401k, $12 to $13 trillion, from a group of people who need retirement savings more than ever. What do they own? They own daily liquid stock index funds, generally S&P, for 50 years. Why? Well, we have a mistaken belief that public is safe and private is risky. You look at the best retirement system anywhere in the Western world, in Australia, where they've introduced superannuation 40 years ago. Just a fancy way of saying is they gave the equivalent of 401k investors access to private markets. The returns have been nothing short of spectacular. Outcomes for investors can be not a little better, 50 and 60% better.
You know the view here. Public is transparent, and private is opaque. How do you change that view?
Well, I think it's going to happen in fixed income. I think when you get to daily pricing, when you get to daily liquidity, when you can see a market, but let's not fool ourselves. Markets are different than we think they are. Everything changed in 2008, as it should, as a response to the financial crisis, but we just did not experience as investors those changes because right after we changed the rules, we printed $8 trillion and everything went up and to the right. One of the most interesting things that changed, there is no liquidity in public fixed income. The stats I've seen, it takes 5 days to sell an investment-grade corporate bond. So when you see a quote, is that liquid? Well, we feel good because it's public, it's there, we can see it. I do think we're going to end up not caring in fixed income in the next 18 months as to whether something is public or private. The comfort that people are developing in private markets on the fixed income side, I believe will eventually extend to equity, and we will see equity also adopt private side by side with public. As I sometimes joke, investors will own equity that is private rather than private equity, the difference being the leverage.
You say we, you mean investors. Do regulators see it the same way?
I think they do. I mean, the conversation with regulators is actually a fascinating one because clearly change is scary. But the typical conversation is every dollar of borrowing that moves outside of the banking system to the investment marketplace. And let's face it, there are only two choices for regulators. Money in an economy can come from investors or from banks. There's no third choice. So every dollar that moves actually delevers the banking system and makes it safer. And people recoil in shock, and this is just math. A bank is levered 12 to 14 times. The typical institutional investor is levered 0. The typical mutual fund, levered 0. Typical BDC, levered 1.5 times. Typical retirement services company, levered 8 times. It is deleveraging. The second is disclosure. We think it's not transparent. The typical bank disclosure says loans to customers and loans to companies. You click on our website, you can see every security we own every quarter. Then you talk about maturity transformation. Maturity transformation is really where the economy has suffered and financial markets have suffered. Banks are in business to do maturity transformation. They borrow short in the form of deposits and lend long in the form of loans. That's not a bad thing. That's just how they're set up. In the investment marketplace, generally you're talking about investors who are matched from a maturity point of view. And the final thing that I always sit with regulators, what percentage of assets in the U.S. banking system are investment grade? They don't know. We have a perception that they're all investment grade, but the reality is about 60% of bank assets are investment grade. You look at a balance sheet like ours, and just as an example, we're 90+% investment grade. And so it's change, but it is actually change that is making the system more robust and more diversified. And we, let's make no mistake, we are the envy of the world. We, the U.S., are the envy of the world. In Europe, they are squeezing the banking system through Basel Endgame, but they haven't yet decided to allow investors to fill that gap. And there are questions. Why are we struggling with financial markets? Well, you're squeezing the banking system and you're not allowing investors to fill the gap.
Have you had this conversation with the senator from Massachusetts? Has that conversation ever happened?
It hasn't, but I welcome it. I spend lots of time in D.C. and elsewhere speaking to regulators because we are in a really dynamic phase. Everything that we think works the way it works has changed. And we're about to experience and are experiencing the changes that were made in 2008 in response to the financial crisis.
Speaking of changes, Washington, D.C. is becoming increasingly interventionist. You compared some of the benefits of doing business in America and doing business in Europe. Doing business in America is arguably not as easy as it used to be, and it may well get harder. What's your view on where we're heading?
You may be right, but it's all relative. This is the single best market to be in at this point in time, bar none.
When we spoke before Christmas, and we talked about the choices on the menu then for the upcoming election, you weren't too impressed. The menu's changed a little bit. What's your view?
Since I'll be under banishment here if I give you a direct view, let me just say, the way I frame this is you are either more scared of 4 years of the status quo or more scared of 4 years of change. You just have to decide what you're more scared of. Me personally, I'm more scared of 4 years of the status quo.
What's wrong with the status quo?
I see a direction where the trend is not our friend. Right now, we are, as you suggest, we are the single best place to do business in the world. We are the luckiest people in the world. Can we screw it up? Yeah, we can. The notion that we are spending $2 trillion in excess of what we take in peacetime with full employment does not bode well for the availability of capital to do what we need to do for the next generation. We're spending the next generation's money currently.
Do you see anyone on the campaign trail that's willing to do anything about that?
On the campaign trail, no.
In reality?
Well, let's hope. All we can hope for is better governance.
I've said repeatedly on Bloomberg surveillance, on Bloomberg TV, on Bloomberg Radio for years that America has the privilege, the unique privilege of acting recklessly. Are we losing that?
Not yet. We have a long way to go. We have lots of examples around the globe of people who have acted recklessly for a much longer period of time than we have been acting recklessly. But we also have obligations that others do not. Right now, we are the beneficiary of being the strongest economy, the strongest capital market, the strongest military, and the best place to do business. I mean, if you tick off what's happened over the past years here, we may not like how we got here and how we financed it. 3 years ago, we decided to build infrastructure. We allocated $2 trillion. None of that's built yet. It's all being built. 2 years ago, we spent $52 billion of semiconductor subsidies to build semiconductors here. Not a single plant is open. It's all being built. A year ago, Inflation Reduction Act to encourage the manufacture of renewables. 1.3 to 2.3 trillion. No one really knows. Not a single plant is opened. We are the beneficiary and the largest recipient of foreign direct investment 3 years in a row. So people around the globe are actually figuring out we're better off here. And something tells me we're ramping defense production. All of those things are fiscally stimulative and positive for employment. Oh, by the way, we have no illegal immigration. This sets us up very well fiscally for a strong economy, which I think we're seeing.
Federal Reserve is cutting interest rates by 50 basis points. Are you in Torsten's slot camp? And you can agree or disagree with Torsten, of course. Torsten works here. He believes this economy doesn't need rate cuts. We're in a great place. Do you share that view?
I said it right. I was, I guess, unfortunate to be on TV an hour after the rate cut. And I said this was a very, very expensive insurance policy.
What's expensive about it?
The notion that we would cut rates. Financial markets are wide open. Equities are at all-time high. Financing is available. Real estate prices are going up in every market. And yet, we're stimulating. And we're stimulating fiscally. It is not clear that we need more rate cuts at this point in time. And to the extent we encourage growth, and growth was very strong, as you saw from GDP for the quarter, to the extent we accelerate the economy and have to go in the other direction, that would not be a good day.
Just pause. You think the Fed might have to start hiking interest rates again in 25?
I'm not saying that yet. I'm just saying I see no reason for the cutting of rates right now. So am I in the Torsten camp? I'm absolutely in the Torsten camp, and it's my privilege to have him down the hall. I make sure to check in with him every morning.
But then it's your part of Time's Best Inventions 2024, so last year. I think it's like amazing. I don't think we ever had a Singaporean there on the Time's Best Invention list. Yeah, so thank you so much, Dennis, for being with us.
So I got good advice from a very experienced Microsoft CBC mentor, right? And yeah, it was my own decision to upskill in 2014 to learn about data science. It was very respectable people in our society were making very big factual errors. So I was like, okay, if the high-end, smartest people in the world making all these errors, then imagine the average influencer, what kind of information they're dumping on our ecosystem. So, because we all live in this super time-scarce thing, and the tool is not up to the task, right? If you are in this high-stakes field, all the more you should support NGOs, think tanks to educate, to publish this factual benchmarks, fact shame all these AI companies to get their act together so that companies like 910 years to talk to look out. So I think that's the most important thing. Find value alignment with your younger employees if you're going to build something. Because Gen Z now really they only work seriously when it's value driven. Yeah, they really want to do it, then they'll work seriously. It's not the pay, it's not the perks, all these things are just
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea.
Private markets versus public markets.
Jamie.
On the one hand, and trader may. On the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyperfinancialization, I don't like the inflation. But then,
Jamie Wood.
On the one hand, people complain, I don't like the hyperfinancialization, I don't like the inflation. But then
GM lads. GM crazy guys. I think it's Taiki's outfit. That's why it's got the comment.
It's not an outfit. It's a lifestyle. Always be farming. You know.
Just wearing this the whole conference. Or?
Yeah. I've been sweating my balls off. Honestly, the past couple of days.
Do you have two sets of overalls or just one?
One set of overalls, like 10 white shirts. And I recycle through them. Yeah.
Just one hat or
just one hat? Just
okay.
One hat.
All right.
Yeah.
So how's farming going lately? I've been seeing you getting rugged by Lord Miles on the poly market.
Yeah, I'm trying to farm the poly market airdrop because I'm pretty bullish poly market, and I've been degenerating on random markets. I bet on like Lord Miles, who's trying to do like a water fast in the desert, and he just rugged like the last week, and I lost like 15K.
That doesn't sound great. I mean, how is it being a poly market influencer versus a DeFi farmer, which was your previous life?
I feel like prediction markets has very little competition when it comes to content, because like there's like no one else doing it. So I feel like I have an angle there. But on like the DeFi front, you know, I'm farming USD AI. You know, Justin's bullish that. Lighter, super bullish Lighter. So pretty optimistic. The Lighter airdrop, the USD AI airdrop. I feel like it's gonna cook. So
yeah, I mean, the PerpDex meta has been on fire lately. I think Lighter announced their mainnet. Obviously, Aster, which was the CZ-backed coin, is interesting. There's even Justin Sun, who apparently is getting roasted on the stage in an hour. He has his Sun perp thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start roasting him early before, just to kind of warm up the room for Justin Sun's stuff. Dim, are you seeing how are you seeing this new fight? Anything interesting?
What do you mean, about the market or Justin?
No, the Dexes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's we talked a little bit about it on the panel yesterday. I think it's a meta that can't last for too long.
I don't know. Like, some people get super excited. I mean, everybody, watch out if this guy right here comes up to you.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna ask to buy your Lighter point. If you have any Lighter points, so run away because he's very insistent. He might. You've been finding people to buy from.
For the last 2 weeks, I've been in every group chat I know trying to buy points. I'm trying to buy them at about $50 now, about a 2.5 bill FDV implied. Extraordinarily bullish Lighter. I use it a ton. I think it's just an extremely competent team. And what's your average on Lighter now, given what you've bought and what you've what you've gotten on points? Average on how many points I have? Or? Yeah, because you've bought now.
Unfortunately, I'm at 2,700 total points, but probably nothing compared to you guys, professional traders. But
so $50 a point, and you're saying 2.5 billion FDV, and that's based on some assumption on what percentage they would airdrop. So we had the Hyperliquid airdrop. That was a rather chunky one. It was like 30-ish%.
Yeah, so from everything I know, and obviously it's not confirmed, the airdrop is going to range roughly between 25 to 30%.
What is that based on? Just like, okay,
it's vibes.
Information.
Just hoping. We're just hoping. I see Cooper here laughing. Okay, So Justin is hoping for 25, 30% airdrop.
Seems reasonable.
Oh, you just did this. You just
We got the thumbs
more the thumbs up.
But I think it's super exciting. I tell people now, if you're going to trade, you should trade on Lighter because you're getting paid to do so and there's zero fees. Obviously, there's other costs, but I don't see why you wouldn't use that exchange.
It's getting a bit interesting because, the Hyperliquid side, it feels like they're feeling a little bit of pressure. We're seeing signs of a new season coming.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had these NFT drops. It was pretty cool. They put a lot of effort into it. So we had the Monad cards. Those were super nice. They took your CT profile and, I don't know, AI Jubilified it or something. And then apparently, so I didn't realize this, but the Hyperliquid NFTs, in cases where they knew what the wallet was, they did customize it. So I didn't realize, but our main wallet one is it's like a puff dragon cat.
Really?
So it's like actually a dragon cat. I was like, okay, I can't sell it now. Like you're forcing me to hold this. Never gonna sell it. There was another one where the guy's wearing like a bucket hat and playing poker, and it was very reminiscent of my
Yo, what's up,
World
guys?
Series
Main
photo.
here with another update
I didn't get that
for
one.
you.
Maybe they thought it was me.
So let's cover Bitcoin. What's going on? We've pushed up into the highs here, and this move that we had, I think a lot of people were expecting this to just, break right out, go straight line up, because, you go up 20K in a straight line. Why not go up another 20K in a straight line? Right? And I think what some people are realizing and potentially learning the hard way is that price doesn't move in a straight line. So even though I do believe, that price is going to trade higher, the fact that we're kind of chopping around at these highs here is not like that surprising. It does look a little bit like a 3 drives here that we got going on, like 1, 2, 3, and we're just failing to get that close above the all-time high. This clearly looks like a lower high in the making here, right? You've got your H12 and weekly sweep. There's an H12 sweep there, right? And then you've got your break below, move back up. This looks like it's pushing off. So I think a little bit of a pullback is not a bad thing. I think a lot of people probably longed over the last, 4 days? 3-4 days. A lot of people piled into this, expecting it just to continue after missing pretty much the bottom. What happens if we just get a bit of a pullback here? We have some demand right here. This is the first area of interest. And if this fails, I think you can actually look towards this even down to here. Now, ultimately, I'm looking for a higher low to form. I'm looking for price to trade higher. I am bullish. It's just a matter of where that is going to happen. So we have this low right here with this area of demand. That would be option number 1. So if we get some sort of H12 sweep and then we test this, that would be a long idea I'd be looking at. Otherwise, we might come and fill some of this gap, and anywhere really from about 114, 115 up to about 117 would be the area where I'd look for longs next. So pretty straightforward stuff. I'm looking for longs. It's just a matter of, is this a little shallow pullback here, or is this actually going to pull back a little farther and we get a decent correction? Like if you go out to the higher time frame here, we've got a nice fair value gap right here along with this kind of SR level. So this is a very, very nice area of interest, I think, right around here. If we fail to bounce like this, I think this area here is a pretty compelling area to look for longs for then the move up, because I think it's a much more sustainable setup for a significant higher high to retrace a bit of this move as opposed to just, straight line here. So that's what I'm looking for on Bitcoin right now. Pretty easy plan there. Nothing too crazy, okay? Looking at ETH, we have basically the same thing. We're taking out that kind of low right now on ETH. So if Bitcoin and ETH don't get bid up from here, 120, 121, and basically right here on ETH, then I think we go down to that fair value gap I showed you on Bitcoin. I think the equivalent level on ETH is around here. And then I would then target above here, right? So this, then boom, that would be the setup I'm looking for on ETH. pretty straightforward. I'm not looking to short. I think the short, there was a short today for sure. I'm in the process of moving, so unfortunately haven't been as locked in on top of being sick. There's just a lot of stuff going on, you know? A lot of stuff going on for your boy, Old Trader Maine. But this would have been a nice lower high short, and then obviously I'd discuss the H12, H1 short that formed up here while I was deathly ill of COVID in the big 2025. So not looking to short at this point. I'm looking to long. Solana, okay, little bit more bullish, you could argue, than the rest. Like Sol ETH is technically green, right? So Bitcoin's trading just above the low. ETH is trading below its low. Sol is trading decently above the low. So I don't know, like the equivalent level that I showed you on Bitcoin at 115 to 117, at ETH at 4,200, the equivalent level on Sol is about right here. But because Sol is trading a little stronger right now, it might not come down there. But if we get a sweep of this, same kind of thing. So maybe I'm being greedy. Maybe I won't get these pullbacks, but these are the levels I'm going to be watching over the next couple of days. So I want to share them with you because I may not update. I don't know. I'm going to have a busy next few days. So I want to make sure at least you can watch this video and say, okay, where's Trader Maine looking? I'm going to fade him because he's retarded, and I don't blame you for doing so. But I want to give you those levels anyways. So just recap here. Bitcoin, basically the level is right there that I'm looking at. And, oh, this is a big box. You could long here, stop down there. Or you could look for a setup to form within this, right, on the low time frame. That's what I usually do. Okay, so that's the area for Bitcoin. The area for ETH, right around there. 4250 is kind of the top here of it. 4260, 4270 is the top, down to about, 4100. And then Solana, the area is about 210, 213, 214 is the top, down to as low as like 208. And I'll read out the area on Bitcoin. Someone always asks me, they're like, you got to read the area out. We don't know what you're talking about. I would say on Bitcoin, we're looking from 117.5 down to 115.
Yep. Maybe it's not possible, but I'm looking for 150, 160, 170.
Okay, so really quick update, guys.
I know that sorry about that. Useful information in there. We're looking to get back in sync with the market, right? The text was I wanted last week. It's a new week. Starting Wednesday, we started halfway over. The year is almost over, but we're looking to get back in sync with the market, get back into some nice trades here, and still bullish, looking for opportunity. Right, guys? You to the next one. So let me tell you what happened this week. $6 billion floods crypto in 1 week. Instructions going all in. Institutions going all in on Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Let me read this to you. So this is just this week that we're talking about, Rob. I don't know if you got a clip on this one or not. I don't know if you do. I don't think you do. Okay. So let me read it to you, and then this kind of addresses this question. Digital asset investment products attracted a record-breaking $5.95 billion inflows. This week, the largest weekly total on record, driven by delayed responses to weak U.S. employment data and concerns over government stability following the shutdown that began on October 1st, according to CoinShares. Bitcoin led an unprecedented $3.55 billion in weekly inflows, while Ethereum got $1.48 billion, and Solana broke its weekly record of $706 million. Third push total assets under management to an all-time high of $254 billion. The United States dominates regional inflows with a record of $5 billion of weekly flows, while Switzerland broke its own record of $563 million. Switzerland. Germany posted its second largest weekly inflow, $312 million. XRP also saw substantial inflows of $219 million. The other altcoins attracted minimal capital. Bitcoin spot ETF alone recorded $3.24 billion. So the question on a lot of people's minds is, am I behind? Did I miss the mark? I know you said earlier, gold is a $27 trillion, total gold worldwide market cap, 27 trillion. Bitcoin is roughly 2 trillion. It's got about 14x to go to catch up to Bitcoin to gold. Does that mean gold 14xing 120 today means that it could potentially go to $1.6 million per Bitcoin?
Yes, it could. All things remaining equal. I just don't think all things will remain equal. I think the bid in Bitcoin will continue. Here's why, Patrick. For the vast majority, I've been trading cryptocurrency since around 2015 or so. For the vast majority of that time, up until what's the lowest you ever bought? $12,000. Yeah, but I've also sold $17,000 Bitcoins, which is not all about. But what I will tell you that up until about 2 years, maybe even a year and a half ago, you were only able to buy Bitcoin. It was very hard. It was hard. You had the Coinbase account or Robinhood or one of the others, and it gets convoluted. You need this long, your wallet ID. You lose your wallet. There's a famous story of a guy who had $10 billion value today in a Bitcoin on a laptop. He threw it away in the garbage, and he's suing the town to get access to the garbage and the dump, and they won't give it to him because he's trying to spend $50 million to pick up the dump, and they won't do it probably because they want the $10 billion in Bitcoin. My point is, thanks for letting us know what's in there. About a year and a half ago, they got the regulatory approval to turn Bitcoin and cryptos into ETFs, exchange traded funds. I'm a heavy investor in IBIT. That's BlackRock's Bitcoin fund. It trades penny for penny with the actual Bitcoin price because they're so massive. They're huge, and they just have to have the same amount of risk on own the Bitcoin versus what they have risk with me. So it tracks it perfectly, but it allows anyone with a stock account to start trading cryptocurrencies and not have to worry about, am I going to get hacked? I can't tell you how many times some fake Coinbase hacker has tried to hit me up saying, thank you for your blah 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 of Coinbase. I'm like, no, I didn't give you anything from Coinbase. And they just try to, if you didn't do this, click here. But again, call us now, and it's always in any call center somewhere, right? But now you can do it with a legitimate stockbroker, any stock house. You do it yourself with Schwab, and you're trading Bitcoin and others. Ethereum has them as well. I think that liquidity, that money pool going in, will continue to drive Bitcoin up. I would say, rather than the way to trade these things, Mark Cuban said it best. Take 2% of your net worth, something you're not going to miss, God forbid it all goes south. Buy Bitcoin, buy crypto, and just put it away. Don't even look at it. Don't look at it day to day. Don't look at the price. And I believe over time, I think you will see $1 million Bitcoin. Eventually. How long? Give me short term, give me long term. The market stays good, maybe 10 years. If the market gets really bad, like if things start to get hairy, you'll know when the market is turning when there's a really good news story about a stock, Apple, Nvidia somewhere, and it goes up a little bit and then crashes afterwards. That means good news, bad action. That's the time when the market inflection happens. We've had a massive run up in markets. It's due for correction. I think if the market does start to turn south, the stories will follow the market. They always do. From euphoria all the way up on the way down, it's horrible. When that happens, I think you can see it, $1 million Bitcoin in 3 to 5 years. In 3 to 5 years. Tom, your thoughts?
I'm with that, and I'll give it to you right here. If midterms are not particularly good, and there's risk at 28. In 2028, and if we go back to a Democrat socialist president in 28, I think you can see $1 million Bitcoin by 2032. That's my estimate. 6 years. Brandon.
Estimate or just consensus? So I'm not gonna lie. So I definitely see the future for crypto. I see the use cases for it. I think it's really interesting to see what places the SWIFT system, because it's a really antiquated way that we trade money from country to country or person to person. So that needs to be replaced. But I can't help but be a little bit creeped out about Bitcoin because of the fact that we've never seen the creator of it before, and the creator's name literally means central intelligence. Satoshi Nakamoto means central intelligence. So that's a little bit weird. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I think the fact that BlackRock and everybody policy is adopting it shows that it could be legitimate. I think central banks will start putting it on their reserves. When that happens, then it'll be just like similar to cash. But I wonder what the winner is going to be in terms of like what's used for the global payment system. So whatever technology is best.
Maybe none of that. It may not be a payment system. It may be just an asset to hold. I mean, literally, you can't
store
value. Lop off the corner of that gold bar and go buy a cup of coffee. It could be that every company, every country, and every company will need a Bitcoin treasury. Will need to just have it in their treasury somewhere. That's a massive amount of buying. The way every company, if you're not starting the AI program right now, you're way behind. You're going to be left behind.
I do think we should do a gold standard type of thing with an asset that is able to grow and like faster than gold is able to grow. So like to restrain our money supply in some way. Like I get the reason for getting off the gold standard, but I think Bitcoin or something like that could serve as a way to somewhat restrain or keep the money supply under control.
Yeah. So then the question becomes: do you think SWIFT eventually is going to get replaced?
It has to.
What do you think, Tom?
So we're in, yes, I do. We're in, a lot of things are evolving. You just and they're being replaced by modern systems. I mean, you look. I think we're on the 2-year anniversary of LIBOR went away. We replaced it with SOFR. So there's a lot of things that just naturally evolving in the financial services industry, and SWIFT is was one transport system, and thanks to blockchain and other things you can put together, you're going to have different transport systems. I mean, look at right now. It's very interesting. ACH is younger than Wire, right? Yet Wire is still faster. So sometimes modern things get in their own way.
What a great point. What a great point. ACH is younger than Wire. Yet Wire is faster. So you're
with 10 warnings on it. When you click here, the other bank's going to get it. Be sure it's a bank.
Yeah, but you guys, you view Ripple, XRP, SWIFT, what that could do, and you saw how much money was put into Ripple just in the last couple of days. Record-breaking for them as well, XRP. So what is your thoughts for that?
Yeah, I think that SWIFT is a very antiquated system, and it's funny how it's actually like a messaging device where you say, hey, we're sending you over X amount of money. Okay, and the bank adjusts accordingly. So it doesn't actually send money as far as I understand it. But stats I've seen on how fast Ripple could do it, or any of the others that are competitors for that, they can do it much faster, much more cheaply. And that's really the pain point of replacing that system, is because you can't send money, a large amount of money to somebody in another place in the world instantly right now.
But not alone. A lot of people are thinking that. A lot of people are saying that. We had a meeting last week, Tom. You and I, Casa D'Angelo, the guy that's working with a different coin that people are talking about, but that's the discussion. What is eventually replace that? By the way, to validate what you were talking about with ETF, Bitcoin today, Fidelity buys $112 million in Bitcoin as ETFs see $1.19 billion in inflows. Okay, so let's go to the next story. Patrick, very quickly, very liquid trading as well, right? So you have the tight bid and offer. You want to move size with tight bids and offers. That the ETF is just great. Fantastic. Rob ran a poll. Rob, can you pull up that poll? You like that poll? If you had $100,000 to invest, where are you going to put your money? Is it going to be gold and precious metals, crypto, or stock market? Look what people say. Very interesting. Zoom in around. 5,500 people voted. Gold and other precious metals, 38%. Crypto, 26%. Stock market, 23%. Huh. Interesting how the audience voted.
I kind of agree. You see what Jeff Dunlop said there? He said 25% of your portfolio in gold is not unreasonable right now.
25% of gold is not incredible, right?
Yeah.
You know, the trillions in our portfolio. By the way, but you have to tell who Jeff Dunlap is.
Yeah, he's a heavy
hitter. But he's a bond guy. So meaning you have to know who he is and where he's coming from. These are $1.6 billion. We've had him on by Kimmel before with Daniel DiMartino Booth. We did that interview 4 or 5 years ago. Throw something in here real quick. You mentioned the bond guy. Sure. Another win in the sales to these alternate assets, gold, crypto, even oil for that matter, is interest rates. There's a push to reduce interest rates. That frees up a lot of risk capital, and they won't flow into NVIDIA at $4.5 trillion. That I don't even know the valuation. I'm guessing it's going to go towards gold and crypto. That's what it's the hype right now. It's the feel good, and it's bailing everyone out. You buy it, it goes down, just hold, wait for a while. I'm not suggesting buying and blindly hold it, but I do think there's really good upside to crypto. Well, we'll see. Gang, before we get into it, two things. Number one, see this shirt I'm wearing? Like in the logo here on The Future Looks Bright. I have probably 30 shirts in my closet. My wife says, babe, these shirts are my favorites. When you wear them once, okay, you're gonna see how it feels, how smooth it is. You're gonna feel like someone's hugging you all day, telling you how awesome you are. Okay? If you haven't yet ordered, I think some of the sizes are gone, but we do still have some left. This is the business show that we're talking about here. You got them in white with the gold logo, Future Looks Bright, on the bottom of the shirt. You got them in black, which looks great, and you got them in blue. Black goes with gold, and we have the blue with that. You may as well order all three of them if you're somebody that's in business and you're regularly want a business shirt. And then we got some of that blue jacket that's left, and that whole business series that's pretty good. Now, you can go to VTmerch.com to place your order. Number two, if you're with us right now and you're an entrepreneur, small business owner, we have a circle on the net dedicated to just business owners. Okay, it's going to be called the PBD. It's called the PBD Entrepreneur Circle. There's a ton of networking going on there. If you haven't yet joined the circle, download the app. Go to PBD Entrepreneur Circle. Get in there. We're talking ideas, notes, PDFs, different things that I do. I post all the stuff in here. And you can join for free to see what we're talking about. And if you want to be able to network and message each other, $5 a month for you guys to be able to talk to each other in that circle. If you enjoy this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
Gold may actually be like $8,000 to $10,000 an ounce if Bitcoin didn't exist. What do you think? All roads lead to Bitcoin, right? In my opinion. That's why people also have said, within the crypto VC industry, like altcoins have been, on the market great because at some level, those who find success in altcoins eventually allocate some portion back to Bitcoin, regardless. Wealth creation leads to Bitcoin as part of the denominator. And so, in some sense, gold is also an altcoin, in my opinion, because What's going on, guys? Today we got a great episode with Jeff Park. Jeff is the CIO at ProCap BTC, and in this conversation we talk about the debasement trade, why governments are going broke but everyone else seems to be getting rich, what's going on with Paul Tudor Jones, Ken Griffin, and many others being so excited about the market, and then we talk about the poly market and the ICE deal, where $2 billion is being invested in the poly market, what that means for prediction markets, news, and entertainment in America. Here's my latest conversation with Jeff Park. All right, Jeff, big week for us to talk through. You had a great tweet, though, before we get to the current events that it's important to talk about. You said, has there ever been a time in history where the government went broke and everyone else got rich? Which I think is just like a very good visual as to what seems to be happening right now with the U.S. government and all these investors. Has there ever been another time like that? Like, how do you think about this current situation?
Isn't that funny? I feel like the first time we had a U.S. government shutdown, I remember vividly, people were freaking out about U.S. credit downgrades, and the market would have huge sell-offs, and then of course it would bounce back, but there was dislocation, there was heightened volatility, and there was a lot of drama. Now, it's actually kind of amazing how much of it has become part of our social fabric and accepting that government shutdowns is a way of life. Volatility has not gotten higher, equities are still rallying, and the world is moving on. And I thought how amazing that would be in the context of the big picture here, actually, being that only the U.S. government shut down, but really, which government didn't shut down in the world? China, right? Like China is a government that has actually never shut down, and it works every single day. And I thought maybe there's something there as a story that we need to understand as Americans. The other thing that kind of took off this week, I don't know if you were following it on Twitter, was they had this great release of a new bridge they built, the Huangzhou Bridge, across these two very rugged mountain peaks. And it was a sight to behold. It was like this incredible bridge that's like 2,000 feet above the ground, and it connects like basically two mountains. And apparently it cuts the traffic of what used to be a 2-hour drive into 2 minutes. And just to put 2,000 feet in context, that's taller than the World Trade Center. So imagine a bridge that's the height of World Trade Center just going through mountains, and the industrial capacity of a country that can put that into might. And then the U.S. government, of course, shut down. And the other news that happened was the MT just raised fares to now another 10 cents to $3 for the ever fiscal problem that the MT will never solve. And so you see this contrasting story, and I think that's actually what's at the core of it. The U.S. government shutdown is not the story anymore. That kind of drives global markets. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It actually shows you that the center of gravity has changed from that being driven by market first principles of what the U.S. stock market would do by industrial flows to actually one that is driven by global fiscal dominance across every sovereign actors, in which the things that people are worried about and caring about is the things happening on the political arena. So the other big news that were happening throughout the week is Japan now has a new prime minister, Sanae Takahashi, who's basically going to print money forever, and you also had the French bonds blow out because their PM resigned, and all of these things actually are correlated to the continual path of this fiscal dominance of there just being more continued printing of money. And so I think U.S. government shutdown aside, that just becomes irrelevant as a story when other things that are happening in the rest of the world is driving that unstoppable agenda.
What's funny to me is as all this is happening, obviously institutions like these people are very smart. They're paying attention all around the world. They've got a lot of data and analytics, and they obviously have access to this information, all the stories, and all of a sudden they now have a new thing to cling on to, which is the debasement trade. The debasement trade is going to be the thing that protects them, which is the same thing that Goldblatt's been yelling about for 50 years, Bitcoiners for about 17 years, and it just feels like now the institutions are kind of like, oh, the light bulb went off, like no one's ever going to stop printing money. Why do you think now is actually hitting? Is it because we're 5 years after 2020 when people start to feel it? Is there some data point that they're looking at? Like, why is the quote-unquote debasement trade now the thing that they're all like, all right, fine, you guys are right? I think it's happening because the slow build-up to that moment of reckoning has been seeded into our minds over now for a long period of time, really post-COVID and post-Russia-Ukraine war and everything else that's been happening to show you that the kind of unipolarity of the geopolitical order is a bit at risk. So I don't think people just woke up one day and decided like, oh, debasement is the thing that we're going to focus on. It's been like a steady crescendo of build-up, and now what we're seeing is just more kind of, I think, authentic embrace by the people and recognizing that it's actually happening, and in a maybe more optimistic lens, what can we do about it, and actually try to be on the right side of history to see that as an opportunity rather than fighting this thing as if there's a solution. I think there used to be a time when people really want to talk about like, how do we cut down Social Security, how do we cut down these things and bring fiscal health, and I think you ask an average person on the street whether this is on people's mind anymore. I don't think it is. People, I think, have accepted that this is like actually what's happening, and now it's up to you individually to figure out how to best navigate that for your own personal self-preservation. And I think that ethos is kind of what changed. The other thing with that in particular is like, it really comes down to the U.S. credit ratings continually being downgraded and now just having also been kind of not been taken as seriously as it once might have been. Like that I think that stick is no longer that powerful. So last week, Moody's again threatened that they're going to have another notch of a downgrade, and no one really cares, right? It's actually the French bonds downgraded, and no one really cares. Like it actually is just kind of, I don't know, like financial games in a world where the entire narrative has moved towards like industrial production. So I go back to China, kind of where like the thing about China, whether you like them or not, but that they've been very truthful about is that they're leading by industrial might. It's like real commodities, real production, like putting real things into actual kind of people's hands to build. And so this fun money game is actually becoming less relevant as people are now opening their eyes towards the importance of these true productive capacity, which is why I think on the other side of the debasement trade is the AI trade and all the massive capital that is flowing into what people are hoping will be actually productive utilities. But that great picture is the trend that's, I think, somewhat unstoppable.
I joked about a month ago, I put out a little bit of satire, which was that we need to think about risk-free rate having a totally different definition now, and we now have to go around and tell everybody and call it the risk-full rate to start really normalizing that idea. Like the risk-free rate of the dollar per gym is obviously kind of the thing that's at risk, and if you embrace that to now be considered risk-full rate, well, there's a lot of other things I'd rather bet and take risk than trading U.S. bonds, and I think that's what we're seeing. People are taking more risk on the risk curve because if the bonds are unstable anyway, and that premium is not worth it, then there's tons of other things you'd rather be doing.
Today's episode is brought to you by Bitcoin IRA. Are you a crypto investor with a retirement account but don't have any crypto in your retirement account? Listen up, this is for you. Bitcoin IRA is revolutionizing the way Americans save for retirement by helping smart investors diversify their savings with access to over 75 cryptocurrencies. With world-class customer service, military-grade encryption, and a vertically integrated licensed trust company, it's no wonder more than 200,000 Americans trust Bitcoin IRA to secure their financial future. To get started, it is quick and easy. It takes just 3 minutes to open an account. Once you're set up, their team of IRA specialists will reach out to guide you through every step of the process. Whether you're transferring an IRA from a legacy bank, rolling over an old 401k, or starting fresh with a new contribution, the Bitcoin IRA team is here to help you get access to real crypto in your retirement account. And here is the best part. As a Pop Podcast listener, you can earn up to $1,000 in rewards when you add funds to your account. Search for Bitcoin IRA in the App Store or visit bitcoinira.com/pom to join 200,000 Americans on their journey to upgrade their retirement. That's bitcoinira.com/pom to upgrade your retirement today. So we now are seeing a lot of very well-respected investors come out and talk about this. We saw Ken Griffin come out and say that individuals are de-dollarizing their portfolios and they're inflating asset prices. Paul Tudor Jones was very bullish on CNBC this week, talking about things like Bitcoin and gold and saying let's have a position there. We saw Morgan Stanley now say that a 2 to 4% allocation is something that they want to support their 16,000 financial advisors doing because they're getting a lot of inbound inquiries. Vanguard now is kind of capitulating the white flag. And we just go through this and you're just like, okay, hold on a second here. This now feels like there is no longer a debate about this, that people realize the dollar and bonds are going to have a lot of trouble moving forward, and therefore Bitcoin and gold are definitely benefiting. I also think stocks have become somewhat of a inflation type hedge or a debasement type hedge. But Bitcoin and gold seem to be the ones that people are really latching onto as part of this quote-unquote debasement trade. Absolutely. I think going back to your Morgan Stanley news flow, the part that was really kind of amazing there is one, I think we've been so excited and wanting to see private wealth management and financial advisors come to embrace Bitcoin as an allocation in what is pushing out the efficient frontier of modern portfolio theory. So that's great news. On one hand, though, the thing that I thought was a little funny and I snickered a bit was that the way they allocated the recommendation was 4% for a bucket that was called opportunistic growth. Opportunistic growth. I thought that was funny. Why? Number one, opportunistic implies as if this is like a temporal event-driven dislocation that maybe you might ship now, but then later you'll trace back and buy something else, and it's like an opportunistic thing, like right now. Which I thought was kind of funny because anyone who's been around long enough knows this is actually the opposite of opportunistic. It's as evergreen as it comes. It's the store of value. It's permanent. Like you should have that always. There's nothing opportunistic about wanting the best store of value. And then growth I thought was also pretty hilarious because growth again, like financial advisors think about it in terms of like equities versus bonds, like growth in equities because earnings are growing and we're actually inflating the economy with productivity gains and the rise of young people having more children. Growth is in a capitalism definition is pretty market driven, right? But Bitcoin in growth, I mean that's not really growth. I would call that kind of value, right? It's the idea of like buying something that you think is valuable to store wealth yet again that isn't really driven by growth. So I just thought it was funny that Morgan Stanley made the move, but they called it opportunistic growth when hindsight, I think it should be called like evergreen value. Evergreen value. I mean, maybe they'll do that next year. You know, we got to start somewhere. I don't know if they're going to do that ever, but we can only hope, right? But I do think that to me, I took away the fact that they explicitly called out that the financial advisors were coming to them saying, my clients want this, right? And it does feel like there is this pull in the market. I still am getting a lot of questions from people about gold and Bitcoin, and the fact that gold is up 50% year to date, Bitcoin's up 33%. If you go back a year, right, obviously Bitcoin has doubled its performance of gold. If you go back 5 years, Bitcoin is 10x the value of gold, or appreciation of gold. But I do think that there is this like short-term momentum focus, especially on Wall Street, of like this year, gold is outperforming. Should I buy gold instead of Bitcoin? How do you think about like looking at short-term momentum versus maybe the longer-term trends where Bitcoin's really been outperforming? I think both are durable allocations investors must have, and there are distinct advantages and disadvantages to both. But in 2025, the idea of having store of value in your portfolio that isn't dollar denominated is a key story. Even in most financial crises in the past, what we saw was generally the dollar strengthened, and investors' flight to safety included dollar-based assets and wanted to save money with U.S. bonds. And that paradigm has fundamentally changed. I don't think people are looking for dollar-denominated assets. That's why gold is actually so powerful in its outperformance and noticeable by even Americans. And Bitcoin, I think, is part of that narrative. The difference there being that Bitcoin still hasn't found institutional flow the way gold has. But institutional flows can mean different things for retail investors finding allocations for. Gold is, to be honest with you, very hard to store, right? I know it's easy to buy GLD ticker and have allocation to gold's price, but one of the things people have called on for years, even the most dire gold bugs, is that GLD is not gold because it's an IOU that once you feel like you need it at the exact moment of its tail risk, it may not be actually available, and it could just evaporate. And in that sense, that challenges the idea of custody, right? The idea of self-custodial ownership, to which anyone who owns Bitcoin, I think, will find that aspect much easier to do. Of course, there's still the Bitcoin ETF that is a parallel comparison to GLD, but it's much easier to buy Bitcoin and store than actually buying bullions and trying to find a safe box and put it through and hope you don't get robbed. So I do think eventually, like, people will see there are different benefits to Bitcoin too, where it's actually pretty useful from like a velocity of transaction and velocity of transfer perspective. I think institutions, once they see that, will also find this to be a much more efficient way to actually store wealth. And we're just at the very, very early innings of that story. So gold's success is good for Bitcoin. I've always shared with people that we must root for some success of gold to the outcome that we're driving about self-sovereignty. And then the journey advances once people realize that there's different trade-offs which Bitcoin can outperform even gold. And I think what we're seeing is more of that migration across the mass population psyche.
Here's something I said to a friend that I never thought about before. Everyone always thinks about, Bitcoin is growing and gold is siphoning some of the capital flows from Bitcoin into gold, central banks, all that stuff. But if you think about the opposite way, if gold is at $4,000 an ounce, imagine if Bitcoin didn't exist. It'd be at, I don't know, 10, right? Or something right now, again, the market caps, and so maybe you'd say, oh, actually, it'll be at 4,500, or but just like the fact that you have the fracturing, it's not just about the pure market cap of spot Bitcoin. You then also, on top of that, have the Bitcoin treasury companies. You have all the private companies associated with Bitcoin, where capital has gone to get exposure to Bitcoin indirectly. Like, you start to stack all this up, and you're like, gold may actually be like $8,000 to $10,000 an ounce if Bitcoin didn't exist. What do you think? All roads lead to Bitcoin, right? In my opinion. That's why people also have said, within the crypto VC industry, like altcoins have been, on the margin great because at some level, those who find success in altcoins eventually allocate some portion back to Bitcoin. Regardless, wealth creation leads to Bitcoin as part of the denominator. And so in some sense, gold is also an altcoin, in my opinion, because those who make money on gold, especially the young people, will eventually look to diversify. And the correlation will not be perfect. And so if you made a ton of money in gold, you have the higher chance of winning allocation from that pocket of money to invest in Bitcoin than from NVIDIA or from French government bonds or anything else. So actually, that kind of diversification outside of gold is probably a pretty meaningful trend we'll see. That's why when Tether also launched the product where there's performance dictated by Bitcoin and gold performance as one of the first products they're going to institutional investors with, that shows you already the interplay that's possible by kind of widening the mode of people to invest capital into a pool of asset where you're actually being kind of Trojan horse Bitcoin exposure in the back end.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how, I mean, Tether, what they have, XAUT, I think is their gold backed token, and then Cantor launched this like gold and Bitcoin thing. Gold is an altcoin for Bitcoin. Yeah. I kind of like that. I don't know if the gold bugs are going to like that, but to your point, especially young people, like, yeah, it does make sense.
Absolutely, and that's why I think one of the challenging things with Bitcoin right now is when the volatility is low, young people are not interested. Young people really do like momentum and they like volatility. And as much as we talk about Bitcoin, the virtues, at the end of the day, people want to own things that they feel excited by and things that represent kind of their investing style. You can't deny that momentum and volatility embracing is the most important thing, for which I think gold has succeeded. Gold's volatility is higher now, and momentum has been great. And so it has become a bit of a substitute for that. But at the end of the day, Bitcoin will try and fall because the definitional construct of its scarcity means that there will be higher volatility in the future.
Paul Tudor Jones was very bullish, as I mentioned, but he said it feels like 1999, just not the end. He kind of felt like we're in the middle of it. You, I think, have a different view as to like 1999, the feeling of euphoria and excitement that people have in the market right now. Explain.
Yeah. By the way, Paul Tudor Jones has been a Bitcoin bull for a long time, and I think long term he understands the exact Bitcoin thesis. At the same time, it's hard for me these days to dispassionately remove the Bitcoin narrative from stock market valuations because I think they are more correlated than people want it to be. So the first dimension really is recognizing that we're in a totally different public versus private sector investment scheme. In 1999, the US GDP was growing on the back of deglobalization as a trend, and the debt to GDP ratio was around 40%. It's a healthy market to grow into. Right now it's 120%. We're over 1, right? So that's very different. And then two, from a fiscal deficit perspective, we obviously know we're now in a deficit, where in 1999 we were actually a net saver. Even though the current account deficit was starting to grow, because of the federal surplus, it was still actually a saver economy, which is unimaginable to even think about for most young people today. So that backdrop is already really different. It means that the role of the private economy had been a larger presence in 1999 than I think now in 2025, where most of the kind of financialization of the markets we're seeing is really driven by sovereign flows. So in that sense, this overvaluation and the stretch is not just coming from, I think, the private sector and individual investors. It's really coming from institutional flows. And there's not a more prime example to share on that beyond the fact that the US government is proactively taking stakes in public companies here in this country at this moment. There's more than 5 now, right? And Intel was the first.
Only 10%.
Only 10%. So capitalism is still very much alive. But to me, like that is so incomparable to 1999 as a construct. And on the political front, what was happening in 1999 too was like again the beginnings of globalization. Right? China was not part of the WTO yet. In fact, the euro currency actually was not really adopted in 1999 either. It would actually take a few more years. I believe it was 2002 when the euro actually was put in the hands of the people. And in 1999, the idea was introduced as an accounting principle. So this is a pre-euro, pre-China WTO, pre-Eastern Europe being part of the Eurozone world, to which now we've shown all of that has not worked. And it's totally being unwound to this particular moment, where I think all of this just shows you like there's many other things that are happening at the global level that we have to take into account.
Today's episode is brought to you by Core. You can earn yield on your Bitcoin by just holding your Bitcoin. It's simple. Core, the leading Bitcoin scaling solution, will reward you for not selling your Bitcoin. It's not magic. Here's how it works. Core is a protocol secured by elected validators. You can help elect validators and secure the network by simply locking up your Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain. No bridging, no lending, and just holding. When your validator secures Core, it earns rewards fueled by network activity and passes them back to you as yield. With a minimum lockup of just 1 day, when the time block ends, you get your Bitcoin back untouched. Still your keys, still your coins, now your yield. For even higher rates, stake Core alongside your Bitcoin and multiply your yield. And if you want to see where your Bitcoin is securing, join millions of others exploring the largest Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. There are over 100 live apps in the network and the deepest liquidity in all of Bitcoin DeFi. Get off zero and start earning yield on even just 1% of your Bitcoin by going to stake.coredao.org/pomp. Again, that's stake.coredao.org/pomp, or go click the link in the description. When you think about kind of capital flows in general, one thing I think people look at is like M2 money supply. I think they'll look at what central banks themselves are doing in terms of putting things on their balance sheets. I think that there's now starting to be a common understanding of stablecoin or Bitcoin or kind of on-chain type capital flows. What else do you pay attention to that you think are really kind of insightful data points when really understanding, where is the money, where is it going, what does that tell us about financial assets? Global liquidity is like a bit of a catch-all phrase to include a lot of these people are paying attention and looking at. For me, I definitely pay attention to the construct outside of the Western paradigm. So like looking towards China and what they're doing with their liquidity machine is pretty important. And on that point, the biggest driver of liquidity this year has been China, right? Their M1 liquidity actually has increased tremendously this year, and they are on now a pretty well-documented plan, right? They're actually cutting down the oversupply of all their industrial output. They're actually trying to bring consumption back a little bit, invest in the private sector in the correct way, and so you've seen actually Chinese equities react to it. So like M1 liquidity injection by China is very real. And that I think is the headline story of 2025. Beyond that, credit creation also happens based on these like funding-based liquidity models that I think is really important. So in the past, it used to be that people would look at debt to GDP ratio as a way to understand the health of the global macroeconomy, but folks like Michael Howell have come out and said, actually, that's the wrong metric. What you really need to focus on is the GDP to liquidity ratio, because liquidity itself represents the duration of refinancing risk that is now being more kind of meticulously challenged by kind of the oversupply of global debt. So it's not important to just think about kind of GDP as a static measure. It's like how much debt is there, and actually like how frequently do you have to refinance that, because every refinancing is an event risk. So funding-based liquidity models are very important. So to that extent, looking at not just like VIX for equities index fall, but looking at rates fall is huge, because rates fall is the thing that is applied on the collateral haircut levels that cause liquidity issues. So anytime there's like a market shock and it's not driven by like something really secular at the level, but something being broken in the financial system, then you'll see it arise out of that funding-based liquidity level. So I think there's a lot to observe there. And then the third I would add is the amount of shadow money creation in general. The private credit sector as a whole, I think, is something we all must pay attention to, both in China but also here in the U.S. And you hear a little bit about how, the U.S. economy is doing well because earnings are growing, but also corporate credit spreads have narrowed, and so that must mean that the health of the U.S. economy is a lot stronger. I have a different view on that. My different view is that there's an absolute return level that credit investors or corporate level seek to clear the hurdle to put allocations for. There's an absolute number. It's actually not a spread number. There's an absolute spread. I need to hit my bogey of like 8 or 9. Well, when the U.S. interest rate itself is giving you 4.5, right? Like the U.S. is already giving you a lot of that kind of bogey. So what that means is actually you're not investing on a spread-based level, but on an absolute level, you have more room to compress on the credit side because the totality of it is actually still the same number. Just that the U.S. is taking a greater chunk of that credit risk in that construct as a percentage.
But man, how symbolic is that to the conversation we're just having at the beginning, where the sovereign risk is becoming the risk in which all of these things are weaponizing the economy, where I think everything about the financial system today is like a wartime economy construct than like a peacetime economy construct. So this idea of even having compressed corporate credit spread to support the U.S.'s economic might to continue exporting its financial might, like that is kind of like all related at some level as to why we think the U.S. economy is very healthy. It's just driven by kind of U.S. sovereigns.
It's fascinating to kind of just think through the Western versus Eastern viewpoint and how much of the conversation in the modalities that we get information at X, maybe the biggest one, is just so Western centric, right? But then, you know, China liquidity actually matters quite a bit.
It does. So funny, there was something 2049 in Singapore. I created a blockchain week at the crypto community prior week, and so everyone is now back in the US after that. And I've now gotten so many pings about how people are sharing, and Asia is so wonderful. It's like so clean. Like Singapore airport is a modern marvel. Like
Singapore's pretty crazy.
It is. You can't discount that. But they'll say it like in ways to put kind of the Eastern economies like in a bit of a pedestal. Like, oh my God, Chinese, like the things they're producing, how incredible. The British that I'm telling you, like. And they say it as if that also feels like it's an opportunity for them. Like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go live in Singapore now or in China. I'm going to leave the U.S. Like, I'm going to leave this down. But the funny thing I find about all this, as an Asian person who's lived in both sides of the water, is this realization that the crypto bros don't know. That you can't actually live in these countries and find acceptance because Asia, by most levels of its social kind of societal foundation, is pretty protectionist. Like, I don't want to say Asians are racist, but there is a level of homogeneity for which the entire social hierarchy is built on. So, like, yeah, Japan's clean and it's great, but guess what? Like, you will never be accepted as an expat into Japan, ever. So turn that back around, like, this is honestly like this country. Yes, maybe there are problems with like our infrastructure, and yes, like I hate riding the subway here every day. It's a pain in the ass. But you know what? Like anyone can actually still come here and make their work count and belong. And you might think that the shiny things that they're building in Asia is great, but by no means is that an invitation for you to actually come live there, at least for now. So I think that's why you still have to continue for U.S. exporting this culture as part of the global superpower.
Let's talk real quick. ICE and Hollywood, pretty big deal. ICE is going to invest $2 billion and $9 billion post-money valuation in the Hollywood market. Prediction markets are here. Like this is real, obviously. What is your take on the old guard partnering with the new guard rather than just taking it on the chin and getting disrupted?
There's so many ways to take this conversation, but the TLDR is I'm here for it. I love it. Absolutely love it. I have been sharing with folks that we must learn how to invest in a professional way that might also be called professional gambling. And professional gambling really sounds like a negative word, but I really mean it when I say just like you have to understand accounting and mortgage math and how to save money and how interest works, and you must also learn how to bet in life. Because betting is actually a probabilistic exercise that is so good for you outside of just the monetary outcome. It really helps you think about the world in a lens that helps you understand the ambiguities that exist across a spectrum of outcomes, that the world is quite gray and never black and white. So the readiness of Polymarket being a part of our financial infrastructure is showing you a big megatrend, which is financial information is becoming actually news information. Which means if you want the world to be less divided about having political opinions that appear black and white, you need to start financializing it. And then see the grayness of the news items to which people can make smart, educated, probabilistic bets and expressions of their ideologies. And so it's really a wonderful thing. I think that it shows you that ICE is also going to become, at some level, maybe a media company. I mean, imagine that, right? It looks like an infrastructure play, but if you ask Shane will say Polymarket is first and foremost also a media company in the ways that they're social truth. and being the oracle of the world's biggest information market. And in that sense, the convergence of finance and information is happening. And at the center of that is that reality that data is kind of the last frontier of colonization. That's all we have left. You and I have valuable data. It's the one thing we can empower ourselves to find productivity in. What can you do about it that's not going to be consumed by the fangs of the world that you get to own and exercise the right to earn an income off? I think Polymarket and the way you can bet on information is an incredibly useful tool at the individual level. And we should really kind of usher in that era for everyone's possibilities to participate in that market. The other thing I will add is there's been a long growing trend of actually the CFTC becoming a little bit more retail-centric at some level too. And you see that through the lens of the CME, because CME once upon a time you would have known is just an institutional trading exchange for big boys, right? It's not a place for like retail investors to go trade. But over time, the stance has changed a little bit. You saw it when, for instance, the CME Group launched these micro futures contract called Bitcoin Friday Futures, which they coined as BFF as a little moniker to be your Bitcoin's best friend or whatever, forever friend. And then you saw their recent partnership with FanDuel as well to kind of bring in more professional gambling into the arena of like business. And you're seeing that like happen. So this idea of like retail financializing betting markets is not just like a retail story. It's actually an institutional story too. And the lines again are becoming very blurry. And I think that trend is pretty inevitable at this point.
I think that the prediction markets are now people are starting to understand the financial component. If you go back to February when we announced the partnership we did with X, one of the big things in there was that the prediction market should be incorporated into the news. And I'm shocked. But you hear it every once in a while, elections, right? But how many people go and buy Tesla stock based on a belief that they're going to hit or miss delivery numbers? Why not just bet on that one day? And why not talk about are they going to hit it or not based on Wall Street analysts? What does the market say?
Right.
Like that is so much more powerful.
Totally. Polymarket now, I think, sends out weekly this like newsletter which shows you their most active markets. And I look at that newsletter because to me it shows you what are the news items people are focused on. It's actually a great filtering mechanism because it's showing you there's economic activities around things that have attention. And so rather than going to the New York Times where you're looking at like a curated list of stories, someone's telling you these are the things you should be reading. Here's Polymarket just literally saying these are the most active markets. Therefore, it must be the most interesting market. Not just because people are focused, but because they have views and spreads. And what's more interesting than an arbitrage that comes from there being a spread in the market? So I absolutely believe that the information market becoming financialized is actually a pretty decentralized way of pushing forward what people care about the most without there being an intermediary. And then the other thing on top, again, like professional gambling is such a life skill. Like knowing how to play poker, knowing how to sports bet, knowing how to do parlay bets are important things. And we shouldn't make it criminal, and we definitely shouldn't kind of look down upon that as like an activity that is beneath anybody, because it's actually just a huge unlock for how people think. You recommended a book to me some time ago by Billy Walters. Which I would also recommend to anyone here listening to give it a read. It's The Secret Life of Gambler, in the ways that you get to experience all the highs and lows of an addiction that could also be used into something pretty productive. And it's this whole autobiography, right? And there's a quote that he shares that I think is really important to kind of cement in our minds, which is that the harder you work, the luckier you got. And I think there's nothing more emblematic than what Polymarket can do for the average person. The harder you work, the harder you try to get information. These markets are generally full of opportunities because information is in itself not something that is that's obvious, not a price.
Yeah. Listen, I'm very excited about it. Billy Walters will have a field day prediction markets if he's out there. Thank you very much for doing this. We'll do it again next week.
Let's do it.
What the Mag 7 accomplished from 2007 to today, in 15 years, people have to go look.
Breathtaking.
Yeah, I mean, you went from 1 trillion to 15 trillion when you combine all that. This is going to take a lot less time. So Bitcoin's going to get to 15 trillion. It's going to happen. And I believe it's going to happen in much less time. The reason is because of artificial intelligence. So
What's going on, guys? Today we got a great episode with Jordy Visser. In this conversation, we talk about the bad jobs report from yesterday. We explain why inflation and the Fed is something you got to keep your eye on. What's going on with Bitcoin, how artificial intelligence, Tesla, and electricity prices are all informing what is happening in financial markets. We're going to talk about asset prices and why all the all-time highs as cross-stock indexes are going to actually go higher over time rather than lower. The bears are wrong. The market is in charge. Jordy's back here in the studio. And here's my latest conversation with Jordy Visser. All right, Jordy, I thought a great place to start the conversation. Yesterday we got the jobs data, and it was very, very bad. Some would say it was terrible, not good. Some would say it was catastrophic. Whatever terminology you want to use, it seems like the Fed is way behind the curve now, and the job data is screaming and sounding an alarm. What's your take on this?
first of all, it's good to be back.
Where's your work down the business?
He's jumping right into it. Yeah, I mean, I think we went through the whole summer. We got the revisions last month. And yes, they're catastrophic. Ex healthcare, they're negative. So we're continuing that trend. And so now you have the situation where everyone's focusing on how many are the Fed going to do this year, what's going to end up happening. And I think everyone needs to take a step back because this should not be a surprise to anyone. We've talked about it. I think tariffs have obviously had an impact on some of the manufacturing side jobs in terms of the uncertainty that had gone on. With the reciprocal tariffs only really happening in August, and everyone kind of waiting to see how this would play out, what the demand side would be as some of the price pass-throughs were going. We're kind of in a point where, on a small-term basis, I want to say to one, the market's acting like we're coming out of a recession, not going into one. And I say that because as I read through the X posts in the minutes after, all of them were pretty negative going in. Most banks said, well, if this number comes in 0 to 25,000, the market's going to be down 50 to 100 basis points. So I think there's a bias still from people to either believe inflation is bad or believe if it's not inflation, oh, we're going to have a recession if jobs are bad. And there's a middle ground here, which I think, again, people just have to accept. The tariffs did put a hold on things and it kind of freaked people out a little bit. The AI action plan is in place. The building and the whole situation is going to start to go. We saw PMIs go up in the month of August around the globe, not just in the U.S. The ISM PMI, which came out this week, was only slightly higher than it was and came in a little bit lower than where people forecast. But I think what people have to start realizing, if you look at the market, the housing market's doing well. Why is the housing in terms of the stocks? The reason the housing stocks are doing well is because they're starting to build and the rates are going to get lower. And so if you already have an economy that is stable, aggregate payrolls are fine, everything is okay, PMIs are pointed up, we have all of the AI action plan and the stimulus that's going to come from the CapEx of the AI situation. I think the people that are investing and going through it are focused on one thing, which is, I guess the economy is somewhat sluggish from a payroll perspective. Is that related to AI? But one thing is certain, we just came out of a banger of earnings, despite all that going on, and it looks better going forward.
So my general view, maybe I can just share this and you critique what you agree with or don't agree with, is U.S. economy is sprinting, but we're sprinting into a headwind. That headwind is this massive deflationary force, like this is smacking us in the face. Tariffs and artificial intelligence. The Fed did not correctly calculate what the impact of tariffs would be. They thought inflation would be surging. Trueflation shows that right now inflation is at 1.98%. It's down 50% from over 3% to start the year. And artificial intelligence is leading to, or contributing at least partially, to a lot of this job loss that's going on. And so when you look at this, you say, wait a second, this big deflationary force that's coming, to your point, the companies are getting more efficient, more profitable, they're growing faster. You're, in a way, getting an economic boom, but you're also getting this dying off of part of the economy. It's almost like you're shedding the skin, like that's like a snake. And one of the data points I saw, I think it was, I
I forget who posted it. This guy Joey Politano, I think he posted that like blue collar manufacturing jobs are falling very aggressively. But somebody responded to him and said, no, actually, what's interesting is white collar U.S. manufacturing jobs are going up. So it's things like lawyers and executives and that in these businesses. And so when you start to look through this, you say, okay, well, hold on a second. Bad jobs, you mentioned recession, right? Inflation, all these things are supposed to be negative. The Dow's at an all-time high. The S&P 500 is at an all-time high. The Nasdaq's at an all-time high. Gold's up 70% since the start of 2024. Bitcoin's up like 300% since the start of 2024. Maybe markets are just forward-looking, and to your point, they simply see they're going to print money, they're going to cut rates, they're going to run it hot, and asset prices are going to do very well, and everything else is noise.
So let's make sure that like everyone watching this on a week-to-week basis, I think the thing we do better than any regular program that I see is we kind of stay within inside the fairway with what's happening. Jobless claims have not budged. They're up slightly. That means we're not seeing job losses. We are absolutely not seeing hiring. So this is a reflection, and we talked about it last week with the study, on the realities of AI. And I just want to remind you, when you read people saying a recession is coming, the last cyclical recession, and that means I'm throwing out COVID, but the last time we had jobs were weakening and then we got a recession, that was pre-iPhone. I like don't know how to describe to people, like, you're talking about history that seems reasonably, short time ago. The first baby boomer had now retired. These are dramatic shifts in the technology side. We were doing QE back then. We were coming out of a housing bubble. Now we have a problem in the housing market. Not that it's collapsing, as people want to say. People can't sell their home because they have a mortgage of 3%. And if they sell their home and have to go buy a new one, it costs too much. The housing affordability is a problem because we're not building enough supply. Like, this is a very unique situation that you can't go back in history and compare it to. There's a distributional wealth problem that has been created by the smartphone, the AI, and all of the printing that's going on. When you increase your transfer payments dramatically to two groups. One is, okay, people are retired. That means they're finally getting Social Security. Well, they also have a pension, a lot of them. And if they have that, they have money to spend, and you move the rates up, which means they're getting money from the government in their bank account. For the people on the poorer end and the lower end of the economy, they're getting more transfer payments. These increased dramatically post-COVID. So we just have, an economy that I hate to tell people, it's kind of boring. It's not as dramatic as people want to make. We've had nominal GDP above 4.5% for 5 years straight, but the amount of recession fears and the amount of times that people get off worried about things, we're just in a situation where everyone who's involved in the crypto world, so if you separated your audience by people that knew me from the macro world and people that have grown up with you from the crypto world, the basement is the major story. They have to run the economy hot, and then rates need to be lower than where inflation is going to be, and that's where we're headed. So instead of trying to fight it, I'll use Darius Dale's comments that he said to you, focus on the destination. The Fed's going to be more dovish going forward. They're going to be running the economy hot. Make your investments based on that.
So is it a fair conclusion that the Federal Reserve and the U.S. government have outlawed prolonged bear markets moving forward? Like, it is very hard for me to see an 18-month-long recession or longer, mainly because it feels like they have perfected the QE playbook. And as soon as they start to see weakness, we're getting rate cuts, we're getting money printing, whether it is implicit or explicit. And there's just this belief now that, like, we don't need to live in that world because we have this ability to stimulate.
I think the first episode we did together was in March, I believe. I think that's when it was. Which means it was less than a month from the famous Liberation Day. If people go back and they go watch those and they looked at what we talked about, one of the things that I said repeatedly is I highlighted the market cap of the stock market relative to GDP, and in fact it was over 200%. And my argument for why you should be looking to buy stocks in a panic is they can't let it sit down here because they've financialized the economy. And unfortunately, whether people like it or not, this gets into the fork turning, this gets into everything that the crypto people all know really well. But the macro community is still looking at, oh, we have to go through the Great Depression to get out of this. When the reality is, no, we're not going to do that. So once the printing press became a thing after the Great Financial Crisis, prolonged bear markets are not allowed. You can have a fall of 20%, and we've had plenty of them over the last one this year. We had one this year. We had one in 2022. We had one in 2020. They happen all the time. 3 and 5 years is a lot of corrections to cleanse the system. But people still believe. Academic people still go back and they look at history and say this always ends badly. This is not a great time for the median voter in the country, which is why we're seeing protests around the globe. It's why we're seeing protests here. It's why crime is needed. You have a situation that all of the revolution things that people think have to happen, they are happening, but a prolonged bear market cannot happen because that is an issue that they can't allow to happen. They've allowed the market cap to get bigger, too big relative to GDP.
Let's talk about Bitcoin. You wrote a great piece this week. I loved your historical example of this newspaper question around, like, is Santa Claus real? Talk a little as to why you think you've been wrong about Bitcoin.
Well, first of all, I have been wrong. I've said on here that I thought it would double this year. Behind closed doors to other people, I said higher level that I wouldn't say publicly. So this isn't like a minor wrong. But so people realize I've traded, or I've traded. I'm still trading, but I traded regularly from 1984 is the first book that I got. All the way until 2013 in terms of sitting in front of a screen every day and trading. Guess what? When you're trading, you're wrong all the time. Meaning at least 50% of the time around there, you're wrong. So I've been wrong. I will be wrong. In this case, since it's up for the year and I bought some when it was down during liberation time, I'm enjoying the fact that it's up, but it hasn't done well. And I wrote the paper because I was on I was having a conversation with Sam Callahan, who I'm sure you've met, and he and I had never met before. But I've liked his research pieces that he's done within all of it, and I thought they were very, very good. So we were having a conversation. And at the very end, he just made a statement when we were talking about why it hasn't gone up. I gave my thoughts, which I'll give you, and I wrote in the article. But he made the statement that, I still think people view it as a risk asset. And when he said it, it hit me that why do people think being a risk asset is bad? The only thing you make money on in your lifetime are risky. Gold.
What's up, Delmare?
What's good?
What's good? Welcome back. Topsy, what's... Do you want to start with like a quick intro with who you are and kind of what you do?
Yeah. So I'm not even a SAR analyst. I'm on our data team. So I lead our on-chain data team, like the engineering behind that. So when you like read our research and you see data and charts and stuff like that, we kind of play a role in that. I do a lot of like some of our AI stuff as well. But I just fucking love crypto. Like I've been basically DGen trading pretty aggressively since the start of last cycle, and so I'll like do my hand at like research or thought pieces, just post my own thoughts, and I just love crypto and being in the trenches and trying it all out.
I thought it was funny when we were going through I was going through your account leading up to this, like kind of skimming it, and you're like complete DGen. And we were just like laughing. Like a lot of the fun guys aren't allowed to say that much or like do that much. Just fire on Twitter. It's awesome.
Dude, that's the best part of not having like an actual fun or a book is I don't need to like talk anybody else's bag or anything like that, or I don't need to have like a fun perspective, like just what I think is funny or smart or whatever.
It's awesome. You do a great job. Alright, there's a couple things I want to talk to you about. The obvious first one is Aster, which we'll talk about in a second. I just got off. Okay, I'm a complete
I'm basically like strictly on chain. Like I make most of my money Sol on chain, trading a lot of memes, trading a lot of AI, trading a lot of bullshit. I hit that pump trade recently, which I started feeling really good about myself for. But I basically have completely neglected perps in the entirety of the existence of my guy. And so we did a stream. I just tried Drift. I just tried Avantis. I just tried Aster, and I just tried Lighter, which was fun. And I'm trying to like get more well adept at some of my blind spots. And I mean, I'll just be honest with you, dude. I completely faded Aster the whole way. I faded the whole way, and I'm still sidelined, and I am struggling with it. But I figured, you know what? If I can't make money off it, I might as well get some content out of it. So I have to talk about it. I don't know. Break down like your trade and sort of your thesis. Because I feel like you were one of the earlier posters on Aster.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thesis is like pretty simple. It's CZ's perp decks, right? Like, it had come across my radar like a couple times, like specifically a couple Azari analysts had actually flagged it in some of our internal output channels, like before it switched to Aster. I didn't even know the name before, and I was like, okay, like random perp decks, everybody's on Hyperliquid, whatever, right? And then I think like the second it started to pop off on Twitter, right? I was just like high conviction very early, right? Like I don't think you need to come to like every single trade or be like the first one in the book, right? But like as soon as you see something, start to pick on Twitter, right? Like it's just your job as a trader. Like how quickly can I build conviction in this or not, right? And as soon as you have that conviction, just ape size, right? So like as soon as it started to pick up a little bit, I was like loading in clips in spot and just kind of riding that. I think like around the 80 something mark, I was like, all right, like let me take some profits here, see how we're feeling. It ran down, I corrected a little bit. As soon as Hyperliquid added perp support, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take all my spare cash there and just load 3x long there, and that's like such a good trade, right? Because like you have to think everybody's buying its spot right now. Everybody on Hyperliquid is fading this thing. The second it goes long on Hyperliquid, there just has to be that natural, like our second it gets listed on Hyperliquid, there has to be a natural loss bias, right? So that's the second time we're like, okay, I'm gonna get free money just by getting like perp conviction. I'm gonna get free money again by just like understanding where liquidity is at in the market and like who can now buy an asset that they couldn't buy before because they were too lazy to like bridge over or like deal with UX. So that was like I think like the free money portion of the trade, and now I would say we're out of like the free money portion of the trade and we're into like the conviction portion of the trade, and this is where like okay, you made a bag, hopefully you took some profits along the way. You need to decide like, am I riding this shit? Am I dumping this shit? And that's where, I'm bull posting, and like I kind of love to see everybody's responses to myself because I'm like, all right. Not everybody who responds to my tweet is the brightest people on the internet is what I've realized. And like you can farm sentiment so easily off of that. So I'm seeing people, it's crime, the UI sucks, the UX sucks. And I'm like, that's actually low key like music to my ear, right? Like I don't want to buy the perk stacks like once it's great. You want to buy it, I want dog shit with the promise that it can become great. And then like as far as the whole DZ crime narrative goes, I think everybody just has such a misunderstanding of CZ, right? Like he's an OG. He has been liquidating all of the idiot traders in crypto for so long on the largest exchange. Like his Bitcoin bags are probably huge. His BNB bags are all huge. He probably has a massive Solana bag, a massive Ethereum bag. You think of all the funds that he's allocated into. You think of all the VC funds that he's allocated into, right? Like CZ doesn't make any money from like a pump and dump coin. He has such unfathomable broad exposure to all the crypto that he's going to make more money by like growing the wealth in the eco of crypto versus like any company. So then you think to yourself, okay, the Kingmaker is on multiple podcasts talking about decentralized.
Yeah, but you didn't do it, man. That's too slow. It's 3:44 a.m.
He's OG enough to believe it. He fucking went to jail for our sins, you know, like, and he's still back here in the trenches with all of us and bold hosting decentralized projects. My takeaway there is like he's aligned as fuck, right? This isn't like crime. This isn't the pump stuff. This is the shrewdest, most savage operator in all of crypto saying, "Hey, I'm on your side here." So now for me, I'm like, all right, good trade and just ride like a pretty healthy spot back here. Let's see how far we go.
I think I just got paper stuck in this crime thing, and I was just like, no, fuck buying crime. Crime isn't a thesis. I kept saying, crime. 20 cents. Crime isn't a thesis. Crime isn't a thesis. Crime isn't a thesis. And I just put it into my brain, and then I was unable to break away from it. Do you think missing this trade was an IQ test? If you miss after, should you be upset with yourself and look in the mirror at what you can do differently?
No, I think it's more of like a bias test, right? Like I think there's been so many like crummy trades this cycle that like it definitely I wouldn't fade anybody for fading after like thinking it's crime. But like you did kind of have to check the bias though, right? Like the key insight that I'm running off of here is like it's not crime, it's incentives. Like there's a difference between CZ priming this coin and actually using this coin to create ecosystem wealth, which he has broad exposure to. So like if you came into this trade with like biases, like, oh, I'm a hype guy, I have a bag bias there. I've got 50,000 points on lighter, I have bag bias there, right? Like if you came into it with bias, you know, definitely like look in the mirror a little bit and think about like, this is crypto, like everything goes to fucking zero, nothing lasts multiple cycles other than Bitcoin, like you gotta get rid of all your bias. But I don't think like, it was easy to like think it's just crime. Like I don't think that's such a hard thought.
So would you say, I like what you framed it, when you said that it comes out and then your job is to form as much conviction as fast as possible, what is your process like to form conviction under the gun? How are you mentally, do you have like a mental framework for how you approach that?
Yeah. The first thing I do is I read socks. Like as crazy as it is, like some of the socks that Messari is like, we read the docs. Like I think I looked through the project docs. I was looking at it real fast, and I was like, okay, one, like do you know what USDF is? That's a question to you.
Oh, no, not really.
Right. So if you go on Aster's page and you just click more and you look at USDF, they have their own like Athena style delta neutral stablecoin. So then I was like, wait a second, like is this Hyperliquid or is this Athena or is this some combination of the two? And if you watch that, the rate of supply supply is like 4x in the last 3 days. Like by end of week there might be 1 billion of this thing, so it might be like within 2 or 3 weeks, they might already have a project competing with Athena at the same time they're competing with Hyperliquid. You don't do something clever like that, it's just a scam. Then you look and they're like, okay, they've got the chain integrations with all these other chains, right? Like, they didn't just bootstrap this on a BNB, like they were thoughtful. You look at like the private orders and you're like, that's like something you don't have on other projects. Like you look at the APIs and they're like the same as like the Binance APIs, which some people will say, oh, that's crime. Well, I'm a dev, I know, I love it when APIs are the same because I can copy paste my old code. So anybody market making on Binance can easily go market make on Aster. So like just by reading the docs, like I was very quickly able to say like you don't put this level of effort like into a public stuff. There's like thoughtful decisions made here where they're like treating this like a very serious project. So like that's number one. Number two is like the group chats are just firing off, right? So like same thing as like I'm arguing with people on my timeline. And I'm like if I hear something smart, like I'm ready to sway it. But I'm gonna like argue as if I'm the biggest fanboy here to see like if I can get myself there. Same thing like in the Messari like private group chats in our alpha channels, I'm slamming against the analysts and like they're a very curated set of like smart people. So like I get to instantly bounce those ideas off of them. So just between like the docs and vibes and like slamming arguments on people, like I think you can build conviction pretty damn quickly.
It's so funny that read the docs is like a foreign suggestion. It's like, whoa, you what?
Yeah, exactly, bro. Just read the docs, like, and you'll actually understand so much better. Or like in the own forks, right? Like that's how you can tell a good own fork from a shitty own fork. Like I cut my teeth pretty big on the own forks last cycle, and like you could literally see like projects where they have forgot to replace the links to the docs of the projects they were copy pasting. And they're like, okay, low effort fork, bail, versus high effort fork, like ape, right? Like even when you're aping crime or shitty little forks, like there's so much insight, like just in like the doc.
So here's the thing that I'm still trying to work out is it almost feels like buying. This is going to be ironic to say because I didn't buy it, but I think about it a little bit similar like my pump trade. It's like buying and holding the rip feels like the easy part. Exiting the trade and figuring out when to get out is the hard part. Because I remember when I was in pump, the lows, and it was the most uncrowded trade ever. And then the second the price of the product, the second things start getting green and it's printing candles. All of a sudden, everybody loves pump, and then it's like, oh my god, the thought of selling in a price discovery, it's like, are you fucking insane? Right? Because it's just like the narrative changes when things get euphoric, and I think it happened a little bit with Aster. At first, it was like, brother, CZ tweeted a chart, and then all of a sudden it's like, we're going to flip HL. How do you think about scaling out your trade? Actually selling something that you nailed so direct.
Yeah, that's always the hardest part. Like, I think I've learned to trade less and with higher conviction. So like I've started to make my entries much larger. And so then when I hit, I just enter in size as soon as I think it could be a good trade. I'm willing then, like 10 minutes later, if I can't build that conviction, to sell at the 5-6% loss or a 12% gain, and maybe it runs without me. But then what you can do is like you can actually just take profits. Like once you enter that price discovery, once you're up, like if taking a little bit of profit and then you're kind of locking in your gains here, like that just helps my psychology so much, right? Where like I can ride the rest, like I'm not going to be in the red, like my net worth is like up, like I became a richer person today, right? So I can take my time and like breathe, right? Like I still don't think there's any magic formula to like when to sell. Like anybody who says they've figured it out is probably just like lying to you. But I definitely think learning to not sell all at once, right? Like I can sell in clips, I can buy back in clips, like so many people are bid all, sell all, bid all, sell all. Like you're just going to drive yourself crazy like that.
So I have a bunch of stuff I want to ask you non-Aster related, but I guess I'll ask you one more and then we can maybe circle back to it later. What's your bull case here? Like there's a lot of people that are sidelined on this trade. I'm one of them. I've kind of written it off already, but I don't know. I'm so fucking staring at it all day. Like what is your bull case for an entry here and how crazy it can still run from where we're currently at?
Yeah. So I'm monitoring it like pretty closely. Like if I start to feel invalidated, I'm out. But here's the bull case. Like 1-4. Like don't fucking fade CZ, right? Like he's saying 4. The Binance main account is saying 4, right? That's a doubling from here. Even then, it's not like the most insane coin that you've ever seen. Right. And there's a couple things like really going your way. One, like the supply is well controlled. And I think people get afraid of insiders. This is where like believing in the alignment, right? Like if I'm an insider on a coin with CZ, I'm not selling until he tells me I can sell. Because if I sell his project before he gives the green light, I've lost my CZ deal flow. I've lost my CZ relationship. So CZ being the anchor on that cohort of insiders actually provides like a strong gravity to them not being instant dumpers, right? So like the circulating supply, I kind of have a feeling is much lower than people actually think. So that alone can kind of start to take you like, we can go higher, we can go to the 4 territory, people are sidelined here. The second really nice thing about this is like there's bad copy trades and forks. I don't want to be a Lighter hater, but I think a lot of people are going to get like nerd sniped by like Lighter or Zex or these other like perps projects, right? Because they don't have the sauce, right? But for something like Aster, which real or not can put in revenue numbers ahead of hype already, the beautiful part of being the copy trade is everybody can sell hype. So even though like I think it's a bear market, right? Like as I have indicated on my account, I love this trade because I know where the money's going to come from. I don't need new money to enter crypto to like pump this thing up. I just need hype holders to capitulate. I need them to swallow their pride, eat their bag bias, right? It's almost like the ETH Solana pair trade when ETH was just absolutely eating it. That was a great trade because you knew exactly where the money to bid Solana could come from. It could come from everybody over allocated to Ethereum. Same thing here. The money that can go into Aster can come from everybody who's over allocated into hype. There's like a new competitor in the space. Like these projects have to reprice, or at least I think they'll reprice. So, you know, I like 4 for like the mimetic value. I think the market dynamics exist to get there. That's probably another level where like I trim some more, right? And then I kind of evaluate how much more I want to hold it. But like, it's a CZ coin. Like it can go pretty high.
Do you think that hype? I like the mental model. I think is correct. Do you think Hyperliquid capitulation has started, or like where are we in that time frame?
It's really hard to gauge. I mean, hype is putting in what, like its 5th daily red candle. Like, I haven't done like a super deep look at it, but really what you want to look for is like volume, right? Like how much volume has traded red here, right? Like if I'm seeing kind of like low volume on the red trade, then I think to myself, okay, price is down, but a lot of people have not sold yet. And now they're like starting to feel bad about themselves because they're underperforming. The wave of capitulation is coming, right? When you start to see like those higher volume sells, that's when like real capitulation is happening. So I haven't stared at that like too much myself, but I'd really just be like watching the volume on the hype chart.
This is like a weeds question, but where are you looking at volume and comparing the actual data side of it?
For hype, honestly, just probably on Hyperliquid. I think that's where like a majority of volume for that coin happens.
Well, dude, congrats on the trade. You were vocal about it. You've crushed it.
Thank you.
Why are we in a bear market? You're bear arc on Twitter. You're like, what? Yeah, what's the thesis there? Talk to me about that.
Yeah. First, I'll like define bear market because I think everybody has different definitions. Like for me, I mean like total crypto market cap, like the most generic definition of bear market you possibly can. I think that like honestly that is pretty much like Bitcoin, Ethereum, like the top N coins are the only coins that really drive that metric, but it matters so much. Like if you're going to trade things like Aster, if you're going to trade things like Pump, like understanding if you're like in an expanding or contracting market matters so much. This is how people like, this is why people round trip, right? Because the market dies, but like trades are still happening. So they don't think it's a bear market because they're making money in the trenches, but they're trading like a bull market. So they're waiting for the 4x, 5x, 6x. Oh, this is just a high vol correction. It's going to bounce back and take me, right? When really like you need to be looking for like small multiples, percent returns, scalps, defensive plays, right? So I think like having a macro view on the market like informs how to actually trade all this other action that we see. As far as like why I think it's a bear market, my thesis, like honestly my most God mode trade like of all time was pretty much calling Bitcoin dominance in 2023. Like at the very, very bottom of that, I made the call which just said like, Bitcoin is evolving as an asset in a way that none of these others are. Like you have like senators running laser eyes. You have like a new administration coming in and looking at all this. Like BlackRock is so incentivized to like have a high AUM ETF because they can charge the extra fees on crypto assets versus equities. So like there's so much institutional alignment behind Bitcoin that simply is not behind these other assets. That also creates a recursive loop, right? Like as Bitcoin goes up, as liquidity goes up, as ETFs like start to like take supply of Bitcoin to the traditional markets, Bitcoin also becomes the only asset and the first asset with those advantages. So that compounds, right? So interestingly enough, like 2021 market, the bull market was defined by a decline in Bitcoin dominance. My like big brain thesis was essentially the next market would be defined by an increase in Bitcoin dominance, right? So I've been watching that metric like very, very closely this entire time. And I think really like the DApps are kind of what made me start to ring the alarm bell, right? Like Bitcoin kind of started to stall out, right? We saw the DApp for Ethereum. It feels to me like not the greatest thing ever. I'm like a very proud DApp hater, basically. And it felt like the institutional bid for Bitcoin was starting to draw down. So same thing, I start tweeting about it. Everybody starts replying and they're like, oh, the institutional bid, it's coming to Ethereum, it's coming to Solana. I'm like, okay, that's the misunderstanding. In a bull market, the marginal bid increases. So it would be the institutions are bidding Bitcoin and they add a bid for Ethereum and Solana. But where you see they're not bidding Bitcoin, they're just shifting that bid out the risk curve. That is return-seeking behavior that defines a bear market, right? Is not new flows into crypto. It's flows into the longer tail to chase returns because everybody was late to the real meat of the bull market. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, these institutions, like, they're not increasing allocations, they're shifting allocations. So like Bitcoin starts to stall out. And sure, Solana like looks great when we talk about like a theoretical multi-billions of buy pressure, but where's the token at now? Like that doesn't seem like a very strong or material bid to me. You're seeing DATs buy other DATs, you're seeing DATs for pre-TGE tokens, right? Like Trump was the Pico top of meme coins. Like I don't think meme coins are ever coming back in that fashion. I think they're like in a structural decline, right? So just all of those factors, I was like, okay, if the institutions aren't here anymore, and this has been the institutional cycle, like you need to rethink where we're at in the cycle.
It's a really good framework. I like the way you think about it. It definitely feels like at the macro scale, the same thing that happened locally in the trenches post-Trump, where there's one ball of money and there are still things ripping, but it's really just lower cap to 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 lower. It's not, and it's only like one thing can run at a time. It isn't like the small coins are ripping and then like some of the bigger coins in the trenches are also doing well. It's like there's a singular ball of money and it's trading memes or it's trading Pokemon cards or it's trading whatever it's trading, but it's the same ball of money. What would be invalidation to your we're in a bear market thesis? Is it Bitcoin dominance making new ATH or ripping? Is it Bitcoin price making a new ATH? Like what would invalidate your bear
Okay, I called a new one.
leading stance?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I kind of haven't really decided yet. I'm almost kind of praying that I'll know it when I see it. I'm willing to believe we're kind of out of like the Bitcoin dominance part of the cycle, which is not to say like all of a sudden bull again, but like, you know, that trend line isn't going to last infinity, right? Like I'll need to find what the next definition for the next market is. There's the obvious stuff. Like, I don't think they're going to take rates very low, but if they crater those to zero, I don't think people are going to get stimmy checks, but if they do, right? Like I'm willing to rewrite like my theses if those things happen. But really it'd just be like strength, right? Like sometimes you can let the market tell you, right? Like if crypto market cap just starts to set all new all-time highs, bull market back on, and I'm going to trade like a bull market again, right? Like sometimes you don't need to decide why the market's going to go up or down. You just need to watch it and like acknowledge if it's going up or down and then trade it. So, you know, I don't really think I have a strong edge on what like revives the market with, unless you want to get into just crazy macro philosophy type stuff. But like, I think I think I'm happy to just watch the market and have it tell me. But for now, I feel pretty good about the bear call.
What percent of your port is risk on right now?
Well, so I love crypto, like with all my heart and soul. So like 100% of my net worth is in Bitcoin 100% of the time. Like my bank account, I have enough money for like rent, like next month's rent and groceries. Like that's it. Like dollars are just fucking disgusting to me. So my risk off portfolio is 100% spot Bitcoin. And then my trading philosophy, and I probably don't recommend this to everybody because you can do yourself a little damage, but like I just borrow against the Bitcoin on stables, right? And then I just trade with that, right? So if you sell Bitcoin to like buy an asset, you're trading asset Bitcoin pair. Bitcoin's the greatest asset in all of crypto. I'm not going to sign myself up for that shit, right? But if I have Bitcoin deposited, like even in something simple as Aave, and I'm borrowing like a stable bag, now when I buy other assets, whether it's perps, like NFTs, runes, I was trading meme coins on XRP at one point this cycle, fucking whatever, you know, now you're trading token dollar, which is like structurally like in your favor, right? And then sell that position, like hopefully take the profits and just buy straight back into Bitcoin with that. And you essentially like, so I'm probably one of few traders who can say like I have across multiple cycles been like profitable against Bitcoin, right? And that's just because I'm always just slowly accumulating and stacking that up. So my underlying market belief is Bitcoin wins. Bitcoin becomes money. So my only goal is like hold that money and take pot shots in big trades when I believe I can acquire more of that money. So I'm always 100% in Bitcoin. And then sometimes I'm like 120, 130% of my net worth is in crypto just because I'm running leverage. So it's a little bit of a degenerate strategy, but it works for me.
Dude, that was insane. That's not what I thought you were going to say. You just started with, I think we're in a bear market, and then you said 130% of my net worth of risk on. That was, that's aura, I'm not going to lie. What's your thought process on and strategy behind borrowing against the Bitcoin? Like, I've never really done that before.
Yeah, I just have like either like CDBTC or like wrapped Bitcoin, or if some other Bitcoin instrument is like burning VC money to give me yield, I'll play around with that a little bit. But like I just have like wrapped Bitcoin. I go to a lending market, I throw down a stack, and then you know in a bull market I'll do like a tighter borrow, so I might borrow up to like 50% against that stack, or 30 or 40% against that stack. In a bear market, it's like 5 to 10% borrows against that stack. And the thesis is like, unless I'm like about to get liquidated on perps, you know, you can always close that, and then like I have a job with income, right? Like I can pay interest on things, I can look for the next loan, right? Like I can take a losing trade and actually just carry that until the winning trade then makes me hold on that. And then I'm still up in Bitcoin terms, right? So the trick is just don't get over your skis, right? Like in some sense, because you're only trading with like percentages of your net worth, like you are more limited, right? Like I'm not literally full porting everything, but I'm like running tight borrows against a full port, right? So, I learned last cycle to be a little conservative. You know, there was a couple moments where, you know, at one moment I was like in a subway praying to God that like Bitcoin didn't go down another 1K, or I would have gotten licked on like my whole net worth, you know? So I remember being in that subway in Arkansas praying to Jesus Christ. So like, you know, be careful with it for sure. But, you know, just run a safe amount of leverage is what I'd say.
Dude, you're a fucking lunatic. Did it go down 1K?
No, dude, listen, we're good. Amen, brother. Like, we're good.
Dude, you're nuts. It's you with sorry people. There's something in the water over there in that office. You guys are fucking cracked.
Dude, we love degens. We fucking love degens.
Was there a moment, a light bulb moment, where you just decided that Bitcoin is the greatest thing ever, and you're like religious to the gold coin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like it's like a long intellectual journey. I remember like COVID hit, too much time online, and I like discovered someone mentioned Bitcoin through some YouTube video, and then I watched like Andre Antonopoulos's like Stanford like Bitcoin explained like hour and a half long video, and I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever, and I just put my entire net worth into it in that moment and like haven't looked back. But I think, you know, like the reason I write a lot of like the big macro pieces that I write about like neo-feudalism or like a 10-year view out on Bitcoin or like the macro markets and where I think they're headed, like the fracturing of the global order or whatever, like all of those are essentially like my personal love letters back to like Bitcoin, back to like what we're building here, like in crypto. And I just like believe, like I'm not going to ride any other coin to zero, but like I'll fucking ride Bitcoin to zero if that's what it takes. I'm here to like change the world.
You rock, man. I knew I liked your tweets, but geez. You know, I have this thought that I feel crypto has crossed this inflection point. I don't exactly know when it happened. I don't think it happened in 2021, but I think it's happened probably this cycle where the RR to building a good product in crypto is literally millions of dollars a day, right? Axiom, Photon, Hyperliquid, Pump Fund, what Lighter is going to do. Like, we have Aster, what they're doing right now. Like, we have enough examples right now that I think it's got to be the most attractive outside of AI and even, you know, what's possible in crypto money. It's got to be the most attractive space in the world to come build. And I feel even if we are topped and we're in a bear and markets get bloody, it feels like we're gonna forever have just gem spots where you will get an Aster, you will get a Cards, you'll get a Pump Fund like play, and where I don't think it will ever really make sense to like fuck off for the bear market. It feels like a completely losing strategy. And so I think like macro aside, I'm as optimistic as I've ever been on the talent pool that's gonna flow into crypto and build cool shit, because the money incentive is unlike any other vertical in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. I think crypto is like crypto's a market for like intellectual sharks, right? I think the beautiful thing here is like you can make yourself so rich. That is such like a clear and power motivator and like magnet for talent that, yeah, I think we only continue to bring in like shark after shark after shark, and they just create like outsized products, outsized instruments, outsized returns for themselves, for investors, hopefully sometimes like for the community more broadly. So yeah, I agree with you. Like, even though we may or may not be in a bear market, but like there will always be a bull market somewhere in crypto, and I think we're like in a long-term intellectual bull market for sure.
Yeah, it's like if you're a Hyperliquid Jack, why would you go raise for some AI startup when you could just make $3 million a day, maybe forever? And like, look, for how long? I don't know, forever in crypto. It's pretty wild. What do you do all day? Like, what are you paying attention to? What are you focusing on from a like data flows, new projects, identifying shit early? Like, what are you doing all day?
Yeah, it's nice for me that like I have like a real job, and I'm not just like a full-time like crypto. I mean, I'm trading 24/7, but I'm not like a solo trader or anything. So like I'm in like meetings, like I'm talking about like Messari like as a business, like how we can help our customers more. Like I help like analysts like with their data and their reports. Like that's such a valuable like information flow to me, because I get to basically see like what the smartest people in the room are like interested in at any moment in time. And then like when they reach out to me about that interest, I'm like the first one to get in the docs, like get in the data, like see how these things look. Like when you're like querying smart contracts and like building metrics for projects yourself, like I also get to see how it works. Like, oh, this contract calls that contract. I've seen this before. They're just copying so-and-so, or, oh, they're doing this in a new way. How clever. Or, oh, their docs are shit. I hate these guys. Yeah. So like, I'm doing like the job, like a lot of time, like scrolling Twitter, probably like more than I should be, but I'm doing that type of stuff. Like sometimes there's fun alpha. Like last cycle, we were downloading a bunch of blockchain data directly that we now work for vendors, but like I could tell you when BNB was popping off because that chain would be processing so many transactions, our servers would start to crash. And I was like, that's a type of alpha you're not going to find like on Twitter is somebody saying like, oh, our infrastructure is getting stressed because this chain is so popular now, right? So like there's like real alpha, I think, that comes from being on like the engineering side and like working for a business like Messari.
So that's a lot of stuff you just, like a lot of the data kind of stuff you just miss if you're just trading narrative. What verticals of crypto are you the most excited about right now?
I'm not super on a long time horizon. I'm not super excited on like really any of the verticals. I'm not convinced any of this stuff has a moat, right? So there's no verticals that I'm really like very bought into. That's probably where I'm like a contrarian against most people. Like I like Bitcoin long term. There will be other long term projects that win, but honestly, I don't think we've seen any of them yet. Like I don't think you could name me a crypto project right now that I think is like here and like dominant like 10 years from now. Like I don't think we've invented it yet.
So, whoa. What do you think that product will be? Is there something like, do you have like a wish list of like what you want to see that you think crypto works well for that will be built? Is it a better iteration of perp dexes and launch pads and things of that nature? Like, how do you think about it?
I think I have a feeling it will either be something that like on the social side or maybe like on the DePIN side. My thinking is like, as far as social goes, if I'm right and like none of these projects can really accrue like long-term value, then actually like funny money becomes the currency, right? And the like betting on your favorite creators, betting on their content and everything. Like I think like the thesis of Friendtech was like awesome. I think the thesis of Zora was awesome. The thesis of Pump Fund is really good right now. Like the market is telling you, like none of them have like figured out the sustainable business model there. But like I think something on the social side will like hit, and like crypto being an open, like permissionless graph, and now allows people to create like novel social experiences that can actually compete with like Web2 networks in a way that other crypto products might not be able to. And then on the DePIN side, because I'm so reluctant to think anything in crypto has a moat, my bias is like, okay, maybe some of these projects that can like bootstrap physical resources and networks. The same way Bitcoin has bootstrapped an energy network. It's technically a DePIN if you really want to call it that, right? Like, and it has the strongest moat. So like, perhaps I'm like, I don't own any because I go back and forth on it all day, but like maybe like a Helium or maybe something over there, like because they have real infra, maybe that's like a defensible moat that can like command long-term revenues.
You're like a real ball knower. You have deep ball knowledge.
Dude, I get paid to do that. That's the beauty.
Do you think there's a lot of people that
deep
like how many people that are in crypto full time, trading full time, on CT full time, do you think have an in-depth understanding of the space that they participate in?
I think like very, very few. I think it's like a very small circle of people. I think the first reason you notice it is like the lack of like long-term perspective. So like, not to kind of take everything back to Bitcoin, but like, I don't think people realize like, if Bitcoin is like decentralized collateral and like a decentralized reserve asset that is like permissionless and like self-custody in infinite size because it's just on a USB stick, that disintermediates like the state from money, right? Like imagine like when we disintermediated the state from religion, we like completely like rewrote the social contract, right? So like if you're like long-term very bullish on Bitcoin, but you're not willing to like take that intellectual conclusion. Like, wait a second, if this wins, we're going to rewrite the social contract. What does that look like? I probably shouldn't own any Bitcoin in an ETF. They're going to steal that from me, right? Like, you start to like be able to make these like more clever like intuitions that are like so absent on crypto Twitter. And like, I like to think maybe that's why some of my like longer form articles like do well, is like I like to take the ideas like to the extreme and like think in the long term, and like that idea space is like so unexplored that I kind of walk away with the personal conclusion like most people in crypto actually don't even really think about it that hard.
Okay, can we double click on that? Because you are like a full believer. Do you really believe that you should 100 be self-custodying 100% of your coins, and like holding on ETF is basically just execution risk, and you're gonna fucking lose that Bitcoin? Like, if we win, you're never gonna get those coins ever.
Yeah, well, it like just simple question, like if Bitcoin starts to become a legitimate threat to like the US dollar, what are the odds that the government is going to allow any redemptions out of ETFs? If Bitcoin starts to become a legitimate threat to the dollar, what are the odds like Sailor's going to get to walk away with that bag? It's functionally zero, right? Like, every government is like free and open and great until things start to go wrong. And then the knives come out, and then the corruption comes out, and then the bail-in comes out, right? And the thing to remember is like the American market is like the most free and open market in the world. That means there's actually only one direction to go for it to become less free and less open as the debt continues to climb, right? As political instability like continues to climb, right? The only direction is the opposite direction, because you've already reached maximal freedom within the current technology, right? So yeah, I think like the clamps come down, or like Coinbase, like what are the odds that that's allowed to exist in a world where Bitcoin replaces the dollar? Now, if I'm wrong and like Bitcoin coexists with the dollar, then certainly there's like something to be said there. And like Coinbase onboards millions of people to Bitcoin and crypto. They are an amazing company that are doing like God's work. Like, everybody there is making the world a better place, right? I just think in the super long term, I'd be concerned.
That was like a Masari hashtag ad there at the end. I respect it, but
got to.
It makes me think of The Big Short. It's in The Big Short where he's basically getting all these puts on the banks failing, but he like Michael Berry and all the other guys like need insurance that they will get paid out because they literally think they will not have any money, and the banks are like appalled. Like, what are you talking? You want us to give you insurance? Like, what are you talking about? And then it happens.
If you're long Bitcoin, your counterparty is centralized governments, right?
Dude, so if the Sailor thesis plays out, he's just gonna get fucked in the end. Like, if it really plays out, he's gonna get cooked. Does he know this? Does he think about this?
I don't know. It's hard to. I mean, I imagine at this point he has a lot of Bitcoin. I imagine at this point he's had to start thinking about it for sure. He can't say anything, right? Like, he can't say, "Hey, the government's going to seize all these assets one day," because then the value of the treasury trades at a premium of zero, right? Because the shareholders will never have a claim to the underlying assets because the government will step in. So he can't ever admit it or say it or even make an inkling of it, because that would just nuke the price to zero. But I don't know, he might think about it. He might not. Like, it's hard to be in somebody else's head.
Where even is his Bitcoin? Like, it's not on a ledger. Like, where even is?
I think they use Coinbase for custody.
Hashtag ad. No, I'm just kidding. That's, I guess I haven't really like thought. I'll be honest with you, dude. I haven't like, and I'm pretty Bitcoin pilled. I think, I don't know, 60% of my net worth is in Bitcoin. It's like it's a solid when you consider that last year it was zero, and it was zero every year for my entire life up until April lows, basically. But I haven't really gone like that extreme to it, which I guess is like
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think it's like a long-term thought process skill issue, maybe. Not that I should have gotten there and I didn't, but more so like I haven't really thought extreme edge cases on all of my like worldview frameworks, if you will.
Yeah, but it is like a matter of conviction, right? So like I'm 100% convicted in this worldview. So 100% of my portfolio reflects that, right? But like there's probably like some very smart people watching this who think I'm wrong and probably have like good arguments to why and like clever reasons why. So if they're only 20% convinced, then I would just say, okay, make 20% of your portfolio or your lifestyle like this, right? Like my allocation is like a reflection of my conviction, right? Like you don't have to buy into every idea. That's what makes a market.
Do you trade bullshit? Like, are you on Axiom trading garbage in the trenches? Or
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really? Why?
I love it. It's fun. like it's a way to get, if you're good at it, it's a way to like get more Bitcoin, right? Like when XRP was like on the run, like the first thing I did was like, how the hell do I bridge over here? Oh my God, there's a DEX built in. Did you know there's meme coins on XRP? Let me go ape these things. So like, yeah, I've traded like XRP meme coins. Last cycle, I was like bridging and trading like curve forks on Moonbeam, I love being in the trenches. Like I love clicking the button. It's just too much fun.
You are not trading that garbage in XRP.
Yeah. Like Army Coin.
Dude, I remember Army Coin. It was like 3 days. Did you leave in the green or no?
Yeah. Well, the other beautiful thing, right, was like you can kind of, if you've been in crypto long enough, you can estimate the age of your counterparty, right? So in my mind, I'm like, okay, these people are trading memes for the first time. So if I just run the early meme playbook, it'll work great, right? Versus like you get to the Solana trenches and you're like, okay, I have to be like an Omega brain. Like these people here are like, they've been through like World War I, II, III, Vietnam, like these guys are crazy, So, it helps to like know your counterparty for sure.
Chat, this is off topic. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but chat wants to know if you're married.
No, nope.
See, I'm trading garbage in the trenches or...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Why?
I love it. It's fun. and
plays out, he's just gonna get fucked in the end. Like if it really plays out, he's gonna get cooked. Does he know this? Does he think about this?
I don't know. It's hard to. I mean, I imagine at this point he has a lot of Bitcoin. I imagine at this point he's had to start thinking about it for sure. He can't say anything, right? Like he can't say, "Hey, the government's going to seize all these assets one day," because then the value of the treasury trades at a premium of 0, right? Because the shareholders will never have a claim to the underlying assets because the government will step in. So he can't ever admit it or say it or even make an inkling of it because that would just nuke the price to 0. But I don't know. He might think about it. He might not. Like it's hard to be in somebody else's head.
Where even is his Bitcoin? Like it's not on a ledger. Like where even is?
I think they use Coinbase for custody.
Hashtag ad. No, I'm just kidding. That's I guess I haven't. Yeah, I haven't really like thought. I'll be honest with you, dude. I haven't like. And I'm pretty Bitcoin pilled. I think 60% of my net worth is in Bitcoin. It's like it's a solid when you consider that last year it was 0, and it was 0 every year for my entire life up until April lows, basically. But I haven't really gone like that extreme to it, which I guess is like a
I mean. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think it's like a long-term thought process skill issue, maybe. Not that I should have gotten there and I didn't, but more so like I haven't really thought extreme edge cases on all of my like worldview frameworks, if you will.
Yeah, but it is like a matter of conviction, right? So like I'm 100% convicted in this worldview. So 100% of my portfolio reflects that. Right. But like there's probably like some very smart people watching this who think I'm wrong and probably have like good arguments to why and like clever reasons why. So if they're only 20% convinced, then I would just say, okay, make 20% of your portfolio or your lifestyle like this. Right. Like my allocation is like a reflection of my conviction. Right. Like you don't have to buy into every idea. That's what makes a market.
Do you trade bullshit? Like, are you on Axiom trading garbage in the trenches? Or
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really? Why?
I love it. It's fun. And it's a way to get, if you're good at it, it's a way to like get more Bitcoin, right? Like when XRP was like on the run, like the first thing I did was like, how the hell do I bridge over here? oh my God, there's a DEX built in. Did you know there's meme coins on XRP? Let me go ape these things. So like, yeah, I've traded like XRP meme coins. Last cycle, I was like
XRP
bridging and trading like curve forks on Moonbeam. You know, like I love like I love being in the trenches. Like I love clicking the button. It's just too much fun.
You are not trading that garbage in XRP.
Esoteric meme coins, bro.
Like Army coin.
Dude, I remember Army coin. It was like 3 days. Did you leave in the green or no?
Yeah. Well, the other beautiful thing, right, was like you can if you've been in crypto long enough, you can estimate the age of your counterparty, right? So in my mind, I'm like, okay, these people are trading memes for the first time. So if I just run the early meme playbook, it'll work great, right? Versus like you get to the Solana trenches and you're like, okay, I have to be like an Omega brain. Like these people here are like, they've been through like World War I, II, III, Vietnam, you know, like these guys are crazy, you know? So, you know, it helps to like know your counterparty for sure.
Chat, this is off topic. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but chat wants to know if you're married.
No, nope.
On the market. Dude.
No, not on the market. I have a girlfriend.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Dude, you're an impressive guy, though. You know, one thing I think doesn't get enough respect is that people love to hate on the meme coins, on the meme coin stuff. And to be fair, it's a shit show over there. And I think I maybe follow some of your framework. Like I'm pretty bearish in the casino meme coins, specifically post-Trump. Because it's just like, how do we ever... You know, I always use the same example. I always say, you know, who the hell is buying Troll at 180 mil? And then, you know, Coinbase lists Troll, and the Troll people get mad at me. But I just, that money, I feel like the tops have been revealed, and that money is that was once interested is not interested. But I do very much think it's the case that the skill gap in the Solana trenches are some of the most talented, smart kids like in the world are trading meme coins on Solana. Yeah. It's like it didn't feel this way for NFTs. NFTs still felt very just like retarded, caught the flows of like an ungodly institutional bid when there just like wasn't that much to buy. You kind of just like held onto the right, you know, picture. Solana meme coin trenches are legitimately, the talent gap is unlike, and it's like a professional gaming scene. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, like they're crazy there. I actually, before I worked at Masari, I worked for Digital Eyes, which was like the first NFT marketplace on Solana.
Okay.
And I was like doing like back end stuff for them. So like some of my biggest fumbles are like those early Solana NFTs. Like I bought at 6 SOL, I sold at 8 SOL. Oh my god, it goes to 280 SOL at the same time. SOL goes from 9 to 250, right? Like some of the like fumbles there and stuff like that. But like, yeah, OG, like Solana NFT days, like Solana summer, like that shit was so much fun.
This was so much fun too. I told you like 30 minutes, I think, but it's been an hour. I'll let you go in a second. I want to ask you this. A lot of people that watch, and you kind of have like alluded, you've kind of touched on some of your frameworks, but I want to like ask it direct, is a lot of people that watch the stream, I think, are very Solana adjacent, on-chain traders, and I think it's just difficult to stretch your framework out to even like think about multi-cycle, 5-year time horizon, 10-year time horizon. Like it took me a while to get there until I basically, this was my career. And so it's like, yeah, I'll definitely benefit from looking 10 years out rather than tomorrow. And I think a lot of people, like it's been a pretty lucrative, I mean, it's been an incredible year in crypto, but a lot of people have been pretty miserable because you're on the 5-minute time frame of garbage and you don't have that fallback thesis to cling on to feel better about it. And so long setup way of asking, like, can you paint the picture of how you see what we're playing for in crypto and how big the space at large can get from where we currently stand?
Yeah, I think like there's two kind of concepts that I anchor to. Like one, like, is Bitcoin winning? Is like hyper Bitcoinalization, right? Like